Good morning and welcome to Men's European Cup 2022. We're here live for the first day. I'm the lovely Beatrix.
I am Roller Polar Bear, and welcome one and all to what's going to be a fantastic opening game here at a fantastic event here in the Walker Activity Castle. Coming in your eyes very shortly, we do have the Inhuman League coming up against will be.
Certainly will do. Let's kick off with New World Order.
Okay.
We've got 0-0, Doug Hisgrave, number 1, Don Gingiovanni, number 10, Optimus Grime, 1-3-2-8, Hankin, 15, Addison, number 2, Shrooms, 3-1-1-0, Lord Jack Skatington, 3-1-6, Lily Gaskell, 33, Shaw, 4-3, Scott T. Dog, 4-5-0, Iwaki Horror, 5-0, Doodle, 6-0, Geriatrics, 6-7-2, Gazuka, number 7, Cloud, 7-4-7, Scooby, 7-9, Henders, number 9, Velociraptor, 9-5, McLeod, and the bench staff today are Mayday and Holly.
And lining up for the Inhuman League is number 5, Gaviscon, number 8-7, Hoof, 3-1-6, Gate Pliskin, 1-3, Finickety, 6, Romaniac, 9-0, Donny, 0-4-1, Slays Them, 8-2, Princess Punch, 2-8, Johnny Blocksville, 2-1, Blocky, 9-5, Nix, 8-1-0, Fenno, 1-8-2, Knievel, 6-4-4, Gigantor, 1-0-0, Taylor Dawson, and 6-3-1-9, Pipkin. The bench staff is Rex Everything, Kerosin, Jenga, and Grace Ventura. We are at a minute away, well, 90 seconds or so from getting this first game of MEC 2022 underway. B, are we excited?
Super excited and great to be back here at the Walker Dome, as you say. We've had the big hiatus everybody's felt, so great to be back and seeing Men's European Cup in its home, birthplace, I guess.
Absolutely. It's been living here since 2014. Obviously, previously we was in Birmingham many years ago. And now we are in Newcastle. It is fantastic to be back here. It has taken so long. We've had so many changes, so many new teams form as well. We've got some great games coming up, but this first game here against the top seed, NWO, and the bottom seed, which is Inhuman League. It's going to be a tough game for the Inhuman League, but they've got a good roster.
Yeah, and I think a great opening game and, starter for 10 for the weekend. I've got to say the vibe here this weekend is absolutely fantastic, and we're super excited to be bringing you all of this action, of course, on this stream. So we're going to go through we're going to just pull up there we go. We're going to bring up the tournament schedule just for you to have a quick look through. You'll check out the rankings there. Have a think about what kind of seedings you're going to hope to see this weekend. And, let's see what goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see what goes on, because as we've just magically appeared on the screen, we do looking at the rosters and the game schedules. So after this game, we've got Borderland Bandits coming up against Mannequin Beast. Then at 1 o'clock, we've got Toulouse Quad Guards coming up against Southern Discomfort, and game for Tyne and Fear against Panams. And then we run into elimination games. But to kick us off, we are about ready and underway to get this game underway. So lining up for the Inhuman League in this opening game is number 5, Gaviscon.
And that is number 9, Velociraptor for New World Order. New World Order playing in the white for this game.
And the Inhuman League in the black - red. And if you're watching at home, maybe you're watching with friends, drop us a line. Let us know if you're enjoying MEC 2022 here in the Dome.
We'll be bringing you all the details of our officials throughout the weekend, making sure we're shouting out. So if you're watching from leagues across Europe and cheering for an official who's here this weekend, don't worry, we will be name dropping them
And a big shout out to Milv, who is sat at home watching the game with Henway. Open early.
Oh, Bear, I don't have anybody sat at home watching me, but hopefully Mill's also cheering for me.
I imagine no.
Okay, well, hopefully somebody is. Hey, listen, if you are at home and watching, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Use the hashtag MEC22, and we'll be able to follow along. Somebody will.
Yeah, absolutely. My DMs are always open.
Don't slide in there during game time. It's hard enough to keep Bear on track as it is. Okay, so it feels like we are about ready to rumble.
And just before we dance into this first jam, just a big thank you to Tyne and Fear. Their effortless work to bring you this tournament, to bring you a free stream as well. But there is links to throw some money their way. Please follow them. It is tireless work. They was here till late in the evening making sure you get this fantastic stream, making sure you get all the action all over your TVs, your mobiles, your tablets, whatever you're watching on. Please show them some fantastic love, because without Tyne and Fear, MEC may not have happened. And to bring it here in the Walker Activity Dome is a fantastic thing. And it's not just a fantastic thing for me. It was always been a big advocate and a big fan of MEC, but a big thing for everybody, because Roller Derby is back. It's back. It's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. It's going to be stronger. And it's just a great feeling to be back with you all. So thank you all for tuning in this early hour. If you're having a cup of tea on the couch, if you're having a cup of coffee in bed, if you're watching on your phone while you're walking the dog, thank you so much. And a lot of this is impossible without the great sponsors we've had. So B, tell us a little bit about the sponsors we've got here.
Yeah, big shout out to Hypno. They make your soul and feet happy with Hypno skates. You can check them out at www.hypno, that's hypno.it. You know, Hypno are true enthusiasts that make up the work team with the desire to grow together with the needs for skaters of the future. The complete skates and boots are designed with the desire to be highly performing in all game situations, and also makes them perfect for outdoor recreational activities, like ramp skating.
Absolutely. And speaking of skating, we are skating and underway in the first jam of MEC 2022.
Well, Velociraptor able to find the space, get lead first.
Gavi's gone, being taken off track and recycled back. The first penalty has been dished out. Forearms to Shrooms. Gavi's gone, just working up the front, gets past Peter Pact and is out and about looking for points. Meanwhile, Velociraptor trying to work on the outside, shuts the jam down, picks up 3 points for New World Order. So we do have Hoof lining up for the Inhuman League.
And that's 3110, Lord Jack Skatington for New World Order. New World Order starting with one blocker in the penalty box, so slightly light. Little bit of argy-bargy off the jam line, but Lord Jack Skellington takes the inside line to pick up lead. Beautiful little lead out of the Inhuman League blockers, kind of juking them and faking them out to the outside line before pulling back in and really pushing on that speed. And we see again coming round for a first scoring pass, able to make easy work of the blocking contingent from the Inhuman League.
But it was a great star pass by Hoof over to Princess Punch to get that game underway, get it called off quickly. NWO were looking for points then, did pick some up, but picked up 4 with the one pass.
So yeah, Inhuman League not able to put points on the board just yet, but you're absolutely right, Bear. Their strategy is to really bring that jammer into the mire of blockers and then force the shutdown. Jammer is getting out for Inhuman League, just not able to capitalise on points. That might all change right now, though. We've got Skate Piskin with the star for Inhuman League up against Optimus Grime for New World Order. And Optimus knocked out, recycled back to turn 4, which gives excellent opportunity for Skate to pick up lead, first lead for the Inhuman League.
Yeah, just as you called it, being saying, you know, these points could be picked up now, but it looks like it is going to be a 0-0 jam. Optimus Grime able to get past Skate Pliskin. So Skate calling off the jam for this one. 0-0 points picked up. We're sat with New World Order on 7, Inhuman League on 0.
Even though there was no points, though, it's always that little boost, though, isn't it? When you get that first lead jam of the game for your team, it just brings everybody back into focus.
Well, it's your foundation, and you build on that foundation,
Yeah.
and you go and get your points. And it'll be Gaviscon looking for points for the Inhuman League.
Don Giovanni for New World Order, but Human League with their jammer in the penalty box. Back block penalty assessed. So the field is now wide open for New World Order for multi-pass point scoring situations.
Love the multi-pass scoring situations.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing. And speaking of a beautiful thing, Don Giovanni, of course, a few years ago for New World Order was predominantly a blocker, predominantly a pivot, and picking up a cutting penalty just as I was dishing out the praise. So Don goes into the penalty box. Gaviscon is out of the penalty box, and we are now sat on a power jam for the Inhuman League.
And fantastic for them. Again, opportunity now knocks for points. I'm not sure that multi-pass is going to be possible in the time that they've got without the New World Order jammer on track. But certainly Gaviscon is going to give it a good try. Comes into pivot line, manages to break free of the New World Order blockers. Completes that initial pass. So now we're onto a scoring run. Teams lined up just by turn 1. Gaviscon able to take the outside line with toe stops. Picks up points for the Inhuman League. But Don Giovanni now back on track and in play for New World Order.
Yeah, coming out of the back, picking up the 4 points. Gaviscon now coming back around. Coming up against the wrath of the blockers of NWO, but does break out onto the inside, evades Lily Gaskell. Don Giovanni, meanwhile, still out and scoring. Both jammers picking up 4 points on that pass. A nice bit of a melee of blockers onto 10-3, right in front of us here.
Yeah, definitely crunch time for those blockers, and we're seeing a lot of very static blocking play happening in this game. So we're not seeing packs being stretched out. Blockers are really working to wall up and cause mass impact against the jammers. Jam is called, though.
And New World Order now sitting on 19 points. Inhuman League getting their first points on the board at 9 points. What's the point split be?
10. But you know what? Great work there by the Inhuman League. I wasn't sure that they would be able to capitalise, one, on the power jam in their favour in the timings that they had, because they still needed to complete that initial pass, but also to get through again whilst their active jammer was on track for New World Order. So fantastic work. Props to them.
Yeah, and we're seeing out and about on track. Hoof is back out for Inhuman League. Velociraptor for NWO. Lily Gaskell and Giganto in the penalty box for NWO and Inhuman League. Hoof just being taken off out of 10-2 and recycled back. Taken again down to the floor. Shrooms going for a big recycle, but looks like not paid off this time, but Velociraptor is out and lead for NWO. Did
take nearly 30 seconds, though, for lead jammer to be called in this jam there. So certainly the Inhuman League now really getting the measure of the New World Order jammers. Nerves settling down, which means you're able to just employ that strategy that you've been practicing so hard on. You know, a first game of the tournament, you're always going to get a little bit wibbly-legged. However, it is power jam in favour of New World Order as Inhuman League's jammer Hoof sits in the penalty box.
Yeah, Hoof now coming out of the penalty box. Both jammers out of the penalty box. The full jam will roll again right to the conclusion of 2 minutes. Hoof now feeling the way on the outside, not successful. Velociraptor looking at the inside, not successful. Blockers are doing a great work here over on the jam line, pivot line. Velociraptor looking at the inside. Fenno getting the takeoff. Hoof now being recycled back by Gaskell. Both jammers finding it tough lines.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing that real crunch of blockers. So the strategy from both teams' blocking contingent seems to be, you know, we're going to just absolutely ride the jammers and really take away space and speed, which is working out fantastic for both teams. We're seeing those very dynamic 3 walls as we go into turn 1 and 2. And you're just seeing jammers really head down, shoulders forward, trying to just get a finger in. The jam comes to an end. just looking at the scoring there, 4 points picked up by New World Order, nothing by the Inhuman League, but that was a full-length jam, and I've got to say, those 4 points were definitely hard earned. The Inhuman League blocking really on point.
It really is, and you're looking at that score, you're looking at a 14-point split. We're now 8 minutes, coming up to 8 minutes of game time. Inhuman League are doing great work out here. They knew it was going to be tough, and they are making it tough for New World Order.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a team timeout. That is for New World Order, I believe.
And it just gives me a brief time to talk about one of our fantastic sponsors here, Bundle of Loved. Rescuing perfectly good clothes from being wasted, bundleofloved.co.uk. Refresh your child's wardrobe at bundleoflove.co.uk. Refresh your wardrobe at bundleoflove.co.uk. Providing the joy of shopping for your children's clothes, made cost and environment friendly. Check them out online. And check us out online here at MEC 2022. We are seeing the Inhuman League coming up against New World Order. Thank you so much for checking in with us this morning on the stream. Give us a shout out. Pop into DMs and let us know what you think of this so far. It has been a great opening. 23 plays at 9. The Inhuman League are bringing a blocking prowess to this game. And we are seeing Jack Skaterton coming up against Skate Pliskin in this next jam.
Skate Pliskin knocked to the inside, recycled back behind jammer line. Lord Jack Skatington out though, not lead jammer. That goes to the Inhuman League. Inhuman League checks in with bench, calls off the jam.
Very, very sensible play. Yeah, you're looking for points, but also we've got the lead, so let's just reset and we'll go again.
Yeah, I have feelings about that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure the feelings are you'd like to have seen some points getting on the board.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I think trust your blockers. The point differential isn't that big that you are going to be negatively impacted. But, you know, it's gameplay and that's strategy for you, which is always exciting to see. Optimus Grime up against Gaviscon. And it is Optimus Grime for New World Order, who is lead jammer. Floated out that pack then. Don't think it's like they were wearing an invisibility cloak. The good old cloak.
If you've got an invisibility cloak, then let us know where you get them from. But in the meanwhile, we're seeing Gaviscon finding a little bit tough up against Shrooms and Gaskell as Grime comes around, picks up the 4 points. Gaviscon working their way through the middle, but again being taken off by Shrooms and recycled. Meanwhile, Optimus Grime with that invisibility cloak just gliding through that pack. In WO, just feeling a little bit of spaces and gaps. Star Pass enabled, going to Fenno. So Inhuman League have got the jammer out. The Star Pass has been engaged, but the jam has been shut down.
Really fantastic work we saw in turn 3 there. So, you know, I keep talking about the fact that both of these teams' blockers are really working on taking away that speed and space there. But I think we saw a beautiful example right in front of the camera, and you were able to just see a lot of that kind of waterfall blocking happening. So blockers really just focusing one against the jammer and not allowing any momentum to take place. Now, it is happening for both teams. New World Order are able to get on through, and we saw Optimus Grime literally floating through that pack. But still, the Inhuman League blockers working magnificently hard as we go into this jam. And it is Don Giovanni with the star and lead for New World Order. Hoof for the Inhuman League. And Don's out, but Hoof literally right on the wheels. Fantastic blocking from turn 1. Oh, sorry, just into turn 2, and that was 0-4-1.
And we just can see a quick replay.
Yeah, that was slays them. 0-4-1 for the Inhuman League with that block, which ultimately forced the jam to be called off.
Yeah, it really did. And as we roll into this next jam with Velociraptor and Skate Pliskin. And Skate Pliskin just being taken off and recycled back. Velociraptor trying to break through that jam line again. Inhuman League hugging that inside. But it is Skate Pliskin coming out and picking up your lead.
Fantastic work. Absolutely great. Little hop, skip and a jump to get out there. Comes in again, absolutely at speed, full pelt. Moves inside, jukes to the outside. However, Oh, doesn't pick up a penalty. I was just having a check and didn't pick up a penalty. Oh, wait. Oh, excuse me. I think there is a little bit of confusion on the track as actually Inhuman League Skate Plissken does pick up a penalty. Cut track penalty assessed. So this is Power Jam in favour of New World Order, but it's the revolving door.
It really is. Shrooms are picking up a penalty. So Shrooms goes for a sit down. Skate Plissken will be coming out of the penalty box and looking for points for the Inhuman League. Been sat on 9 points for the last few jams. Skate Plissken comes in, looks at that inside on 10 free, is able to come out and start the scoring run for the Inhuman League, picking up 4 points. Shrooms, meanwhile, out of the pack and now looking to get some points on the board for New World Order. All the happenings here on 10, 3 and 4. Skate Plissken is recycled back by Cloud. Both jammers now rolling into this pack as we roll into the last 20 seconds or so of this jam.
Very physical jam, and actually we've seen a real pace and change in tempo in this jam bear, so a lot more movement in those packs, a very dynamic feel to this jam. I wonder if this is kind of the turning point now where New World Order are going to try and accelerate that point differential in their favour, and Inhuman League just starting to really now fight to try and claw it back.
Yeah, at the end of that jam, 6 points picked up for Inhuman League, 4 picked up for New World Order, 39 plays over 15. We are at 17 minutes left of this first period.
And it was a 3-1-6. Skate Plissken is actually had 100% of the leads for Inhuman League so far. So 3 leads they've taken so far in this game, and every single time it's been Skate Plissken.
Yeah, Skate Plissken, a kind of a late addition to the Inhuman League roster, but proving to be a very effective jammer, just as they have been for Lincoln and Super Smash Brawlers. Meanwhile, on track at the minute, we have Jack Skatington up against Princess Punch, jamming for the first time for the Inhuman League.
And that is Lord Jack Skatington for New World Order. So real slow down difference in tempo once again. Skatington held at the back of the pack, knocked inside, recycled back. All the action happening here between Jam and Pivot Line.
Yeah, both jammers not really finding an inch out there. Gaskell doing what Gaskell does, holding Princess Punch, but Inhuman League getting involved, going on the offense, trying to break out Princess Punch. Princess Punch now got a couple of yards to work with as they're trying to work through. Gigantor looking for the gaps for Princess Punch. Princess Punch looking for that inside, gets it shut down. Meanwhile, Jack Skatington has the outside opened up, and hello, lead jammer.
Fantastic piece of patient work by the New World Order jammer. But it was a 9-0 Dorney for the Inhuman League, who was absolutely all over Skatington, really impeded that process. Not able to do it again this time, though, as Skatington comes in on that scoring pass, tries to find the space, does so, but that was illegal. Track cut penalty assessed.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're looking at, hopefully, looking at a replay. That's to work with as they're trying to work through. Gigantor looking for the gaps for Princess Punch. Princess Punch looking for that inside. Picks up lead in the last jam. Well, you saw a little briefing of it. It's a work in progress.
It was beautiful work, though. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Glad to see it again. This does mean...
So it looks like we got an official timeout.
Yeah, I'm looking, and it is Inhuman League's jammer who looks to be sat in the penalty box. So my apologies. I thought there was a penalty assessed to Jack Skatington in the last moments of that jam, but I was wrong.
It's absolutely it's okay. Fine, B. It happens.
It's okay to say you're wrong. I'm owning it.
And it's okay. Yeah, it's okay to own it, and it's okay to be respectful of errors. Just like I've made an error wearing this very tight blue T-shirt today.
Well, lucky for you, the people at home get to see lots of roller derby in their eyeballs and not fabric straining. Speaking
of fabric straining.
Good stuff.
We do have an official review don't know how Fabric Shane official review ties in together. Maybe you know. Drop us a line here at MEC 2022. Official review called by the Inhuman League. We will be finding out what the official review is for and how it has been judged. At the conclusion of it, as you can see, Sven goes in to get that information. And meanwhile, B, tell us about some of the great sponsors here.
I want to tell you about Roller Dirty Soaps, an all-natural, cruelty-free and vegan self-care handcrafted soap brand. Do you want to relax after roller derby?
Yes.
Check out Roller Dirty Soaps. Does your kit stink? Does it?
Yes.
Try Kit Spray by Roller Dirty Soaps. Or do you want the flowing beard of a summer princess? Yeah? Of course you do.
Well, I'm not sure.
Buy Roller Dirty Soaps beard oil. You can find out everything you need to know about Roller Dirty Soaps at rollerdirtysoaps.etsy.com.
Oh, thank you very much. And just a couple of shout-outs. Someone jumped onto the stream a little bit late, which is my fantastic wife who is at home this weekend, Milv. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in, Sniper, as well, who is also watching from home. But we'll be here very shortly here in the Walk Activity Dome. Thank you so much for joining us here on the stream. And as this official review still rolls on, it's worth just having a little look at the schedule for what's coming up later on today. So at the minute, we've got New World Order Inhuman League, and then at 11 o'clock, we've got your Borderland Bandits against Mannequin Beasts. And then 1 o'clock, B, we've got Toulouse Quad Guards against Southern Discomfort. And then to roll us off in these kind of quarterfinals, Time and Fear against Pan Am Squad.
Absolutely fantastic. Jam-packed day full of really high-level roller derby. And I know for a lot of people, very excited to kind of see this level of roller derby kicking off again following our brief hiatus of, 3 years or something.
Yeah, it's been a moment. It's definitely been a moment, and I know plenty of us have been waiting for these moments, waiting for this chance to get on about. We do have the official review. It will be coming to us very, very shortly.
Yeah, fantastic. And a big shout out to all our officials this weekend, some of which you can see right now. Of course, our tournament heads are Scarbarella and Sven Will Be Famous. Crew heads are Shugs Bunny and Victoria Velociraptor. Bear, do you want to fill us in about that official review?
Yes, I do. So, in Human League, we're looking for a penalty on an out-of-bounds block on their jammer, which was Princess Punch. It's been assessed. There is no penalty. We are back into the action. Power jam for New World Order. Who is it on the jam line? B.
That is 1-0. I'm sorry. Optimus Grime.
No, it's my fault. I kind of just threw you into it. I apologize.
I got to tell you that there was just a screen in the way exactly where I needed to see. But here we are now. Optimus Grime, lead jammer. It is, of course, Power Jam, as you said, in favour of New World Order. New World Order currently sitting at 44 points to the Inhuman League's 15. So this could be an absolute turning point in the game for New World Order if they're able to keep the pressure on, keep it clean, not pick up any penalties for their jammer. They could have plenty of multi-pass points on the board here. Yeah,
they really could. And the Grime just feeling their way on the outside, but gets that shut down. But now we're out and about. There has been a star pass to Fenno. Fenno trying to work their way through, but looks like a penalty has been assessed. The penalty has gone to Shrooms. For a moment there, I thought it was going to Fenno. That's not the case. Fenno out looking for points. Grime in the pack looking for points. Breaks on through to the other side. Decides to keep the jam rolling, B.
Well, why not? Go for it. But Fenno is also through. That's points on the board for Inhuman League as well. So 12 currently for New World Order, but 4 for Inhuman League as Optimus Grime comes in again. The crunch starts to happen around turn 1. Optimus Grime keeps on rolling, and Fenno certainly taking advantage for Inhuman League, picking up a further 4 points there for them. Optimus Grime comes in. That was a big hit. Feels like it was legal, though. No calls from the officials.
Yeah, and that's something you'll get with Optimus Grime. Like you said, Elliot, really smooth skating, but also can be a very, very physical jammer. Flies through the middle of that pack. Inhuman League weren't ready for that. They thought it was going to be an inside-outside. It wasn't. Straight through the middle.
Yeah.
Points picked up.
Yeah, and a beautiful little piece of work by the New World Order blockers just to split that pack up and allow that space to naturally open. This time, though, as we come in for another scoring pass just by the pivot line here, Optimus Grime feels the resistance and chooses then to call off the jam. But massive jam for both teams, Bear.
Yeah, 27 points picked up by Grime. 71 now plays 30. Fennel being able to pick up 15 points, so doubled Inhuman League score just from that one jam. The 27 playing over the 15, though. New World Order just starting to edge away. 41-point split, but we are at 12 minutes, and we've got Don Gingiovanni and Hoof on the jam line.
Well, slow start for these jammers. Inhuman League's blockers just pushing backwards slightly, causing that crunch to happen. And New World Order blockers trying to find the in. It does work out very well for Hoof, who picks up lead jammer for Inhuman League.
And a very happy Hoof he is indeed. Don Gingiovanni, though, is out of the pack. Hoof, though, got a good bit of time to look up points on the board for the Inhuman League. Johnny Bloxville looking for that offense, but it just doesn't happen. Hoof gets the shutdown, but does pick up 2 points for the Inhuman Horde.
Yeah, so points for them, and certainly they were celebrating towards the bench. However, Inhuman League starting this next jam, Bear, with 2 blockers in the penalty box, one of them being the pivot. Now, what we've seen a lot of is when lead isn't grabbed by the Inhuman League, we do see a little bit of star passing happening, so that's not going to be possible in the first instance here.
No, it's not, and they're going to have to contend with Velociraptor, who's jammed a few times already. Looking at that inside, spins away, great footwork, breaks out as lead. And like you say, B, Gaviscon cannot rely on a star pass at this time, and NWO are shutting it down very effectively.
Yeah, fantastic fluid 3-wall built there by turn 3 from the New World Order, just keeping Gaviscon, at bay. And nothing more frustrating for a jammer, I think, than being held in this position. And that's when you really start to see those high tariff moves happening, which are very penalty heavy, because you are being riled up, in effect, to try and make those slightly riskier moves. Which, if they pay off, fantastic, but if they don't pay off, it's not great. Beautiful one-on-one blocking. Absolutely fabulous from Cloud against Gaviscon. Has to let it go eventually, though.
Velociraptor taking a bit of a knee slide, making sure no contact happened, and shuts the jam off. Really good awareness from Velociraptor there, because if there was any contact to the Inhuman League blocker and they made it tell, you're looking at a penalty. Velociraptor knew straight away to stop the knee slide as quickly as possible. That's what it's all about, thinking as you're playing.
That's it, exactly. And when you're the jammer who's in the lead and in that position of power, you can call off the jam from your knees, right? And you've got the points in the bag. So you don't have to do anything risky. You're not having to make those high tariff decisions. If the skate was on the other foot, on the other jam, it might have been, I need to get up and I need to score those points. And that's where those risks come from, yeah?
Lovely callback. Love how you circled back on that. That's fantastic.
Thanks very much. Yeah. So it's Lord Jack's skating turn, but it is Skate Pliskin for the Inhuman League lead jammer.
And like you said earlier, B, Skate Pliskin, again, 100% lead so far for Inhuman League. Really effective jamming so far from Skate Pliskin.
Absolutely.
And Skate Pliskin comes through, picks up the 4 points. Lord Jack skating turn finding their way on the outside and is out looking for points. But Pliskin coming through on their second scoring pass. NWO trying to take the front, but Inhuman League not letting that happen. Great melees yet again happening in round 10 free. Skate Pliskin just being taken off by Gaskell. Skatington coming around picking up the 4 points. Yeah,
a beautiful apex jump from Skatington. Saw that inside line, was absolutely clear and was able to take full advantage. Comes to the outside this time though, and a huge hit from, that's 9-0 again. That's Dorney, who's an absolute standout blocker for the Inhuman League. Really one of those move makers, makes things happen on the track and skaters off the track. I was trying to frame that better, but what I mean by that is that it seems to be really great getting those skaters off the track. That's what I'm saying.
and they're doing effective work. People like Donny, Giganto, Romani, they're all out there. They're all making sure New World Order are not running away with this. But Optimus Grime will be looking to do that as they hit the outside and pick up lead within a few seconds of this jam starting.
Yeah, absolutely. That invisibility cloak, once again, just really able to see where those spaces are and cause very little impact as they come through the pack. Just as I say that, though, I see the approach back into the pack here, and Optimus Grime, well, he certainly made ripples then. One left to pass up front, that is number 82, Princess Punch. Princess Punch chasing down right down to turn 3. Absolutely fantastic to see. Not giving up, still having that space and time to be able to carry on chasing through the jammer.
You see, you just saw then, just Princess Punch absolutely smacking the hell out of the NWO blockers, trying to find some gaps for Hoof.
Yeah.
Hoof really going for it. Not successful this time, but in Human League, not making life any more easier. Grime, though, is through for the 4 points.
Yeah, and you can see as we're back in the straightaway just by jam line, Optimus Grime comes through once again, just able to really plot that pace through the pack with very little impact, whilst a new Inhuman League's blockers now lining up at the back. But that static wall is not going to work well against a skater like Optimus Grime. Because of that fluidity he's able to bring to his skating style, I think when you're walling up and you're very, very static like that, it just actually plays into his favour because he's able to shift so well. Star pass to Princess Punch, and the crowd here, Bear, very, very happy to see that.
Yeah, Princess Punch has been a standout player during this jam for Inhuman League. No points picked up for Inhuman League. Looking at 20 points picked up for New World Order, who have broken through that 100. So 104 plays at 38. But a fantastic down for New World Order, but not made much easier from the great work from Princess Punch, because that was 2 minutes of fantastic work from them.
Absolutely, and tireless blocking as well, I have to say. Going one-on-one against Optimus Grime, really just chasing him straight down that straightaway, Bear, between turns 3 and 4, and absolutely laser focused on trying to stop. Fantastic to see. We do have 2 players in the penalty box for Inhuman League, so they will be starting this next jam very, very light.
It looks like we've just got a brief official timeout, just like some track maintenance currently. So having a quick look at the penalty board, which has no penalties on, but they have got penalties.
All those people are in the penalty board, the penalty box.
And all them people are in the penalty box right now for Inhuman League. It's jam-packed.
Great to see the rosters.
So as we just do a bit of track maintenance, you're probably just watching from home and you're thinking, hey, who are the sponsors this weekend? Well, let me tell you. Go for it, B.
Let me tell you, in
Okay.
fact. We want to say thank you to Sloth Comics, roller derby art, stickers, posters, and more. That's right. They do the Basics of Roller Derby book, which you can buy from their website. Do you want to know what that is?
Yes, please.
It's www.http.slothcomics.co.uk.
You don't need to put the HTTP in. You just you just don't need to. So
You do if you me.
Well,
Gaviscon up against Don Ginger. Oh, come on. It's my lips. I can't get my lips around Don Ginger Giovanni. I'm so sorry. I am trying my best. Who is lead jammer for New World Order?
Meanwhile, though, Gavi's Gone looks like is on the way to the penalty box for a multiplayer block.
Yeah, Gavi's gone to that penalty box. Absolutely, Bear.
Meanwhile, Don Giovanni now looking for points for New World Order. Big hit coming through. Looks, though, like it's a forearm penalty. So Don Giovanni on the way to the penalty box. Gaviscon will be released from the penalty box, and we will see a brief Inhuman League Power Jam.
So scores currently are 108 to 38. 4 points on the board for New World Order as we keep on moving through this jam. And it is jam-packed here, Bear. We're seeing a lot of scrappy blocking happening. And because of that, penalties certainly being called, one for each team, as we're seeing Don return to play for New World Order. The Inhuman League jammer was really trying to, gain some traction in that time of power jam in Inhuman League's favour, but wasn't able to capitalise, unfortunately, because New World Order just shut that down.
Yeah, really finding their form and their mode now as we roll into the last 5 minutes. But great contact from Fenno and Don Gingiovanni, really getting their hips into him, taking them off on 10-2. Gaviscon is out though, picking up 4 points for Inhuman League. Don Gingiovanni just find their way out of the back of the pack. Gazuka trying to get that offense going. Scotty T-Dog also trying to break them through to the other side. But Don Gingiovanni just being held though as we roll to the end of this jam.
Yeah, and a fantastic work by Fenner all the way through that, as the blocker for Inhuman League just wasn't able to quite finish it off. So what we're seeing a lot of is kind of, we're seeing jammers being escorted to the outside line, but then not quite getting that last boop over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Inhuman League just not finding it the best in that jam, but still an 8-6 jam. We're looking at a replay now. Let's see if it's a full replay,
so I can
but
talk
Don
all about
Gingiovanni
it.
just being held
Just how
as
Don
we roll
Gingiovanni
to the
work their way
end
on the
of this
outside.
jam.
All about grit, holding the skates on
Yeah.
the outside and breaking their way through. And look, B, it's an official review.
Absolutely, but I think that replay really just showed what we were talking about. So that was Fenner who was escorting Don to the outside line, but Don just really able to sturdily hold it and keep upright and in bounds. You know, there's an extra bit of power that's needed there to just finish off that move. And the move is, I want the skater off the track and being forced to recycle back, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But you get into the end of a jam, it's been very physical. You know, you're perhaps not in the best position to be able to do that. But we've always got to keep in mind as blockers, like, that's our ultimate goal there with that kind of move where we're so close to the track edge. We want that jammer off the track.
Yeah, and Inhuman League, it's not been the easiest out there, but they're looking at 44 points being picked up here. The defense has been fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
The likes of Dorney, has been such a menace for these Inhuman League.
Absolutely, and I think Fenno is absolutely fantastic. This is not a criticism on one particular person. This is me saying, like, oftentimes we get to those positions, and the ultimate aim is that what we're trying to do is get them off the track. But the actual doing of that, when it's just one of you, when it's the end of the jam, when you've been absolutely battered around the track, it can be really, really difficult to execute the move to its full potential.
You're not wrong.
Thanks.
You're not wrong.
Sometimes I am, though, and that's okay.
So it looks like we got the conclusion of the official review. We'll be getting the why and the result.
And just to say, Gaviscon, who was jamming in that last play, is one of Inhuman League's top scorers with 15 of the points without having had lead, actually. So fantastic work.
Yeah, really, and fantastic work from our officials there. Had the official review. NWO looking for the forearms to be removed from the previous jam on Don Gingiovanni. After consultation, they've agreed that the forearms is to be removed, so they don't gain anything, just a penalty being taken off, really.
And they keep their official review. We've got however long left in this.
3 minutes 56.
Thank you, 3 minutes 56.
3 minutes 56.
Just a cheeky 3 minutes 56 left, but that's potential to call another official review if needed. Velociraptor with the star for New World Order, and Skate Piskin for the Inhuman League.
Yeah, Skate Pliskin looking at 100% lead so far, and that has just gone. I've said it. I'm sorry, that's probably on me. Velociraptor breaks out in WO with lead. Successful star pass by Skate Pliskin to the pivot Romania. Romania now out and about looking for points. Meanwhile, Velociraptor in that Inhuman League back. Wow.
Beautiful.
Superb work. Shrooms and
Cloud.
Opening up that middle and just so effective, so on time.
Yeah.
You'd think they trained for it.
Honestly, it was like they'd practiced it a few times. I don't know if we... so what you saw there was that fantastic work of, like, kind of coming together just in front of their jammer. So great situational awareness. And then the push out and the, the, what's the word? Lateral move to the outside, which just forces that kind of opening. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it really was. Just like the way I separate my salad from my steak.
Lord Jack Skatington with the star for New World Order up against Hoof for Inhuman League.
Yeah, Hoof just finding it tough at the back. Lord Jack Skatington though breaking out, picking up the lead for NWO. Penalty being assessed to Knievel, so in Human League going down to 3 blockers. Hoof, though, trying to work on the inside, trying to spin out of the wall of NWO. Meanwhile, Jack Skatington on the toe stops, going backwards, able to break on out to the other side.
Yeah, really fantastic work there, and a little bit of that patience jamming once again that we've seen from Jack Skatington. Now we've got Hoof trying to make it out, star in hand. But beautiful wall built by New World Order. No,
Hoof just gets taken back onto the outside. New World Order really not letting up with the shutdown of Hoof. Gaskell going in for the offense for Lord Jack Skatington, as Lord Jack Skatington just holds that, and Gaskell held that inside just enough for Lord Jack Skatington to come on through and pick up the boots. Hoof, though, still just at the back. Gazook just holding Hoof. Hoof trying to find the outside line.
Yep.
Lord Jack Skatington. Oh, it was a star pass. I do apologise. I missed the star pass. So Fenner with the star at the end. We're just going to look at a brief replay, B.
yeah, I think it's Jack Skatington and
Trying to work on the inside, trying to spin out
of power, which we're seeing
the
right up in the
wall
far
of
corner
NWO.
here.
Meanwhile, Jack
Turn 1, and you can
Skatington
see
on the toe stop.
backwards and inbounds.
Nimble.
I love it.
Absolutely. And this is what NWO have been training for, effortlessly, tirelessly, every weekend, to make sure that when they come to Mech, they bring great style like this.
Yeah, and you know what? What you see is that level of confidence that it's like it's second nature to have that kind of footwork in your toolbox because it's so well practiced. So Optimus Grime is lead for New World Order. New World Order sitting at 1-3-0 to Inhuman League's 45 right now.
Grime coming through and taking Princess Punch down to the floor. Johnny Bloxville in the penalty box for Inhuman League. Gavis gone, still trying to break on back. NWO last couple of jams have really done a big shutdown on the Inhuman League jammers.
Yep.
As Grime comes back through again, looking for more points on this jam.
You can see that beautiful brace 2 wall up front, and that Shrooms again with Cloud. They're working so well as a blocking pair in the New World Order contingent.
Yeah, I think the pairings have been really important for NWO, and once they've really started to find each other, they've been such a good force. The both of them, offense and defense, has been so on point. And yeah, we've seen it again now. You know,
beautiful waterfall happening all the way through turns 3 to 4, and Gaviscon just having to try and ride that storm out. Does make it out. That was an initial pass though, so no points picked up by the Inhuman League, but 20 points picked up by New World Order, and takes us to half time there.
It really does. And what a first 30 minutes it's been, B. We've seen New World Order and Inhuman League, quite a slow start. Defensive work was so on point, and New World Order have just been edging out just in the last 15 minutes. We're at 150 to 45, 105 point split in favour of New World Order. B, it's been a great half.
Absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see what the second half brings, and we'll be back with you in about 13 minutes.
Absolutely. So go and get yourself something to drink, go and get something to eat. It's breakfast time. Go and enjoy that. And I'll go and enjoy a nice coffee. We'll see you soon. Hello, welcome back to everyone. You can kind of see me because I'm just leaning into a mic here, so you can just kind of just see my face. But I'm going to pass it over to the action very shortly. And welcome back to MEC 2022 here at the Walker Activity Zone in Newcastle. Ready to get this second half underway, B.
Yeah, and what a first half we've had already. Absolutely fantastic examples of blocking strategy going on, but also some great jammer work. But I do just want to pick up on something we touched on in the first half. It was Shrooms and Cloud and that beautiful lateral flow, creating those openings for their jammers, executed flawlessly, Bear. Absolutely flawlessly. And I'm excited to see some more of that this weekend. We're also seeing a slight transition as we move into the further into this game of from that very static blocking, very kind of jammy play, if you like, where we're seeing a lot of blockers held in one particular area through to some fantastic speed happening and big blocks. So I'm really excited as we move into the second half to see what Inhuman League will come up with to answer this massive point differential they're facing.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking to extend that point differential is 0-0. That is Dougie's Grave. Dougie's Grave already out and lead. Kept in reserve during the first half. Not seen them on track just yet.
Yeah, first time jamming and certainly making that impression as they come round for their first scoring pass. We've got Hoof for the Inhuman League still in the pack, held by turn one, and New World Order's blockers are certainly not giving the space for Hoof to get through.
No, meanwhile, though, Dougie's Grave coming through that inside effortlessly, but we have that star pass being engaged to Fenno. So Inhuman League have got Fenno out looking for points. Dougie's Grave, meanwhile, comes through, spins away on the skate, shuts the jam down. Not a bad first jam for Doug.
Yeah, 12-point pickup. So absolutely fantastic. In the first half there, 63% lead average to New World Order, which is pretty mega, right?
It really is mega, and it just shows what they're going to be bringing. Yeah, they are the top-seeded team here at MEC 2022, and they're really going to be showing that in this second half.
Lining up now, we have Optimus Grime for New World Order up against Skate Pliskin.
And a big shout out to Claire Masterson, watching all the way from Australia. Come on, Inhuman. All the way from Australia. Thank you so much for coming into this free stream here this weekend for MEC 2022. Meanwhile, it is Skate Pliskin.
Beautiful work.
Great work yet again. Coming out, picking up lead for the Inhuman.
Patience jamming, Bear, again. And this is what we've seen from both teams, is just really that jammer waiting for the right moment. Optimus Grime is lead, and just at the end of that jam there, Skate Pliskin picking up a track cut penalty.
And Reflex just having a chat with Skate Pliskin, explaining how you did it, where you went wrong. Now you pull yourself off to the box, you naughty chap. So we'll be sat on a power jam for NWO as we roll into this next jam with Don Gingiovanni.
Beautiful little callback by the blockers there. Try and crowd out Dom. Working really well as we move into turn one. And Don really being shut down. Beautiful two-wall being built. That's 1-0-0. Taylor Dawson, last line of defense for the Inhuman League. Don's out and lead, but it took nearly 30 seconds for that lead to be called. Meanwhile, Skate Pliskin coming back on track and in play as Don picks up the first 4 points in this jam for New World Order.
Yeah, it took some Inhuman League blockers down, coming through. That physicality really on show from Don. Don looking at the outside now, coming in on the inside, just getting in front of Fenno, coming through for the 4 points. Meanwhile, Skate Pliskin works that inside and does come out, but picks up a cutting penalty.
Back block penalty actually assessed there. So once again, power jam in favour of New World Order.
Gigantor getting the recycle back of Don. Don Gingiovanni shuts it down for NWO as we roll into the end of that jam.
Fantastic point scoring by New World Order. 10 points picked up, takes their score to 172. Inhuman League sat at 46. And they will obviously start again in the penalty box. So a second power jam already, 3 jams into the second half. A second power jam in favour of a New World Order. Big shout out to our officials on this game. So we've got Shugs Bunny, Rolling Rat, Reflex, Big Whoop, Polly, Tinker Ale, Wonder Zebra, and Strapping Young Beard.
And for the NESOs, we have Pussy Panzerfaust, Migmag, Tigmas, Oi You, Mowgli, Julius Caesar, Elevator, Pretty Miffed, Hannah, and Six and Stoner. And just a brief shout out to Rolling Rat. It's their birthday tomorrow, so if
Let
I don't
us
get
celebrate.
To say it, yeah, let's us celebrate with some lovely salad and veg.
Cabbage.
Why not? Why not indeed? So it's an official timeout. It's not an official review. It's just an official timeout. Bit of track maintenance taking place. A little bit of discussion at the end there. Looked like the Inhuman League bench was in there just having a discussion about penalties, but there was no official review called, so there was no chance of overturning anything.
No, I think the calls that were made on the jammers were certainly pretty clear. So Jack Skatington is wearing the Staff and New World Order, coming into this second power jam, as we said, straight up into turn 1. New World Order helping the support to push Jack Skatington through the Inhuman League wall. It's what I was trying to say.
And we got there. And Jack Skatington nearly got there, but picked up a cutting penalty. Great footwear, but just not great enough. But unfortunately, Skate Pliskin also picking up a penalty. So on their way to the penalty box, that's 3 penalties now in a row for Skate Pliskin.
Yeah, and it will be a triple power jam for New World Order as well.
So Jack Skatington picked up where they left off, but Taylor Dawson, great takeoff, quick recycle of Jack Skatington. Jack Skatington still trying to work their way through, but again, just getting clipped off. Skate Pliskin is out of the penalty box, trying to work their way through on the inside. Toe stops really being in play, trying to dig away.
Yeesh. That's Shrooms and Cloud up front again, but Skate Pliskin able to find the space and get on through. I think New World Order's blockers just ran out of track a little bit there. Jack Skatington also out of the pack, picking up points for New World Order, but 4 points really hard earned in this jam, Bear.
Yeah, Inhuman League doing some fantastic work. Yet again, their defense has been very, very effective. Very difficult to shut down the effective work that the NWO Jammers are bringing, but they are doing a great work so far. Jack Skating still being held as we roll past the jam line over here past turn 4. Skate Pliskin being taken out on the inside, recycled back yet again as Jack Skating comes through for the 4-point pass. Like you said, B, it's not easy out there right now. Both packs are doing some great work.
Yep, absolutely. Jack Skating with that last little gasp for points. Toe stops aplenty, and I think we're going to see another example of that now. I think it's the track cut penalty that Jack Skatington picked up. So you can see here coming down the straightaway between turns 3 and 4. Beautiful hop, skip and a jump, but just landed a toe stop on the outside line to pick up that track cut penalty.
So, Dougie's grave.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ben.
Sorry about that. I was playing around. We've got a little sports desk buttons here, and we're still working them out, and obviously I had to make sure people looked at us. Dougie's grave and Gaviscon out jamming. Dougie's grave coming out for lead jam. 2 jams, 2 leads for Dougie's grave. Dougie's grave now working their way through past Fenno, picking up the 4 points. Dougie's grave looking really fresh and bouncy out there for NWO. Gaviscon, though, in the penalty box for the Inhuman League. So the power jam and Dougie's grave looking for points. And when Dougie's grave gets into that mode, points will be had.
Inhuman League really need to come up with an answer to their jammers running hot right now, because this is 4th power jam in a row in favour of New World Order, and really touching 200. They may well get there in this jam. We're currently sat at 193.
Gaviscon, though, coming out of the penalty box, coming through, now looking for points. Doug, though, comes out for another 4-point pass. We're still just under a minute of this jam left to go. Gavis gone, taken down by Gaskell. Gaskell spins out on the outside. Doug is great, spins in on the inside. It's a spinny move.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic and beautiful execution by Gaskell. Not able to hold Gaviscon on the second pass through the pack, though. But Doug Isgrave takes advantage of a clear inside line to pick up those points. And I think the bench was quite happy to take it over 200. We're going to watch that Gaskell move again here. So here you see beautiful hit out, and then that twirl back really just avoids any kind of conflicts with Nix, number 95, who was on the Inhuman League's blocking contingent there, and draws back the Inhuman League jammer. So perfect execution of some fantastic offensive blocking.
Could have put it better myself. Actually, 100% could have put it better myself. So we do have a timeout called. I don't have a clue. So we do have a timeout called here by the Inhuman League. Don't forget, though, we've got some great games rolling up. So after New World Order Inhuman League have concluded their game, we do have 11 o'clock Borderland Bandits up against Mannequin Beast. And I know you're looking at all the lines, and it looks a bit like Charlie Day from Always Sunny, looking very confusing with all the lines dancing everywhere. We do have elimination games later on in the day, B. So whoever wins this game and whoever wins the second game, they go in straight into Sunday. But whoever loses these first two games go into elimination games later today.
So it's really great here as well that the other teams are able to really start watching the form of both of these teams in prep for perhaps later games today or even tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. You get your wins under the belt in these first two games. You get yourself off home. You get yourselves ready for the day's events that are going to be happening on the Sunday, which will be the first two games on the Sunday, which will be the semi-finals of MEC 2022. Treating these first four games a bit like a quarter-finals of MEC 2022.
And we'll just do a quick check-in with the scores. So New World Order currently at 2-0-5. The last jam there picking up a massive 23 points to take them over the 200 mark. And the Inhuman League at 53. But right now it's Hoof with the star. And Hoof, lead jammer for the Inhuman League.
And very happy he is too, and why not? Unfortunately, though, Dorney pivot for Inhuman League runs a bit of penalty trouble. Grime, though, is out of the pack. Hoof, though, coming through for 4 points for the Inhuman League and calls off the jam. Always points to be had, but decided to shut it down and reset.
Yeah, I've got feelings about that. 4 points, though, picked up by the Inhuman League. Dorney go into the penalty box for the massive hit they did on Grime, which they may feel was worth it because it really just stopped Grime from being able to make any progress and ensured those points were definitely going to be in the pocket of Inhuman League.
Yeah, 4 points getting picked up. And we're now seeing Don Gingiovanni coming up against Princess Punch into this next round. Don Gingiovanni working away on that inside. Good strength coming through, picking up lead for NWO. Meanwhile, Princess Punch gets taken down by Gazooks and recycled back just past the pivot line. Don, though, coming through for the 4 points.
Well, Princess Punch now trying to make progress, comes up against Gaskell at the top of this pack, joined by Shaw. Beautiful little two-wall defensive action. Now a 3 with Cloud joining. A fantastic beatdown, but Princess Punch able to get on through, chasing down Don. However, this is first pass completed for Princess Punch. Don hits the back of the pack. Dorney with the pickup, and Princess Punch finds the space on the inside line, grabs 4 points for the Inhuman League.
Great turn of pace from Princess Punch. Just saw that inside open up briefly and really got on the speed and got through. Really, really quick change of pace and great thinking, great awareness. Yeah,
really clever read of the situation.
So scores on the ball, 2-1-5, 10 points picked up in that last jam for Don, 4 points picked up by Princess Punch. Inhuman League sat on 61 points. We're just under 20 minutes of this first game left to play here at MEC 2022. If you're watching, drop us a line. My DMs are always open, or just hit us up on Twitter or on Facebook as we roll into this next jam with Lord Jack Skaden picking up lead and Gaviscon just being slowed a bit down by NWO Pack.
Skatington once again showing off that fantastic footwork. And a second time, beautiful apex jump. Completely neutralizes the defenses of Inhuman League. Meanwhile, up front, Gaviscon being chased through the top of the pack by Shrooms. Some one-on-one blocking. Gaviscon finally able to shake off Shrooms.
Skatington comes through on that outside, being able to call off the jam. No points being picked up on that pass by Inhuman. 8 points being picked up by New World Order. 2-2-3 playing on the 61 for Inhuman. And we're sat with Skate Plissken and Dougie's Grave on the jam line for Inhuman League and New World Order.
A little bit of movement by the jammers just to begin. And Dougie's Grave really just looking for that space and the best way to go. The Skate Plissken is lead. Checks back over his shoulder there, Bear, to just check in with what was going on and where Dougie's Grave was, I think. But almost a full lap behind. Skate Plissken comes in now. Patient jamming. Waits for the blockers to support. However, it is New World Order's blockers able to form up a really strong braced 3-wall in front and forces that call off.
Yeah, Skate Plissken and Doug, two very effective jammers in this second half. Showing again, Skate Plissken getting out and getting league and shutting Doug down for the first time in this second half. We're looking at Hoof and Optimus Grime on the jam line for both teams as we've got about 17 minutes left of this second half left to play before we roll into Borderland and Mannequin Beasts. But meanwhile, on track right now, we are seeing Optimus Grime being taken down and recycled. Who thought they'd found their way out, but again, it gets taken off on the inside and recycled back. Now the outside is looking favourable. And it looks like Optimus Grime, yet again, we were talking about Inhuman doing great defensive work as Hoof is trying to push that NWO wall. And Grime not only gets past the Inhuman blockers, but also moves the NWO blockers out the way as well.
Sometimes when you've got to block a jammer, you just got to block a jammer,
Well, it's like me at a flash sale at TK Maxx. So, I'm going to get past anyone to get that fancy waistcoat.
Sharpen your elbows, baby. Okay, Optimus Grime through. First scoring pass completed, 4 points on the board. Inhuman League's Hoof just lost a little bit of momentum here, Bear.
Yeah, it's all gone a little bit slow for Inhuman League. Hoof struggling that little bit at this time.
And yet again, we're seeing one of these beautiful waterfalls. We're seeing one of these beautiful waterfalls from the New World Order blockers, just able to really concentrate their efforts and focus on keeping Inhuman League's jammer, Hoof, at the back of this pack.
Yeah, it's not being any easier this time. Cloud, yet again, it's that form of Cloud. And now Hankin just trying to settle down. But we do have a star pass going to Princess Punch. Princess Punch now getting the assist from Romaniac.
Beautiful.
Really great work from Romaniac, being able to get Princess Punch out. Grime, though, coming out, getting some direction, giving some direction to the blockers, looking their way through for one more scoring pass, and calls off that jam, but picks up una pointer at the end. So 16 points picked up by New World Order, 0 picked up by the Inhuman League. And we do have a fancy little replay.
So this is, we're going to see on this replay, Shrooms just opening up that space, something that we've talked about a few times. So you can see it here now, coming in that straightaway between turns 3 and 4. Jammer on the outside. I'm sure you all caught that. What I was going to say, though, Bear, before we had that magnificent replay, is this last jam was the first jam where I've seen Optimus Grime really face consistent opposition from the Inhuman League blocking contingent.
Yeah, they really were doing a good job on Grime. They were shutting Grime down in a lot of situations, and even on that last pass, they was able to take Grime down. Grime had to call it from the floor on the inside. It doesn't usually happen.
And considering the amount of points scored by that particular jammer, that's a real win for Inhuman League. Right now, though, it is Don Gingivanni with the lead for New World Order.
And it is,
Gaviscon.
yeah, Gaviscon for Inhuman, but being stopped and slowed down. Don Gingivanni, though, getting some track time in the air to complete a bit of an apex jump to pick up the points. As Gaskell's just trying to formulate the pack at the front, slowing down Inhuman League. Looks like NWO are finding this nice rhythm now on this blocking action.
Yeah.
But Gav is out of that pack and now chasing Don down for points.
And we're seeing the blockers kind of walling up here in turn 3. I think it's really difficult, isn't it? Like, you want to slow down jammers, you want to stop them, but I just feel like it doesn't perhaps lend itself well to the Inhuman League jammers to have their blockers fully walling up. Like, they feel like they just need that little bit of swinging assist.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like they're just missing that one little link out there just to get their jammer out. We're looking at Lord Jack Skatington and Skate Pliskin out and about for Inhuman League and NWO.
Yeah, and Lord Jack Skatington lead here has an 83% lead average across the game so far, which is phenomenal.
Really great work from Lord Jack Skatington. As Pliskin is out of the pack, Lord Jack Skatington just running backwards on them self stops. Effortless work, picking up the points for NWO. They're breaking through that 250 mark. Inhuman League picking up no points on this pass, and that's kind of the form we're seeing. We're seeing 2 or 3 jams of NWO points. Inhuman League picking up a few points every 3 jams on an average.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're about to get up and away into this next jam with Dougie's Grave and Hoof. And the hand is down and away we go into this next jam. NWO Inhuman League. Dougie's Grave looking at the outside, looking at the inside, picking up the speed, and away they go. Looking for points. Meanwhile, Hoof just being held back in the bag, but oh, great work from Hoof. Comes through and starts their scoring pass, but he's got to work about half a track behind Doug. Doug comes through, shuts it off, 4 points picked up. You may have feelings about that.
Actually, I don't have feelings about that. New World Order in a really strong position. They 260 to 63. They can do what they like with their jams, and I think doing the bare minimum at this point. So we're going to see a quick replay here. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yes. Here we go. And it was just Doug breaking out of that pack for NWO. And we bounce straight back into the action with Optimus going Skate Pliskin. Quick replays here at MEG 2022 because that's what we want and that's what we deliver.
Well, it's a TikTok generation, babe. We've got to keep it short and sweet. Maybe get some music on there. Grime is lead jammer for New World Order.
Meanwhile, Skate Pliskin being held pretty well by the NWO. Grime again, invisibility cloak in action, coming straight through that pack. Shrooms, great work taking off Romaniac. But Skate Pliskin, though, is through and looking for points. Grime, though, comes out.
Yeah, through on that initial pass.
And shuts that jam down.
Came through on that initial pass, but was still going to have to, find a space through whether a jam was called off. Slays them just picking up a penalty. Not a penalty. How rude of me. Picking up an injury. Gosh.
And as always, these events very rarely can happen without the great work of the medics we've got here this weekend. They're just going to take a quick attention of Slaydem, who was up pretty quickly, but he's still just got to be quickly checked out to make sure there's no after effects from that contact with Grime.
Yes, thank you.
My pleasure. And it's my pleasure being here this weekend. It's my pleasure talking to you all at home. And if you are at home listening to us, drop us a line. Let us know if you want a shout out, because we will give you a shout out, and that's across the board this weekend. We want to spread the love. We want to share the love of roller derby, and what better place to share it here at Newcastle, here at the fantastic host of Tyne and Fear, here at MEC 2022. It really is a great weekend already at MEC, and I hope you're enjoying it. Sadly, you can't be here, but you can be here by the power of a free stream. And how great is that to have a free stream for this great tournament here, one of the best tournaments in Europe you will find around. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, and don't forget that if you are watching the free stream, you can, drop the stream team a tip.
Absolutely.
Contribute towards it a little bit.
Contribute towards it. Because next year we're going to go 3D.
Oh my gosh, I would love that. Okay, but right now I am loving this. Don Giovanni with the star and lead jammer for New World Order. Hoof back on track for the Inhuman League. Not able to gain any traction, removes the star, so it just becomes another skater in the melee right now. However, Gaskell not fooled by that with the knockout on the inside, recycles back to pivot line. Don Giovanni, by turn 2, finally manages to yeet himself free of the blocking contingent from the Inhuman League to pick up 4 points for New World Order.
Yeah, Don looking away at that outside again. Again, just pushing their way through. Evades the contact from Fenno as Hoof is still just being held back, but looking for that star pass from Fenno and gets it. And is able to bounce past Gaskell. Great work from Fenno, but Don is also through and picking up points.
Gaskell once again showing the beauty of those blocking skills and situational awareness as Don is through 4 further points on the board. Hoof though with the real chase down here, going to look for some points.
Yeah, so it looked like there was a star pass engaged to Fenno. It looks like the star pass wasn't completed naturally, so they had to re-engage with the star pass. The star was passed back to Hoof, but Hoof is able to get out of the pack, and now he's out of the pack and picking up 4 points for the Inhuman, and Hoof is very, very happy about that.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Don getting contact from Taylor Dawson, sliding across the floor like a fun TikTok video that nobody over 40 should watch.
I just thought it was really great because Taylor Dawson really put on that burst of speed to chase Dom out, but then with the trip, it just surprised me. Oh, let's check in on a replay. We're going to see Gaskell's blocking skills. You can see here as we're coming in, all the action happening between turns 3 and 4. Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Stunning.
It almost feels like a week ago Gaskell was in America being a European All-Star, and now they're being a NWO All-Star here at MEC 2022.
But it doesn't have to almost feel like that. It was, in fact, that.
And Skate Pliskin bringing into this jam, lead jam for Inhuman League. Lord Jack Skainston being held back by Romaniac. Great work from Inhuman League. Star pass was initiated to Shrooms, but Shrooms has picked up a cutting penalty. So Shrooms will be going into the box now as jammer for NWO. Meanwhile, Skate Pliskin coming through, picking up 4 points for Inhuman.
Yeah, opportunity certainly knocks here right now. And it looked like a beautiful piece of footwork from Shrooms, but obviously didn't end entirely legally. This time, though, Skate Pliskin picks up those points and with a nice little dip down, calls off the jam.
So NWO will be starting in the penalty box as jammer for NWO, something Shrooms hasn't done for some time. But we all know how talented Shrooms has been during this game anyway. So, yes, not a jammer, but a great skater.
I feel like this is the first time that New World Order have started with a jammer in the penalty box in this game.
I think.
Checking in with my lovely producer.
Misha.
Thank you. I thought you were going to say it.
I apologise. We've been away for years, you can't tell.
Hoof with the star, taking full advantage of this power jam, which has now come to an end.
Absolutely, with Shrooms coming out of the penalty box and coming out of the pack and looking for points. Hoof, though, being recycled back and shuts the jam down. Picks up 2 points for his troubles. 2-9-1 play, 78. B, we've got 6 minutes left of this first game.
Amazing.
6 minutes left. It has wiled away. And we have an official review called by the Inhuman League.
Stunning. During this official review, Bear, what's your drink of choice?
Negroni.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Spagliata.
Oh,
With Prosecco.
oh, stunning.
And if you've got a drink of choice, why don't you let us know here at MEC 2022. It could just be a lovely, lovely cup of tea, or it could be a little bit fancy, like a Negroni, because we like
Spagliato.
with Prosecco. So you let us know. Let us know if you're enjoying it. Let us know about all the great stuff here at MEC this weekend. Like we said, this couldn't be possible without the tireless work from Tyne and Fear, who have made sure this event gets put on. It's been away a few years. We've all been away a few years, and now we're back, and you get to see some great games, great action. You get to see some of the fantastic games coming up. But B, talk to me a little bit about the great sponsors that have helped make MEC this weekend.
We'd like to say thank you to M Sportswear. Style, comfort, and durability. You can find out more about the official partner of Team USA Roller Derby and figure skating. They're a skating family-owned business, and their website is Martinez. That's MARTINEZS sportswear.com.
So the official review called by the Inhuman League. We're looking for a star pass violation on 2, which was Shrooms. There is going to be no penalty, so Inhuman League lose their official review for this half. And we'll roll into this next jam with Gaviscon and Grime on the jam line.
You know, 6 minutes left. It was worth trying it out.
Why not? Why not?
So real jam to start off this jam. But it is Optimus Grime able to pick up lead. Gaviscon had a bit of a reset. Went full barrel into the New World Order blocking contingent.
You never go full barrel. Meanwhile, twirling the way out of that pack is Grime picking up the 4 points. Gaviscon being taken out of 10-2, but out of the pack now and looking for points. Grime trying to find the outside, now trying to find that inside, just past Princess Punch. Now working up against Romanic, now working up against Princess Punch yet again, but comes out for the 4 points. Shuts that jam down. Gaviscon was in the pack, but wasn't able to capitulate any points.
Once again, we saw Princess Punch, though, with that chase through, and excellent timed hits.
It's everyone. So when we did the Mech Laid Bear episodes, a lot of people said about Princess Punch. Watch out for Princess Punch. They're really formidable jam, also great blocking. And it's been on show for Inhuman League in this game. Princess Punch has been phenomenal, really helping these packs out.
Yep.
And Inhuman League, during the first 20 minutes of this first period, great defensive work. It was always going to be difficult against, a top-ranked team like New World Order.
Yep.
But they've been great contributors all the way through this. You can't take anything away. You get 78 points against New World Order, you're doing something right.
Absolutely. And maybe this is controversial, but regardless of what ranking a team is that you're playing against, blocking is still the same. The blocking doesn't change just because they're a higher ranked team, And if you've been training to do plays, if you've been training all your hits and things, you can still do that work against a higher ranked team. I think sometimes it can feel really intimidating, but I'm here to tell you it doesn't have to be.
And this TED Talk was brought by the lovely Beatrix. Stay tuned for more TED Talks about Negronis and getting over a hangover.
I just think that sometimes as skaters in our heads, we do get just like kind of hung up on rankings and teams being ranked higher, but ultimately we're all playing the same game and we're all playing in the same rules, right? So what I'm saying is you can do it, babes. I believe in you.
Are you saying that to me or just in general?
Just the world.
All right,
I think
okay.
the world needs to hear it today. The roller derby world.
Yeah, and the roller derby world, a lot of it is here this weekend on show for you all. If you're watching, thank you so much for spending the time. you don't want to be going anywhere, because after this we have Mannequin Beasts, we've got Borderland Bandits, their first time at Mech. It's going to be superb to watch them in action, superb to watch the Beasts in action. Their second time at Mech. Of course, they were here in 2018, nearly caused a couple of upsets. Very strong team, both very strong teams, but both very strong teams on track right now with Doug Grave and Skate Plissken.
And Skate Plissken literally held by the blockers of a New World Order, pinned in position on that inside line by the jammer line, which gave Doug Hisgrave, perfect opportunity to get on through. We're already on a scoring pass, and Skate Plissken now off to the penalty box. Track cut penalty assessed. So this is power jam in favour of New World Order again. 4 minutes 20 on the clock. So again, this could be another pivotal jam for New World Order, who are over the 300 mark now, Bear.
Yeah, they really are. And Doug just completing that pass, getting contact with Gigantor, taking Gigantor down to the floor. And WO being able to play with the fact that no jammer, no pivot on track just for them few moments for Inhuman League. And Doug Grave really taking advantage of that, coming back around again for a scoring pass. Still a minute to play here in this jam. And Doug Grave just being taken off the track by Fenno and recycled back. Meanwhile, Skate Plissken able to keep in bounds, keeping the eyes on the skates all the way through.
Really great job there by Skate Plissken.
I'm just going to watch me skate for the next 10 foot. Just watch it intently.
So 16 points picked up by New World Order, takes their score to 3-1-5. The Inhuman League on 78.
And with 3 minutes left to play here in this first game at Mech 2022, we have Hoof and Lord Jack Skaterton on the jam line. Lord Jack Skaterton nearly breaking out, picking up lead, but being pipped off on the inside by Princess Punch, the pivot for Inhuman League.
And, that is really noteworthy, because we know Skaterton's excellent footwork and skill in that very close contact area. He's through now, though, and lead jammer.
Yep, gets on through to the other side, picks up the 4 points. Meanwhile, Hoof finding it just a little bit difficult. NWO just doing a great work again. Shrooms again being involved in that shutdown with Cloud. It's just been great work to see him, but we have the start pass in play. Princess Punch takes the contact of Shrooms, spins away from it, starts a scoring run.
Absolutely beautiful. Not able to capitalize on it, but once again, Princess Punch really showing that skill as a blocker turned jammer. Really enjoying the work doing out on track.
So just a big shout out to Dawn Charlesworth. Awesome to be watching Derby again, even if I am at work. Well, I'm sorry you're at work, Dawn, but I'm so glad you are watching the stream. It is really great that we're able to bring you this Derby, and I hope you're enjoying life on the East Coast, and I hope everything is well with you, my friend. So we do have a time out called here by the Inhuman League.
Yeah, 1 minute 50 on the clock. So great time to just, take a moment.
So, do you know what, B? At this point in time, 181 people are listening and watching us right now.
Stunning.
It's now down to 170. It's now down to 165. It's now down to one. It's not. But thank you so much to each and every one of you for... No, we're down to 172. No. But thank you so much for tuning in with us. Don't forget, we've got Derby all day this weekend. We do have the Mannequin Beasts coming up against the Borderland Bandits into this next game.
Yeah, and, just to kind of recap on some stats, we've got New World Order have had 68%... 68% of the leads in the game so far. So the real dominance from New World Order, not just in points, but also just really in influencing the direction the game has took has been clear to see, right?
Yeah, it really has, and it's been very, very strong from NWO, but it's not been the easiest of games. You know, Inhuman League have done a lot of great work, and a lot of great work right now is by Gaviscon, picking up lead for Inhuman League. Don Gingiovanni still being held back with superb work from this Inhuman League defense.
Yeah.
Don being held now by Fenno as Gaviscon is looking to get gone from this pack. Trying to spin away from Scotty T-Dog, does so.
I got to tell you, Taylor Dawson, absolute blocker of note as well for the Inhuman League, just holding Don back to allow Gaviscon the opportunity to get through and pick up that lead.
Gav, though, coming through for the 4 points. And Don being taken off by Fenno. Inhuman League really looking to finish strong in this rolling end to this second half.
Lily Gaskell there coming out of the pack backwards with some beautiful footwork to end that jam, and we really saw it just get taken up a notch in the last period of play there. Inhuman League picking up 6 very well earned points.
Yeah, pushing them on to 84 points up against the 3-2-2 of New World Order. And actually, Don Gingiovanni is in the penalty box for NWO, so we'll be looking at a power jam for the Inhuman League. We just got an official timeout at this period. So don't forget, coming up after this, Mannequin Beast, Borderland Bandits. So don't go anywhere. We also will be bringing you, between the games, a little bit of stats and a little bit of upcoming games from our sports desk area when we have that rolling forward.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, hearing the thoughts of skaters and other people involved in this tournament over the weekend at our sports desk, Bear.
Yeah, it's going to be a great place where you'll be able to find out the stats and everything that we've been talking about, everything that's been coming up, and having some interviews with some of the great people that have made MEC. I said Mac.
Do you know that was only the sixth jam that New World Order hadn't scored in that last jam there?
I think very, very positive for NWO, but also very, very not letting this go by Inhuman League. They knew that we were coming into a very difficult game. Of course they did.
Yeah.
But to see what they've been doing in the last 10 minutes, they're not letting anything go in.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
And they know that they've got another game today.
Well, listen, if I was going to be playing them later today, I would be, really thinking about just that they are very, very adaptive in their blocking style, and that's going to be a difficult thing, I guess, for teams to reply to.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting game later on for Inhuman League, whoever they do play up against. We'll find out in that next game who it is. But it is right now on track. It's Kate Plitskin picking up that lead jam for Inhuman League as we roll into, this could possibly be the last jam of this game.
And just checking in here. I think there was a little bit of argy-bargy. The rough and tumble of gameplay. Jam comes to an end.
So Skate Plitskin looks to just picks a little bit winded at the end there with a bit of contact. Of course, full contact physical game. There's going to be a little bit of that going round. But we are at the end of this game, and pretty much a great game to get MEC up and running, B.
Absolutely. Full of all the things that I really enjoy in roller derby. Big hits, fantastic footwork, great strategy, and also just some real love for both teams out on track and a real positive vibe in the place. So I hope this sets the tone for the rest of the weekend. I'm sure it will do that. We're just going to see even more fantastic play happening here at the Walker Dome.
Yeah, absolutely. So this game means that New World Order kick tomorrow off at 9 o'clock in the semi-final. Inhuman League play again later today. We'll be finding out.
Do you want to just put up the brackets, Bear, so we can all see along at home? There you go.
Of course, sorry about that. So having a quick look at the brackets. Borderland Bandits, Mannequin Beast up next. But again, they will be going into that elimination game. You can see in Human League there, slotted into that slot. They will be finding out who either it will be, Borderland Bandits or Mannequin Beast later on today, 5 o'clock. And then at 7 o'clock will be the next elimination game. We'll be finding out who that will be from either Toulouse Quad Guards, Southern Discomfort, Time and Fear, or Pan Am Squad. So thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget, don't go anywhere. But if you are going to go anywhere, make sure you work your way back here. I have been Roller Polar Bear.
And I am the lovely Beatrix.
Ciao for now.
there 15 people on the roster? Then that's all of
4, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Yeah,
12,
they have
13,
3 flags.
14. 5, 10. Oh no, 15. Yeah.
Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, they're missing one. What assholes. I haven't seen Trek Vader yet. Trek Vader isn't on there.
Did they give their...
Vincent?
Absolutely. I'll be interested to see who wins. Having had a look at the last time they played, we've got stats from 2018,
Okay. See,
which was
then
the
that's
last time
all
we
of
had
them
met.
except for Trek.
And,
Not the entire weekend. Yeah, I get to work in real life work.
He works for like the European Union or NASA or something, right? No.
ESA, yeah.
ESA, okay. We can mention him anyway and say that he can make it for work. I'll give him a shout out.
There is.
Yeah, no, we didn't. Yeah, everyone is in the program, but he was there as well. But I noticed that I haven't seen him yet, so we'll just mention him and just everyone else is there, right?
absolutely. And it's been interesting having a look at their previous stats. So this is all from Flat Track stats, where most of mannequins are from their last competitive season, so 2019, where they had a fairly sort of even differential, but they were never more than within kind of 50 points of winning or losing. Whereas Borderland have fairly consistently been about 100 points win differential.
Thank you.
Not for the beast, but I'm fine for the beast. The beast is everyone in the thing except for Track Vader, but we're gonna mention his name. Oh, they changed number.
Ninja Flexes. Oh,
Their Terminator is 000. Yeah?
Derby name is Derby name.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's always fun to watch those international matchups that you don't get to see all the time and go, oh, what happens when you put them against each other, these skaters who maybe don't know each other? Because you get that thing with, say, the Inhuman League and New World Order, where they've skated against each other a few times, they maybe know each other's tactics, they know what to expect. So it's like, oh
918.
yeah, they play like this, or they do that.
What
And then you
the
get people you've never played
fuck?
against, and you kind of go like, oh, how do we tackle this? What are we doing?
Yes. I'll just write down the score.
2.5 minutes to Derby.
Okay, yeah, I've given up on this. I've given up on this hot mess of sheets there.
Did you manage to find the
Pardon?
Just a little visiting photographer, just wanted to get on the stream and
Thank you.
get famous. I mean, who doesn't want to?
Great. Thanks, Steve.
Absolutely.
Right. So for rosters, I've got mannequins here as well.
Oh yeah, perfect.
So when we do roster readout, I can
Do you
use
have
that.
my booklet?
Oh, sorry, you want?
No, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, so no, I'll just.
Get ready, because Welcome to MEC, Men's European Cup, live from Newcastle, from the Walker Dome. I'm Mike Bromfield.
My name's Exterminate.
And we're here to guide you through this game of Borderland Bandits versus the Mannequin Beasts, two teams that have actually played each other recently as well.
Yes.
We'll bring you a bit on that shortly because we are about to kick off.
Yeah, definitely. For the Borderland Bandits lining up, we have Blitzkrieg 101 up against 8-9. Goofy in the purple. Blitzkrieg taking the lead, but Goofy also quickly out, managed to stumble here. It's a very slippery floor, the lacquered wood here. Blitzkrieg already coming in for the first points with Goofy reabsorbed into the pack in the front. Oh, I call this the soul crusher for the Jammers.
Blitzkrieg doing some acrobatics out of turn 4.
Goofy still in that initial pass. Blitzkrieg in the meantime has put 4 points on the board already, now scoring some more for the Bandits.
So Goofy has taken that star off his helmet. It's currently in hand. You can see him just on turn 3 at the moment. Blitzkrieg still leads. That initial not completed by Goofy just yet. But breaks out the front of the pack.
Perfect. And when they played each other, I believe it was in Toulouse a couple of months ago, we saw a lot of really nice star passes from the Beasts. Star passes can really win a game, especially when their jammer is stuck for a long time. So let's see what they're going to do with that this tournament.
Yeah, so 8 points picked up by Blitzkrieg for the Borderland Bandits, held to 0 for Mannequin Beasts. Hello, wherever you're joining us from, do let us know where in the UK, where you are in Europe. We'll give some of you shout-outs as we go through this.
Now we have Animal up against Reaper, both skaters for their respective national teams at the previous World Cup. Reaper now taking the lead, is out, not taking the lead, picks up a forearm here. So that means lead is still open, lead has just gone to Animal.
So 50% to each team at the moment on the lead jammer rate. One apiece. Some really nice bracing from Gaipai and Nanaki.
Oh, forearm sadly being assessed now by Tinker there on the outside. Some backwards derby, and Animal decides to call it after putting 3 more points on the board. No pass for the Bandits. Borderland Bandits now on 8 points, 3 points for the Monica Beasts. No drama yet. For those of you watching along on YouTube, as Bram just mentioned, be sure to drop us a comment here in the chat. We are watching live, going into official timeout right now.
Yeah, and it's a good chance to just say a massive thank you to all of our officials. We've got our head ref, Victoria Vebricraptor. Velociraptor. That is interesting writing, handwriting that someone's left for us there. Also to Emka, McFarlane, Razor, Tara O, Dario Rerio.
Zebrafish.
Yep, Homo You Didn't, and Mercy Biku.
And for our wonderful NSOs, we got Head NSO, X-Ray Ted, Mina Harker, Dropkick Bruce, Minerva Merkamafal, Lola Supernova, Maralyn, Alpen Yeti, Mademoiselle, and Sorsika.
Read so much better than I could even attempt to.
Now, I don't even know if the pronunciation was supposed to be French there, but I'm in a team. We have 3 French-speaking teams here this weekend. So, I'm just trying to get into it. We will take you through the team rosters at a later point as we are unsure how long this timeout is going to go on. Pretty full penalty box right now. That's Michelle Oden there, standing there for the Monica Beasts. Another blocker sitting for the Borderland Bandits, and Reaper getting ready to get back on track, also standing in the penalty box. You can see them at the top right of your screen.
Hello to the curling family watching from Perth in Scotland. We've got Ross Wilson Leary, huge love for the Bandits and especially the Inhuman League. From Lausanne in Switzerland, cheering for the Beasts, and Hayfair City from Granite. So thanks for joining us. So we've got a official timeout because some of the roster numbers are just a bit incorrect at the moment over amongst our. So the officials are just tidying that up. Just before we came on air, we were doing some last-minute adjustments ourselves to the rosters. It's been a while since we've done this. This is the first game I've called in 3.5 years.
I've done a little bit more. It's my second tournament back right now, but it's still, we can really notice that we're still really getting back into the hang of things and getting back into how everything's going. I'm hearing it around me more, people saying this is my first time back. Am I still remembering how this is all going? But it seems like it's sort of like riding a bike.
I mean, I think this is a real test for me. Do I remember it? Or I announced a home game a couple of weeks ago down in Essex, just to the east of London. My local league, the Kilohertz, played the Bourne Bombshells. It was a real pleasure, actually, to see, and also see great crowds like we have here at the Walker Dome today.
And it's only 11 in the morning, and there's a pretty big crowd already. So I'm excited to see how that's going to be tomorrow, especially tomorrow when the finals and the semifinals are coming up. In the meantime, Pussy Panzerfaust has signaled our 5 seconds, and we are off again.
So that's number 72.
I'm also just noticing that we are actually still on the first officials crew, so we will take you through the other officials later on. Reaper 666 in the white there, getting out of that penalty box, actually picking up lead with a power jam in their favor. Duracell has been sent to the box along with his pivot. Actually, Duracell just aged up out of junior roller derby, so I believe this is now his second tournament with the Monaco Beasts. So it's excited to see him play with
That's
the
so
guys.
exciting to see an aged up junior on the track playing a MLDA roller derby. It's just wonderful.
So now holding that star in his hand there, trying to get through. A Reaper picking up 4 more points. Oh, inside, wonderful offense there played by the Monaco Beasts, allowing Duracell to get out.
Duracell has some real speed behind him as well, which is really exciting. It's like fresh energy on the track.
Yes. And I also I believe he's again skating on the hybrid Poison wheels. I believe those are the wheels that he skates on everywhere, or pretty much everywhere. And it's awesome to see adaptive players like that, who just, I don't know, can perform on any floor. They can perform anywhere. And it's good to see. It's fun to see. Now Goofy once again lining up next to, that's 1337 for the Bandits. Oh, that's Bear Skills.
So we've got Bear Skills, Borderland Bandits in white, of course, if you've not already worked that out. Mannequin Beast in purple. And it's Bear Skills that picks up lead, but really hot on his tail.
Yeah.
Goofy really not far behind.
Skills stumbles through that pack, gets a final hit there by Cuddy Shark. Did manage to pick up the full 4 points, but 2 more points put on the board for the Monaco Beasts by Goofy as well, bringing their total up to the 23 for the Bandits and 5 points to Monaco Beasts.
So these two teams actually played each other literally 2.5, 3 weeks ago, 23rd of October, when the score was 2-2-5 to the Borderland Bandits, 107 to the Mannequin Beast. So based on that, if we see a similar outcome, for every 7 points Mannequin Beast score, the Borderland Bandits will score about 11. So we'll revisit those stats at the end of the game.
Very, very, very big hit onto the Purple Jammer Animal, who is now being attended to, our wonderful medic. Speaking of medics, I'm seeing watching from Tilburg, the Netherlands, from Halloween. Halloween was actually supposed to be here, but got injured during a roller derby game 1 or 2 weeks back. So it's good to see that people are watching from home. I'm really happy.
Sending lots of love as well to injured skaters that can be with us this weekend.
And anyone that can be here. We were just talking about the rosters. Multiple people who were supposed to come with their teams here couldn't make it through because of work or other reasons. So we hope that they're either well, able to sort of watch at home or, I don't know, be a part of the event in another way.
So this is a good opportunity to say a big thank you to one of our sponsors, Sloth Comics, which publish fantasy, adventure, and comedy comics for all. And they're actually here in person in Newcastle with their very first ever illustrated books. I was having a look earlier, The Basics of Roller Derby. It's a phenomenal book.
I bought it.
You've got it.
I bought it for my league. Yes.
I'm gonna get one myself. All of the characters are animals. It's really friendly to be able to walk somebody through Derby. So go and check them out. You can buy their book online now, slothcomics.co.uk. You'll see their advert come up on the stream later as well. Please do check them out. We couldn't do this stream without the sponsors.
Yes.
Wow, possibly our furthest viewer, Claire Masterton, watching from Adelaide, South Australia, cheering on Bear Skills.
Oh, and picking up that lead, but Duracell hot on his heels.
Duracell is really not giving much space to the Bandits to breathe at the moment.
Forcing that call off. Wonderful, wonderful. Empty penalty box. We saw Bear looking towards the penalty box like, is it almost empty yet? Can I call it off and not give away any points? 0-0 jam, but good job. In the meantime, we have number 1-0 for the Borderline Bandits. Of course, that is a wonderful Charlie Scraplin up against Goofy.
Do you know what, coming back to Derby for the first time for me and seeing all of these transfers, it's
Yes.
very surreal seeing players that you knew for years from other teams now spreading their wings and flying off to other teams, but it's
Yeah.
also brought a whole new dynamic as well.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see teams sort of borrow players from each other. I remember seeing Fubar then playing with his own team and then playing with the Borderland Bandits. Sadly not here this weekend. But yeah, there's a lot of hopping going on.
So
Once again, wonderful forced call off here by the Beasts. Neither team picking up any points. Sorry, Bram.
I was just going to say 2 in a row. 2 in a row,
Yep.
2-0-0 jams. I am refraining saying pointless because they all matter.
Getting a question here in the chat. When is the junior game? The junior exhibition game is actually tomorrow at 1, which is the Bobby Dazzlers versus the Toon. So for those of you who have nothing to do tomorrow, or maybe who have less important things to do, be sure to watch that game as well. Going into another official timeout right now.
And we will sporadically be showing the tournament bracket as well, so you can see how it progresses, including the timing of that junior game. And obviously, do go to the Men's European Cup Facebook page as well, where there's a lot more information, including how you can support the stream. Obviously, I can see there's a couple of hundred of you watching now all over the world.
Yeah.
It's being provided completely for free. Tyne and Fear, wonderful hosts, have a lot of this equipment, but it takes upkeep and it takes time. So if you have the capability and means to do so, please do consider making a donation to keep the stream alive.
Please do that. Also, getting some love here from people who have games as officials coming up. I know a lot of the European officials, mainland European officials especially, had to choose between going to MEC or going to skate around in Namur today. I know a lot of my friends, a lot of people from my league are actually in Namur today in Belgium. So if any of you are listening, be sure to have fun, enjoy yourself, and enjoy the wonderful tournament over there as well. And hope to see you at MEC next time, of course.
Yeah, a really special tournament. It's my first time here at the Walker Dome.
Yeah.
It really is a spectacular venue. But we're back with the action on the track. We've got Blitzkrieg for the Borderland Bandits picking up lead, but picks up
picking
a
up a
cup
cup.
track penalty. Now, did Blitz pick up that cup before lead was called, or?
No, lead now going to the Monica Beasts, which is 0000 Derby name.
And we've not just made that up. 000's name is Derby name.
It's Derby name today, yeah.
Just to really mess with you on a Saturday morning. We've got some real speed from the pack as it makes its way around the outsides of turn 3 into 4, now onto the straightaway. The full complement of points picked up by Derbynane has not quite frozen, so Blitzkrieg was released from the box back to the bench, so no power jam start as we go into jam 9.
Now starting that next jam with the white pivot in the box, Duracell lining up as a jammer for the Monica Beasts with Reaper standing on the left. And really nice. I was just saying to my friend, I love it when the jammers sort of position the other jammers onto their blockers. Oh, and as I'm saying that, Reaper sent to the penalty box for a cut. Lead going to Duracell. Much needed lead for the Monica Beasts here. Oh, that beam dip was wonderful. But one skate over the line. So getting, backwards roller derby.
This scoring pass, when Duracell makes it, should he make it?
Nice, no pack. Is that a no pack being called? Duracell, wonderful game awareness, immediately going back on track. Great takeout there on Nanaki on the outside.
And that's also a lead change as well. So Duracell attempting an apex jump on the inside of turn 2 is now frozen at the back of the Borderland Bandits.
Yeah.
But you've just noticed that lead change just as Reaper returns to the track. An amazing apex jump on the inside of turn 2.
That was amazing. I'm seeing Reaper, of course, someone who is sort of known for his incredibly long legs, known for his apex jump. Saw Duracell do that apex jump thing. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Immediately took that apex jump on the next pass. Wonderful.
So we've got 2 blockers frozen in the box at the moment, both sat down. You've got Mannequin Beast's pivot. I can't quite make out the numbers from here. And you've got 1 blocker for the Borderland Bandits.
Now another lead here, Goofy.
Oh, this duo of Goofy and Duracell going alternate jams is really working in Mannequin Beast's favour.
And they are already very low on jammer rotation. Of course, I know they were sort of trolling with name-dropping Glenn or Trick or Threat on their Facebook saying, we have a surprise. So I asked her about it. I said, is Glenn going to be back for the weekend? No, he's not, sadly.
Oh.
So they have a very tiny jammer rotation. Of course, with Animal just having that takeout, being attended by the medics, they might have to put some of their pivots on track as blockers, possibly Johnny B. Rude. So it'll be interesting to see more people breach out into the jammer rotation. But as I'm saying that, Animal's already back on track, jamming for the Beasts.
Look at this. So we've got really dense pack on turn 1. It starts to open out into turn 2. Fighting at the front, we've got Animal. Sorry, at the back of the pack, but just breaking through. Jam Master J picks up lead for the Bandits.
Now Animal also out, and we saw them have some pretty effective jam call-offs a couple of times in previous jams. So let's see what they're going to do now. No, Jam Master, yes, picking up the points. Did he pick up the full points? No. Really nice force off there by the Beasts. 2 points to the Bandits with one of the blockers in the box. Monica Beasts have 2 blockers in the box, with Duracell lining up next to Charlie Scraplin. What are you doing next to me, Brom?
Sorry, I'm
just dropping
trying
stuff.
to plug things in so we can keep tracking the comments.
Oh yes, yeah. Brom, I just want to say Brom has been super prepared with the laptop, with all of the info. It's wonderful. I love doing stream with you. Going into another official timeout, and I want to take that time to mention the right officials for this game. We figured they were going to switch after the first game, but we still have the same crew as we had on the first game. So that is Pussy Panzerfaust as head NSL Micmac Tigress, Oyao, Mowgli, Julius Caesar, Elevator, Pretty Miffed, Hannah, and Sticks and Stoner. And then as head ref, we have Shucks Bunny, Rolling Red, Reflex, Big Whoop, Polly, Tinker Ale, Wonder Zebra, and Strapping Young Beard.
I'm back. Sorry, I was under the table.
Thank you. Yeah, did you hit your head? Are you okay?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
That's good to know.
I think we can do this as well.
Nope.
No, I can't. I was trying to.
Was that the button going to our faces?
It was, but I'm that vain.
It makes sense. Although I love seeing our track crew doing their thing. The track is taking a lot of beating so far, so it's good that they're doing their thing. Pussy, Panzerfaust, they're signaling back to the crews to take their places, I believe. I was just going to take us through one of the rosters, but I'll listen to our head NSO. Maybe not?
So maybe a good opportunity to just say another thank you to one of our sponsors, to Hypno.
Yeah.
Trying to... here we go. It has been a while since I've done this. Quad skates for all your skating needs and feet confirmation. I think that's meant to be comfort. Discover it all. Hypno.it. That's HYPNO.it.
Sounds like a religious experience, feet confirmation.
Feet confirmation. Yeah, that does sounds really nice, actually.
So, yeah, right? I got my feet confirmed today. I liked it. Yeah, getting the thumbs up here from Pussy.
So the Borderland Bandits at the moment are on 9 penalties, Mannequin Beasts on 6, with 13 minutes gone of the game so far. Massive thank you to Comic Relief, who is producing us, providing us with all the stats.
Stumbling on the outside there. Oi, 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 oi. Cut going to Duracell, which means lead is still open. Well, at least probably lead is still open. Scraplin there, let's see what he can do with that. Oh, nice. Yes, lead going to the Borderland Bandits.
Charlie Scraplin, I remember when he first started playing Derby. I mean, I think he was kind of like an 18-year-old starting out 5-ish, 6 years ago. Has really come on as a player. So it's really nice to see him on the track this weekend. I've not seen him play for a long time.
He is so incredibly good. He's always a pleasure to watch as well. Very elegant skater. You know, some skaters are just, going through it and then...
So there's quite a lot that happened there, lots of whistles.
Yeah,
but
no jammer penalties, right?
Charlie, well, the officials, it looked like the officials called a forearms penalty on Charlie Scraplin.
Nope.
But no, Charlie's returned to bench. Oh, okay. But two Mannequin Beasts blockers are sat in the penalty box at the moment. It's Pack Advantage sitting with the Bandits.
And is that Blitz on track? Yeah, like you do not want to give Blitzkrieg only 2 blockers to pass. Yeah, that's not a good position to be in.
It's not. You've got a team, Borderland Bandits, a couple of their jammers, big fan of the old Apex jumps.
Yeah.
Blitz is also a very strong jammer as well.
He's like a rhino.
Yeah.
Just now as well, you saw a 2-wall, pretty small, whereas I feel like 9 out of 10 jammers these days would try to pivot around them, do some side surface, and Blitz just goes straight through the middle. Often going for that contact as well, and then just when you're expecting him to go for the contact, he will side surf through the outside. That's how it works. 2 blockers for the Beast now standing in the box, so hopefully getting out to do some surprise offense there for Animal, who is awaiting next to Reaper on the jammer line.
Meanwhile, we're off. A very slow start. Reaper trying to take the outside line.
Guy Pai also in the penalty box, but Reaper does not need him.
The speed. Reaper's skates move faster than they can talk.
In the meantime, Animal has taken the star off. Really nice hit to the inside there by, that is number 1209, Tel Piero. Animal out of that pack. What is Reaper going to do? Only 3 points, 1 no pass. Getting a lot of enthusiastic calls of, please go, from the bench. And if you can see people wearing cowboy hats, they are here for the Bandits. I was kind of surprised this morning. Suddenly there were cowboy hats being passed around everywhere. It's a thing. Borderland Bandits now on 29 points. Monica Beast on 23 points. 3 points scored in the previous pass, and we're halfway through the first period. Bram, give me some facts.
Well, I don't know if I've actually really got any. If I'm,
You look like you had some facts.
I was trying to find a fact from my list.
The penalty box is empty.
Well, and I think I might have mentioned it earlier, but the Borderland Bandits have played 7 games this year, so they've had a bit more track time.
They've been around.
They've been around.
And I mean
they haven't
in the best of ways, but they've been around.
They haven't messed around, kind of with that bounce back from the pandemic. But whereas Mannequin Beasts have only got a couple of games under their belt.
And they also do not have a lot of opportunities to play high level on the mainland because they are at the top of their game on the mainland. So it's harder for them to travel around. Of course, they had the tournament in Toulouse where they played a couple of games. But this is really their first time to really show what they're made of after they took everyone by surprise in the last 2018 MEC.
And I think it's just a reminder of why tournaments like MEC, MRDA sanctioned tournaments at this level are so important.
Yes,
because
definitely.
Everyone needs that opportunity to play other high-level teams and to get stronger.
Yep. Oh, that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful little twisty straightaway jump by Goofy there on the inside, who is up against Bear Skills. Bear Skills, however, still stuck in that back with a Goofy putting points on the board, now also being recycled back, and Bear Skills out in the front. Goofy looking towards the bench, yes. Calling it off a tad too early. I do see the bench signaling that he might have waited. He could have waited for his blocker to get out of the penalty box again, but that would have been extra 30 seconds. So.
I mean, the points differential is really on a dime at the moment.
Yes.
I mean, we've got 13 minutes left of the first period, and we saw a lead change. Mannequin Beast did take over briefly. Borderland Bandits brought it back, but we're seeing very different story to when these teams played each other 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, if they keep this up, then it will be interesting to see. Animal here thought he hit out Jam Master J, was recycling him, but Jam Master J gets through that pack, went straight through Michaud Oden, which is not an easy feat to do, picks up lead, and is now going in for the first points. Animal still stuck in. Let's see if he's going to pass the star. 2 of his blockers in the box, however. And I know Monica Beast have been plagued with injuries on some of their very experienced and very important players. So I really hope that this tournament is going to go a little bit better for them, at least physically. Now we've had a star pass onto Johnny B. Root, who immediately switched from being that last line of defense and stopping Jam Master J. And then took a star pass while he was blocked. I didn't even see it
That was
happen.
really nice transition.
Yeah.
Really nice pivoting. Yeah. So at the moment, we've seen the Borderland Bandits pick up 9 leads. Mannequin Beasts picking up 6. Or is it 7? 6. Yeah.
And now Duracell on the line. Next to Charlie Scraplin.
Still one Beasts blocker in the box.
Yep.
Literally, as I said that, returning to track.
Oh, we're backwards derby.
Backwards derby. Here we go.
Really nice. Charlie Scraplin now also out of the pack. Is he going to take that Apex? No. Oh, I love it when blockers do Apex jumps.
Blocker did an Apex jump, and we've lost the start. We've lost the star as well, so you might be able to just about see that on the outside of turn 4, that Duracell has lost his star cover.
He's just going to... I thought he was going to just do a little beam dip and pick it up. So no lead assessed to Duracell, but he is already scoring the points. One more blocker to pass. Then, that was some effective blocking.
So we've not got a lead. We've got a Jam that's going to run for the full 2 minutes because of that lost
it was
helmet
a lost
cover.
lead, yeah.
Yeah, which is a real shame. Both Jammers now scoring as well.
And a power jam now on for Duracell. There was a back block being assessed to Charlie Scraplin here. Another blocker going to the box for the Bandits. So Duracell is really going to have to use and make use of this jam to put some points on the board.
Yeah, we could see another lead change. We've
I
also
would love
got
that.
a Beasts blocker standing in the box as well. So Duracell gets through on a scoring pass. That'll be the lead change.
Yes. 37-39, Monica Beast in the
Hey,
lead.
there it is. I love games like this.
Yes, it is so exciting. And you can see Duracell really taking it easy, going for the safety over risk here, twirling around.
Some real
He's tired,
style
yeah.
to Duracell's play as well.
Oh, Scraplin, like a devil, like a little jack out of the box. 4 points straight out of the penalty box. 4 more points to Duracell. This was an intense
Wow.
game. We see people on the floor. People are getting tired, I feel. So, yeah. This is it's going to be interesting from now on. 6-point differential. Again, Goofy lining up next to Blitz. Oh, Blitzkrieg, 0 opposition, takes that inside. He's such a big guy, but he doesn't need a lot of space. I don't know how he does it, gravity-wise, but it seems to work. Goofy still in that back, being held back by that wonderful tripod of white blockers. Duracell running into Derby Name in the front, but he has to let him go. 4 more points for the Bandits. Are we going to see another lead change?
Quite possibly. I think that was the highest scoring jam of the game in the last jam as well. 20
Wonderful
points
to
picked
see.
up by Duracell. Incredible.
We've had a star pass onto Derby Name, which then forced a call off by Blitzkrieg. And another.
Lead change. It's like an announcer's dream.
Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of name dropping here. Let's go Citizen Pain. Let's go Quad Almighty. We have Yay Derby Name. And then I believe that is a family member saying, let's go Duracell, more, allez Duracell. So it's, name drop your favorite people on track. We like to name drop people. Let's name drop some more. Lead now going to Jam Master J, with Johnny B. Rude being, as I mentioned before, set up as a jammer for the Monica Beast. This is the first time he's jamming this tournament. Transfer from the Liège Vikings, or the Vikings. But now training with the Beasts. Gets out, no lead, however. Let's see if he can force the call off onto Jam Master J.
Johnny B. Rude coming in for that scoring pass. Called off. Really nice timing.
Going from a 6 to an 8-point differential now with Borderland Bandits in the lead, but this is nowhere near a changed game. We have or a played game. We have 7.5 minutes left in that first period.
And we've got so both teams are on 11 penalties each at the moment, but a big difference is the Borderland Bandits have 4 for their jammers.
Yes.
At the moment on their rotation.
But they have had 11 leads so far with, is that 5 or 6 leads for the Monica Beasts? So pretty much double the leads for the Borderland Bandits so far, but we do see that they are playing it safe. They are calling it off once the other jammer comes out and gets near the pack. So it'll be exciting to see what Bear Skills and Duracell are doing the next jam. They seem to be exchanging some strategy or recipes. I don't know what they're doing there on the right of your screen. They might be setting up a date. I don't know if that's responsible age-wise, but...
There we are.
There we are.
I worked it out. Hi,
Yay.
everybody.
Which button was it?
2 buttons.
One of the buttons.
There we go. I've got to work out how to get the game back on. Hang on.
We don't just have to get back into talking, but we have a lot of buttons for production and for showing you different things on the screen. So bear with us. Hopefully the last couple of games are going to be awesome.
There you go. We're learning as we go along.
there we are again.
There we are. There's about a 30-second delay between what we're seeing here in the Walkie Dome and what's going out on the stream. But yeah, keep your comments coming in. Who are you supporting this weekend? Where are you watching from? What are you doing while you're watching? Is there a player that's a standout for you? Light the chat on fire, and I want to see it going really quickly. I want make it difficult for us to pick out the highlights.
I'm seeing some more go. Gigi Hardy and the Spaniard. I believe neither of them are on track right now, however. Who do we have jamming? That is number 7-2 for the Monica Beasts. That is Duracell.
Going up against Bear Skills
Yes.
again, I believe. So we've got a lead. Duracell picks up lead for the Mannequin Beasts.
I love his facial expressions. He's so very incredibly expressive, and I'm not sure if you can see it on track, but his face just goes all over the place.
Some really nice
Take
blocking
out.
from Physio. Recycles Bear Skills all the way to the back while Duracell's on that scoring pass. Duracell slowing down a tiny bit. I mean, we have been playing for 25 nearly minutes.
Yeah, and he's been on a lot. He's had the incredibly long jam just now. Just pivoted through the wall. Oh no, he's tired.
What happened? So we've had.
Oh, that was the Spaniard.
Mannequin-
I did it. I said go the Spaniard, and he got a penalty.
He's got a penalty. Duracell looking like he's struggling a little bit. He's calling it off. Not signalled by the bench, but I think just having a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, you could. As I said, he's very expressive. So when he's tired, you can tell he's tired.
It's almost like physical comedy. The whole body
Yes,
was signalling
yes.
there. No, do you know what? Guy Pye is giving me a hard time.
Yeah.
I'm going to call this one.
This is my hobby. I want to keep enjoying this. Yeah.
But also, there's still 35 minutes left of gameplay. So
Exactly.
actually conserving a little bit of energy when the score differential is this tight,
Yeah.
it's not the end of the world. He had
Yep.
lead. He was in control.
Derby name once again jamming, but it is Blitzkrieg who takes the lead. On the outside now, running into one of the bandit blockers, but manages to get out. Let's see if Blitzkrieg is going to risk it. Is he going to keep running? No, please call it off as signaled by the bench. But again, good forced call off here. Another forearm being assessed here to someone or not? Yes. Oh, 2 more people being sent to the penalty box after the end of that jam.
So you've got two Mannequin Beast blockers sat in the box, one standing, and an empty bandit side of the box.
Can I say that both of the players on track for the Monica Beast right now are Dutch?
Ah.
Just, I'm usually not very, not that proud of my country, but I like seeing this. However, Animal's still stuck in there with the first points already put on the board by Reaper. Both vets in the game. This isn't their first game. Reaper now once again does not need a lot of space to get through. Picking up the 4 points, calling it. That is an interesting move.
I think Animal was still on initial. Called it because pack advantage. So they've frozen those 2 Mannequin Beast blockers that you can see on your screen at the moment. They are still standing in the box. So they'll probably be returning to track
because of
pretty
that,
quickly. But it was a very short jam.
Yeah. Bear Skills there in the white on the inside with Goofy now on the inside, but lead going to Bear Skills and the Borderland Bandits. Some surprise offense there. Again, yeet your jammer. I remember I heard Giggs saying this during the Five Nation Cup, that yeet your jammer was going to be the new trend, and I'm loving it. Just grab that jammer's jersey, just throw them through the pack. It really worked this jam for Goofy.
Good whip.
Yes, nice call off.
So we've seen that differential open up slightly, but also, if the second half looks much like the first half, then we could see a couple more lead changes.
Yep.
I think all to play for. So we've got Heiter Aline joining us from Mozambique, cheering on for 72 Duracell. Jamie is cheering on for Johnny.
Yep. We have first jam of this game to Cuddy Shark, who is on the inside, picks up lead. First time jamming, whatever, I'm just going to pick up lead. It's fine. Up against Jam Master Jay now. Is he going to run it, however? I cannot see. Nope, call it. Yeah, no, call it.
So scoreless jam.
Scoreless jam, but it works.
Yeah, freezing out the Bandits for picking up any more points. I think we've got official review being called. So you would like me to bring up the rosters?
Thank you, yes.
Yes, what a good time to go through the rosters because we've not had the chance to do it yet.
They seem to be using it as a timeout, so we won't have to pay attention anyway. So for the Monica Beasts in purple today on track, we have number 1, Flash Bandicoot, number 1-2, Bruce Wayne, number 2, I Way, number 3-0, The Spaniard, 308, Gigi Hardy, 3-3, Human Fly, 585, Johnny B. Root, 666, Monsieur Audin, 72, Duracell, 8051, Cuddy Shark, 89, Goofy, 898, Physio, 9000, Animal, 918, What the Buck, 0000, I believe it was, Derby name.
And for the Borderland Bandits, we've got number 3, Quad Almighty, 10, Charlie Scraplin, 11, Noli Noli, 13, Nanaki, 18, Captain Wow, 21, Toots, 69, Guy Pie, 76, Hillbilly, 101, Blitzkrieg, 404, Counterfeit, 666, Reaper, Tel Piro, 1209, Bear Skills, 1337, 1664, Jam Master J, 1984, Citizen Payne.
And we're back. That is 0000, Derby name picking up the lead. Charlie Scraplin doing a little jumpy, then getting on his knees, picking up a cut there as signaled by the wonderful Ratty. Sent to the penalty box, much needed power jam for the Beasts. Great offense there. Oh,
So we've got a cut track issued to Derby name as well.
It's the announcer's curse.
Well, it's going to be the first time we're going to see a jammer switcheroo in the box as well.
Scraplin, I love just tumbling, jumping, dancing through the pack. Oh,
wow, Scraplin living up to the name a little bit. On
once
the
again,
of turn 2
Physio there, skating just straight into Physio. Gets sent to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. Johnny B. Root, however, rejoins the track just in time for that jam to end.
So 4 more points picked up by the Borderland Bandits, 2 for the Mannequin Beasts. A long jam, another full 2-minuter.
Yep, 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the period clock with a 17-point differential right now. Animal now lining up behind the jammer line versus Blitzkrieg for the Bandits and going into a short official timeout. So that gives me hopefully enough time to give a shout out to another of our sponsor, that is Martinez Sportswear. They are built to survive the game. So reach out today for info on getting your own custom team gear through M Sportswear. And you can reach them online on www.martinezsportswear.com. And they have a 10 to 20% on full team orders. So if you're getting back to Derby, be sure to contact them. Now Animal almost being hit out on the outside, is hit out on the outside, and lead goes to the Bandits with Blitzkrieg.
So Blitzkrieg returning to the track with some real time. Jukes from inside to outside, sails through that pack without so much as touching a blocker.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
Coming in for that second scoring pass, takes the inside line, sails through. I'm not even sure the Mannequin Beast saw him coming. Nope. 8 points. So Blitzkrieg, that's the third scoring pass. 20 is the total to lead. We've had a star pass on the Mannequin Beast side to number 1. That was to Flash Bandicoot. I think the first time we might have seen Bandicoot with the star on their helmet.
Lovely little shout out here from Nicholas Rage. I'm sorry to not see you here this weekend. Nicholas Rage, former skater for Tyne and Fear, giving a shout out here. Great stream as always, watching from home. But it's great seeing Johnny B. Root and Animal on track. Monica for the win. So let's see what they are going to be doing.
So a big thank you to all of you that are joining us. Hello. You're joining us live here at the Newcastle Walkerdome for the Men's European Cup 2022. The first one back in 3 years. So leave some of your highlights with us. Let's take the opportunity to take a quick look at the bracket as it is. Obviously, we've only had one game played so far with that New World Order Inhuman League game. Which, what a way to open mech that was as well.
I know, that was, yeah. That was something for 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
So you can see how that's progressed the brackets. What you can also see is we're on game 2 here, Saturday, 11 a.m., the Bandits, Mannequin Beasts. So whoever wins this will be playing New World Order first thing tomorrow morning. Whoever loses this game will go on to play the Inhuman League tomorrow at 5 p.m. So that's where we are. Shall we take a break?
Yes, let's go into our into our intermission, I guess. So as you might know,
And welcome back to Men's European Cup 2022, live from Newcastle. I'm Mike Bromfield.
Oh, my name is Exterminate, and I was not paying attention.
Sorry, that's fine.
I was reading the comments.
So really importantly, we actually have something to explain from the first period. So as you'll remember, I think it was Jam 3 or 4, there was an official timeout while the rosters were tidied up because there were some missing players in the roster, some last-minute changes. What that actually meant in the process of doing that, an earlier Jam was deleted. And it meant that the Borderland Bandits had 8 points deleted from their score. So when we bring the scoreboard back up, those of you that are eagle-eyed will notice that there has been some changes to the differential. So what it actually means is the Borderland Bandits are on 90, while the Mannequin Beasts are on 52. So we have seen a slight change as a result.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I
we
think
were wondering who the points were going to be for, but this has widened the point differential. Now with Goofy and Blitzkrieg lining up on the jammer line for their respecting teams. Empty penalty box until I just said it, of course.
I mean, it's an announcer's curse, isn't it?
I like to taunt it. Really nice drawback there from Iway onto Blitzkrieg, but Blitzkrieg still manages to get out on that initial pass. Picks up lead for the Borderland Bandits.
But Goofy is out. No pass, no penalty. Look at what Blitz just did there. I'm going to attempt something here to see what happens. I'm going to see if we can show you what Blitz just did in replay. I have no idea if it's going to work or not.
Well, let's see if it works.
We'll find out. No. Oh, yeah, here we are. So this is, look at that from Blitz. Nice reverse call off.
What is that? That is a 180 two-footed straightaway jump. I
Really
do
nice.
not know how he did that. Reaper now 666 in the white up against Animal, the 9000 in the purple. Nice drawback there. Oh, but a forearm penalty says to, I believe that's a derby name for Monica Beast. Lead, however, going to Animal, but Reaper, oh, look at him with his long legs.
Look at the speed here. So Animal calls it off, giving away, does give something away.
Yeah.
2 points.
I like the simultaneous 2 fingers up by both the Gemaref and Reaper. Reaper, who was absolutely convinced he picked up the 2 points. I could just see 2 arms shoot up with the 2 fingers. But yeah, he's right. Good game awareness, I guess. Now I believe that's Duracell
and Bear Skills.
Yeah.
On the jam line. So we've got one Mannequin Beast blocker in the penalty box at the moment. Pack Advantage sitting with the Borderland Bandits.
Two blockers in the meantime in the box for the Beasts.
Bear Skills coming in on the second scoring pass.
Now Duracell taking off the cover. Pivot now standing in the penalty box. And again, I hope that you could see that facial expressions of Duracell being like, oh, I got hit out, need to go all the way back. But will get some help from his teammate there.
Some really nice blocking sets. We're going to see if we can take a look at that hit to the inside against Bear Skills in a second. Duracell removes the star.
Yeah, and there's quite, I have to apologize, there's quite a bit of a delay on your stream. At least we are getting quite a bit of a delay here. So I'm guessing that it's like that for you at home as well, but.
It's fine for them.
Oh,
They're
but it's
watching
weird
it in
for
real
us.
time.
Oh,
They're watching it in real time.
This is confusing.
I also think we're going to try and show some action blocking here. See if it works.
Promise
This
found
hit
new,
to the inside. Look at that.
That was
really nice from Derby Name.
We love playing around with all of these buttons that we got here this weekend. So that is Jam Master J jamming in the white up against Goofy. Goofy out first, picks up a much needed lead now for the Bandits. For the Bandits, for the Beasts, of course. Now Jam Master J, again, wonderful waterfall blocking there by the Beasts. Still containing Jam Master J, losing a blocker to a forearm penalty, but Goofy picking up 4 more points and going in for more.
Goofy signaling to his teammates to try and move forward. All tightly compacted on turn 4, coming into the straightaway. Jam Master J breaks through, now on scoring pass. Goofy's got tied up in there.
Yeah, looking towards the box there, should I call it? Playing it safe, picking up only 2 more points, but that was a nice, much needed, to give them a little bit of momentum back, I guess. Much needed, higher scoring pass, 7 points now by Goofy, 4 points for the Borderland Bandits, bringing their total up to 140 with 60 for the Monica Beasts.
So for those of you just joining us, I mentioned before the roster issues in the first half meant that a jam was deleted. It's now been put back, but it did mean that we came back into the second half with an additional 8 points added to the Borderland Bandits. So if you're thinking, that differential's jumped, well, 1, the Bandits have scored some more points, but 2, 8 more points were added during the halftime period.
Yeah. So, amazing jamming there by Scrappling once again, taking the inside twice, 2 passes in a row, tiptoeing on the infield, but it is all he needs. In the meantime, Animal has taken off the cover, is putting it back on to try and score some points, but Scraplin already through with an apex jump, puts 4 more on the board and calls the jam.
I really like. Sorry, this is a bit random, but I really like the purple kit. It's a great design.
I know, it's such a beautiful color.
It is.
I know. It's a royal color. It looks pretty awesome.
There's a regality to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got pack advantage sitting with Mannequin Beasts as one of the bandits is sat in the penalty box.
Duracell jamming for the Monica Beast, being drawn back all the way to the back. Really nice recycling by the Bandits. Bear Skills pushing in the front in his colorful leggings.
Oh, and now look at this really static pack. We're starting to see some bridging.
Blocking is amazing.
Oh.
However, pack now being in the front bridge means that the back blockers will need to watch their engagement zone.
So that's 1984 that goes to the penalty box for the Bandits.
And Duracell now also out. Another not an earned pass on one or multiple of the blockers, but it gets out. Oh, we are only just assessing lead now onto
exactly, nearly
skills.
A minute gone before we got lead. Duracell came out on no pass, no
Yep.
penalty. And then, so everyone's called it off, a 0-0 jam.
Oh, really nice work here by the referees. I'm also a medic. I'm going to love Shucks Bunny for this, who was assessing with one of the blockers. I heard you, or I saw you grabbing your head. Is your head fine? Really assessing that brain trauma, the concussion risks here for the players. I love it.
That's really, you got to look after your noggin.
Yeah, but that's some really good officiating over there. I love it when head refs really pay attention to that. In the meantime, Blitz just paying attention to getting out, getting lead, and he does the thing. Goofy now, hot on his heels, however, again.
Blitz comes through on the scoring pass, but shuts Goofy out of scoring any points, picking up a total of 4 for the Bandits, taking them to 1-2-6 with 8 minutes gone of the second period.
Some cuddling going on there. Johnny B. Rude and a Reaper now on the jammer line.
Big hello to Scrimley, who's saying Scraplin is absolutely flying.
Yes.
He certainly is. And to Marco, who says a big shout out to Damiano and Cliff.
Will we not be seeing Scrimley on track this weekend? That would be awesome. Oh, and I am hearing a couple of whistles. Oh, that is a penalty, however, no lead whistles. Bo Jammer's still in that pack. Johnny B. Root all the way stuck in the back. And
oh, look at that footwork from Reaper. Manages to keep balance. 1 foot around the inside of turn 2. Comes in now on that scoring pass.
Yeah.
Johnny B. Rude still fighting to find space for the initial, though.
Yes. pivot all the way in the back, however, so no star pass, but 2 more blockers to pass. Out of play, I believe, was just signaled, so he does manage to get out. Oh, Reaper not calling it.
So Reaper calls it, no points picked up.
No.
You can see that Johnny B. Rude was sure that he picked up 1 point.
I told him not to argue with the refs, but
I think,
know,
well, that's
yeah.
solid advice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's solid advice. Don't argue with the officials. You've got official reviews for that.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, hi, I would like an official review. Can I please get 1 point? Pretty please.
So Duracell is lining up, going up against Bear Skills.
Duracell, he gets so incredibly low. Oh, gets knocked out on the outside, but yeah, that looked like a forearm kind of thing.
Yeah, so
that's Noli.
yes, Noli picks up a forearm. So Duracell fighting at the back of the pack, while Bear Skills is pushing out that Mannequin Beast walls. We've got no pack called.
Yeah. But the blockers are continuing to play, so that is a failure to reform now, going to another Borderland Bandits blocker. Really nice star pass here. I believe that is a Flash Bandicoot. We saw him take a lot of star passes in Toulouse, so he is a very is a practice pivot. And again, Duracell just nope. The nope on his face here on the left of your screen.
This is a good opportunity to say a big thank you to Roller Dirty Soaps. Want to relax after Derby? Yes, please. Please check out Roller Dirty Soaps, one of our wonderful sponsors. Check them out at rollerdirtysoaps.etsy.com. Of course, on all the socials, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Go and check them out.
Yeah, we will be recommending them to all of the players on track here today.
Smelly players.
Yes, such as Jam Master J and Animal. Animal, well, smelly as he is, he does manage to pick up lead here. Jam Master J, however, also goes out pretty quickly. I am seeing a lot of people.
Yeah, so we've seen a cut track issued to 308 for the Mannequin Beasts.
Oh, that was it.
Jam's called off. 4 points picked up by the Mannequin Beasts on the first scoring pass, but none on the second.
Yeah, sorry if I made a weird noise just now. Animal was calling it off, but lost his balance while they were doing so took a little bit of a tumble. Speaking of the beasts, Marco Tirena here is cheering for Goofy and Physio. Please give a big shout out to Damiano and Cliff. So big shout out to them. They are doing awesome on track. Speaking of Goofy, picking up another lead here. But look at Blitzkrieg just grinding into that floor, trying to pick up. But Goofy, oh man, he's fast.
Now is Blitz. What are we going to see here? This is some really fast track skating. And actually, this is the second lead in a row for Mannequin Beasts.
Blitz just absolutely oh, that was some demolition derby. Everyone tried to hit in, only managed really to get to the floor.
I'm wondering if we might be able to take another look at that scoring pass for Blitz just then that saw him pick up 4 points. Let's see if this works. Here we go. So look at the speed on the pack. Look at Blitz staying on his skate 2 turns.
He's another one of those, and there are multiple people in Roller Derby who really block like that or who jam like that. Of course, we've got Optimus Prime, who you will see some more later in the game. Blitzkrieg is another one of those players who are like, they're sort of a ballerina versus a rhino. It's brute force, but also such amazing game and edge control. More edge control here. Is that Scrapling? Yeah, of course it is. Oh, but not too much in control because Scrapling gets sent to the penalty box for a cut. Is lead still open, however? Nope.
No, lead is not open.
2-minute jam, but a full penalty box right now for the Bandits.
So real opportunity here for Derby Name to try and close some of that gap for the Mannequin Beast. Sails through on the first scoring pass, so the full 4 points.
Got yeeted on the inside there by Johnny B. Rude, who just grabbed that wonderful purple jersey of his and pulled him past the wall. Now gets hit out, however.
So we've got a back block that's just been issued against Derby Name.
Yeah.
So off to the penalty box. Charlie Scraplin's now back on the track. Finds nearly... I said it too soon. I was about to say finds space on the inside line. Doesn't.
Oh, that was a hard hit there. We have about 40 seconds left in this jam, so both jammers will be on track again.
Yeah, you can see. I can see from here. Derby Name is now standing. Charlie Scraplin having a real tough time breaking through. Just as I've said it, he gets through.
But Guy Pai, in the meantime, has been sent to the box for a forearm. We're seeing a lot of forearms this weekend. I feel like every 15 seconds another forearm gets called. So yeah, people are really gonna need to watch that. Another multiplayer now being assessed there by Tinkerell as well. So people are really gonna need to watch those arms for the remainder of the tournament. Oh, nice little one-footed transition on the outside by Scraplin, doing what he does best. Picking up 3 more points for the Bandits. 11-point jam so far, bringing their total up to 148 with the Monica Beast on 75 and 8 points in that previous jam. We have 15 minutes left now, going into a little track timeout, I believe.
An official review has been called by the Borderland Bandits.
Yes.
I wonder if they're calling on the back block that was issued to Charlie Scraplin. There's a chance.
Yeah, but are they going to do?
But you'd no real advantage would be gained from doing that. So, yeah, we'll find out. We'll bring you that information as soon as we have it.
Yeah, you can see on the stream the wonderful Sven Will Be Famous, who will be relaying that information to us.
He's a bit good, Sven.
I know, I love it. So, of course, we have 15 minutes left. The next game of the day will be the Toulouse Quad Guards up against Southern Discomfort. I don't think these teams have played each other, at least in the past. I'm so not well.
Well, I was trying to take a look back through the game history, and yeah, it's been a while.
It has been forever.
It's been a very while. Unlike the two teams that we're seeing now, who played each other on the 23rd of October.
Exactly, like a month ago, yeah.
But what's really interesting there, though, is that we saw very different scores. So Borderland Bandits 225, Mannequin Beast 107. Yeah. I mean, there is a chance for it to go in a very similar way. We've certainly seen in the last 10, 15 minutes a bit of a change to the first 15 or 20 minutes of the game.
And I really think roster size has something to do with it. Of course, Monica Beast are used to playing with a tighter roster, are played to use with like 2 or 3 jammers, are used to play with 2 or 3 jammers. So yeah, roster size definitely has something to do with it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Everything's going to be interesting.
So I can see Sven making his way over. So the Borderland Bandits were looking for an insubordination to be issued on Mannequin Beast Derby name 0000, but the no call stands. They were looking for that insubordination for not leaving the track when a penalty was issued. But the officials have spoken. We're back with Bear Skills and Animal. Bear Skills waits not even 5 seconds to get the lead.
Really nice jumpy turny there by Animal on the inside, but he fell sadly. And I was just corrected by Etienne Mondu. I would just like to point out that the last game they had against each other was in Toulouse. Not in Toulouse, but in Tours a month ago. Yes, of course. Thank you for the info. Animal now out with a little, well, not a star stash, but a star off. And Bear Skills picking up 4 more points for the team. Really amazing offense there on the outside by Flash Bandicoot, moving those blockers in white to the side. So Animal also putting 4 more on the board. I would love to see them get to the 100 points at least in the next couple of 15 minutes.
I think with 15, just under 15 minutes, we could see that.
Yeah.
As the jam ends, Borderland Bandits blocker frozen in the penalty box.
Pivot as well.
Yeah, pivot. Can't. Reaper is 76. With Illbilly. Illbilly is in the box. So Reaper going up against Goofy.
Oh, Reaper hitting out Goofy. Yeah.
So Reaper looking to his fellow blockers.
They're looking to have him eat it. And of course, now both teams fighting for the front. Oh, Goofy, don't go for it. You know better than this.
Go on, Goofy. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, he did it. But he managed to get out pretty quickly again. I was thinking, why are you doing this?
Like, haven't seen that move for a long time.
Haven't seen it work in forever. I did not think that this would have moved that still worked, but...
I've seen Reaper do that before many, many years ago when he skated for a different team.
That was interesting.
It was. Whoa.
Oh, trying to jump to inside, gets denied there by Michaud Oden. Oh, well, you know, you win some, you lose some. High fives all around. Reaper's a good guy. You can appreciate a good legal hit.
Yeah. Actually, I think I can show us the moment that happens.
Yeah, be sure to keep your eyes on the purple 666 there, Michaud Oden.
That was really nicely done.
Now Johnny B. Rude next to Blitzkrieg. Set up on the jammer line.
Full complement of skaters, no one in the box.
I didn't want to comment on it. Blitzkrieg tiptoeing on the outside, but gets hit out there by the purple pivot. Johnny B. Rude pushing that entire wall forward now, getting some help from his pivot.
Blitzkrieg gets lead for the Borderland Bandits, but Johnny B. Rude very closely behind him as Blitz comes in on the scoring pass, gets knocked to the outside of turn 3, calls it off. Johnny B. Rude takes a tumble to the floor.
And in the meantime, a high block says to number 1209, Tel Piero for the Borderland Bandits.
Just want to say a big hello to Matt Wurr, who is joining us. First time Derby watcher.
Yes.
Welcome. We hope we're doing something to guide you through the game. People with stars on helmets score points, don't do bad things or end up in the penalty box.
Exactly.
There we go.
If you have any opportunity of stopping by here for the weekend, you can pick up one of those Roller Derby Basics comic books because they are not available online yet.
Good tip.
I like to segue into my
Hopefully they'll be coming. Hopefully they'll be coming to online soon.
So that is Duracell once again jamming. He took some rest, now jamming again. Lead, but still a no earned pass. I'm not sure what happened here, but I'm sure Reflex knows what he's doing. Lead going to Jam Master J. Duracell now out after taking off the cover, putting it back on in order to call off, or in order to score points. Does not get the chance, however. But now he can go sit down again.
A very short jam as well, so just over 10 minutes left on the clock.
Yes.
We've got one of the beasts sat in the penalty box at the moment. So pack advantage sitting with the Bandits. Bear Skills going up against Animal. Animal having a real hard time on that triangle of doom, but the pack is really stretched out at the moment. That works to Bear Skills' advantage, breaks out to pick up lead.
Yeah, that was some really nice blocking once again by Physio. Physio has been really amazing this game so far. Another no earned pass here. So, but 4 points.
So Mannequin Beasts have lost their pivot to the penalty box. So Animal is through on the initial.
Yeah.
But Bear Skills has spotted Animal coming in. That shuts the jam down.
It'll be interesting to see if they'll start running jams longer as we go further into the tournament. I feel like the teams are sort of feeling each other out still, feeling how they are doing it by themselves right now, how their teams are doing it, how they're holding up. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how the strategies will change, if we'll get into more longer jams later on into the tournament and less safe play. We're seeing a lot of safe play so far. Goofy against Charlie Scraplin.
Very dense pack at the moment. Yeah. Goofy and Charlie both struggling to break through. It's Goofy that picks up leads, but Charlie is less than 30 feet behind him.
Yes. Goofy now on the outside already picking up the points. Oh, Scraplin just going straight through with the help of some wonderful offense there from Quad Almighty. Goofy now also out. 4 more points. Calling it up. Doesn't want to give away too many points.
Yeah, so I think we'll see no change to the differential there. 4 points picked up by both sides.
I guess it's because we just got another message. Go Monica Beach, cheering from Skate Around in Amai, Belgium. So that is the Skate Around tournament organized by Namur Roller Derby. So Shelock, or Caps Lock as their official name is cheering on from Belgium. Let's see how Cuddy Shark does with that. Up against Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg just taking names on the track, knocking down Derby name and picking up lead.
But look at Cutty Shark, breaks through as well, gets the initial very quickly after Blitz as he comes in on the scoring pass. How quickly is he going to call it off? Immediately.
Yep.
So 4 more points for the Bandits.
Again, Johnny B. Rude next to Reaper on that jammer line.
So Reaper stuck on 898 Physio. Finds some space on the inside, tries to get through, but look at that.
Yes.
Look at the control from the Mannequin Beast to form back around Reaper. Reaper hits too hard, receives a forearms. So we've got a power jam and the Mannequin Beast lead. Johnny B. Rude now on coming in for the second scoring pass.
I believe that's Flash Bandicoot in the penalty box. Just very exciting. Very excited about having that power jam. Now stuck, and here you can see really nice offense, but also, whoa, big hit there.
But really nice control from
Yeah.
Johnny B. Good to take it, absorb the hit, stay in bounds, and freeze Reaper in the box as well.
Yes.
So we've got a power jam start as we go into jam 21. 6 minutes left on the clock.
I feel like Reaper is slightly taunting Animal there. You can see on the right of your screen, right underneath the banner. Animal trying to ask him how many seconds he's got left in that penalty box, just so he's prepared. But it feels like Reaper is one of those people that you do not want to give this much space, and he's getting a lot of space right now, and he is getting a lot of easy opportunity to pass now, I feel.
So you can see Reaper's about to re-enter.
Oh, he is not using that speed. I was,
But breaks through the Mannequin Beast wall really quickly. Does it with force, not speed.
Amazing offense there by Noli Noli, who was blocking on the inside, but also blocking the opposing blockers who were coming in the front to do offense. Oh, again, really big hit there on the outside. And Reaper, as I said, he's a nice guy. I'm loving this. We do have a sore ankle right now on track, but wonderful tracks and wonderful,
Camaraderie, I think. Isn't it?
That's the word I was looking for.
I think it's one of the reasons that's always drawn me to roller derby is that camaraderie that you've seen between players, officials, everyone, even the photographers, announcers. It's a really special environment to be part of.
Camaraderie, or also, as I like to call it, a little bundle of love, because one of our sponsors is a Bundle of Love, which is it's used clothing. So one of their mottos is rescue imperfectly good clothes from being wasted. Bundleoflove.co.uk. They provide the joy of shopping. While providing the joy of shopping for your children's clothes made cost and environmental friendly. From newborn baby to teenager sizes and with new items added regularly, they have a great choice of used clothing. We take the masses of perfectly wearable clothes that are normally thrown away and provide them back to you at a fraction of the cost compared to brand new.
And did you know that 30% of all UK clothing ends up in landfill as well?
I know.
Where we can buy second-hand, vintage, pre-loved, definitely recommend.
Yeah, make sure to do it. Or just use things up forever.
So, 5 minutes left on the clock. We'll bring you the update on that official review very shortly. So the Mannequin Beasts are really close to breaking that century.
I
That's something
really
you
hope
personally
they
wanted
do.
to see.
Yes, I always hope it when people get to the century mark. Oh, and the lovely Swen marching up to us with some information about that official review. Over to you, Bram.
So, purple Mannequin Beasts, it's official talk, isn't it? So, Mannequin Beasts were looking for a cut track to be issued on the Borderland Bandits jammer. No call stands. It was during an apex jump that they thought they observed a cut track, no call stands. But also at the same time, 918 has fouled out, which is on our other roster, which is here. What the buck? So she's, no, he has fouled out. So I was looking at pronouns for the next game. What the buck has fouled out.
Oh, yeah. They have fouled out. So Goofy now taking the inside, but actually gets hit out by Bear Skills there. Now Bear Skills twisting past the purple pivot that is a Derby name. Picks up lead going into for the first points. Goofy still has the cover on head, so we'll have to rely on some offense. Once again, Cuddy Shark there trying to hit the jammer out. Doesn't manage to do that. In the meantime, the Bees have done a star pass. Derby name now picks it up. Oh, massive hit there by Goofy onto the other jammer. That was awesome and much appreciated by Bear Skills.
So that actually, and that was Bear Skills' 9th lead of the game.
Yeah, he has been providing for his team. Yeah.
And I think we can watch that block that you enjoyed
Thank
again.
you. I enjoyed
I'm
looking at it
hoping.
again.
Let's see if it comes up. Oh, just at the end of it.
Yeah.
Just at the end.
It took some out of him, but yeah, that was nice and legal. I like hard legal hits.
So Johnny B. Rude going up against Jam Master J. Really nice inside line footwork from Jam Master J.
Yeah, tippy toes. Now Johnny B. Rude very far away from his blockers. So, attempting a star pass there, but the other team is not having it. Captain Wow, they're denying that star pass.
That's really nice work, actually.
Yeah. I'm really loving seeing all the switches from offensive work to defense work. It's been really nice to watch.
And quick. It's been
Very
very quick as well.
Simultaneous sometimes.
Johnny B. Rude takes a really big hit to the outside. I think I might have got it. I'm not sure if the camera was even on it at the time.
I really hope was that the Monsieur Oden bit here?
Yeah.
Oh
Let's-
yeah, a little slapstick here.
I'm gonna have a look. The camera might not have been on it at the time.
Keep your eye on number purple 666
Whoa!
there, who falls and then just does another
a
one.
pratfall on top
Yeah.
as well. Just because why not?
Well, I heard he got injured a while back, so he might want to take it easy. But fun is a big part of it. This is a very stretched back here, but yeah, we are going back. That is Cuddy Shark once again jammering. He's been a very effective blocker, but also a very effective jammer, picking up lead during his first jam here.
Look at Charlie Scraplin like a knife through butter, but gets
There is
recycled
no-
back.
Yeah.
Cutty Shark breaks through on the initial pass.
Quad Almighty there. I was just going to compliment his amazing blocker, but he gets sent to the penalty box for an illegal block, and we have another wonderful replay. Thank you, Bram.
I think I might have just managed to get that apex jump.
I hope you did, because it was amazing.
Let's take a little look here.
So keep your eyes on the white jammer.
Charlie Scraplin comes in, does take a tumble, but it was all in bounds
Yeah.
and calls it off.
So 2 minutes left on the clock for this second game of the day. Borderland Bandits versus Monica Beasts. 4 points more for the Monica Beasts to score for them to reach that centennial mark. 192 points for the Borderland Bandits. They might actually get to 200 so far.
So Charlie Scraplin has got 5 leads, but 4 penalties as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, 2 minutes left.
So it's quite a big. Oh, well, 2 minutes to go, but the
Yeah.
ratio.
The ratio is quite high.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just pointed to the penalty box because he just got another penalty, and the Monaco Beasts are starting with one blocker sitting, pivot sitting, blocker standing in the penalty box, but they are starting with a power jam in favor of Goofy, one blocker sitting in the penalty box along with Scraplin.
This could be a really nice start for Goofy.
This could be the jam that brings them up to 100 points. Again, very nice hit there by Ilbilly. Ilbilly has been on fire.
But no, it's not. We're not going to see
my
that.
fault.
We're not going to see that century break this jam. Well, we might. We could still do, but we're also going to see the full 2 minutes.
Yes.
So the period clock will run out. So what are we going to see in these next 90 seconds?
Yeah. The packs have been incredibly long. I'm happy that I'm not an inside pack ref at this tournament because they are just stretching and stretching and stretching these packs here this morning.
Charlie Scraplin pushed to the inside of turn 3. Some really nice work from Derby Name has just been blocking, jamming.
Yeah.
I mean, some real stamina.
And very quick as well. Incredible. Oh, hitting out your own jammer. That's because you said that. He almost hit out his own jammer. Getting some help from Human Flyer on the outside. Scraplin has been stuck, however, in the back. Captain Wow now attempting to do some offense. Scraplin taking off the cover. Getting tired, I think, taking off that cover.
Yeah, not
Goofy
to the
is
inside.
out. Come on, Goofy. Give me those 4 points.
You
Give me
only want
those.
4
I
points,
just want
don't you?
4 points.
Just
I
for
don't
the
care what else
century.
you do.
So Goofy.
37 seconds left. Come on, Goofy, get your hips
No,
past.
Goofy picks up a cut track penalty.
Sadness.
Possibly scoring some points before doing so, though.
I think he got 3, but still had to pass number 11 there. That's Noli Noli, who has also been consistently incredibly useful for his team.
Also want to take a moment to say Charlie Scraplin nearly took a minute to get initial.
He took his cover off. I thought for a minute that he was going to attempt to star pass because he was just tired, but yeah, but also these blockers, the blockers that are on track with Monaco Beast right now, some of them have been with them forever, and they have been incredibly effective for the Monaco Beast. One more point, however, picked up by them.
Wow, not 100 points between them. That's bad mathing.
Oh, 99.
99 points between the two teams. Obviously, that is the unofficial score at the moment.
And it is a smaller differential than we had the previous game when they played against each other in Tours.
Much smaller, yep, where that differential, well, it was 225, 107. Should have written that down for quick mathing. I've also got a replay queued up. I don't know what it is. It's some blocking and stuff. So we can take a look, whatever it might be.
Oh, it was the little friendly fire there.
That was the friendly fire that you mentioned, yeah. So, well, a massive thank you for joining us. There is a chance we might be bringing you an interview with the players, so don't go anywhere. I'm not sure if it's got up and running. If it isn't now, we have got interviews planned. We've got a little studio set up.
Yeah, I do believe I see some people running towards our little studio. Of course, don't go anywhere because we have an awesome next game coming up too, which is the Toulouse Quad Guards against Southern Discomfort, which will be very interesting to watch as well. I have no idea how these teams are matched now after COVID. And the next game, I heard from One Zebra, will actually have a new ref crew, so I will just set
fantastic.
that up.
So if we take a look at the bracket, what does that mean? At the end of Game 2, what you can see is that the Borderland Bandits tomorrow are going to be playing New World Order first thing tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. The Mannequin Beasts will take on the Inhuman League tomorrow at 5 p.m. So keep an eye out for those matchups. Don't go anywhere. A massive thank you for joining us. We're just waiting for those skaters to be with us for a little bit of post-match reflection.
I love it. Yeah, I'm curious to see. I don't actually know who they will be interviewing, so it'll be interesting to see who they picked or who have been assessed by their bench crew.
You can see we've got about 20-ish minutes to go. I mean, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to be bringing you some previews, some insights, some look-aheads, interviews in between the games as we go through this tournament as well.
And just as a reminder for those interested, of course, the juniors exhibition will be tomorrow, so on Sunday at 1. That will be the Bobby Dazzlers up against the Toon.
There were some real special moments in that game, I thought. I especially in the first 20 minutes. For me, the first 20 minutes was some of the most interesting, just because it was a much closer fought game.
It was very tight. It was very tight. We had, I believe, 2 or 3 lead changes, which was really good to see. We could see everyone was still fresh. The teams, they still had the game from a month ago fresh in the back of their minds. So I think they really worked hard on this game. This game was probably something that they trained for in particular, because they knew the other strategies. They knew what to go for. So, yeah, like you said, the first 25 minutes were awesome.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I've been Brom.
I've been Exterminate.
And we're going to throw over to the studio now for an interview with Comic Relief.
Watching that game, what a fantastic demonstration of Jammer skill.
Absolutely, just like really incredible, really close game.
Yeah, now I'm all about the blockers. I'm normally looking at the blockers, and the blockers determine the game, but that game is entirely down to Jammer skill and Jammer penalties.
Absolutely, and sort of jammer on jammer neutralization as well a lot of the time.
I mean, it was fascinating to watch Reaper try and get the mannequin Jammer reabsorbed by the pack.
Yes, that's in my jammer stats notes. I've just written Jam 14, eat the baby.
Yes, and it was fantastic to see Reaper do that, but unfortunately, the Borderland Bandits didn't quite fully absorb the mannequin Jammer, so it was tried, but it couldn't. I was like, oh please get back on the mannequin Jammer.
Yeah, it was a lovely fun play, but it did only result in 1 point, so it was fun to watch, but tactically maybe not worth it.
I'm normally, jammers can sort of do apex jumps and jump around, and I'm watching the blockers, but I mean, the skill we saw from jammers today, I mean, for the mannequin beasts, we had Goofy, Derby Name, and Duracell.
Just absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, you've got some stats there about how important the jammers were to the game.
I certainly do. So, like, one of the really interesting ones was Goofy, who overall, not one of the highest scoring jammers, and only picked up lead 4 times in the whole game, but was a massively neutralizing force on that opposition jammer over and over again.
I mean, the scoreline doesn't show how close that game was, especially. And there were several lead changes. But I think what the mannequin beat really well, once the Bandits had opened up their lead, was keep it to as few scoring passes as possible. But then you look at what Charlie Scraplin Bandits are now, and multiple scoring passes. I swear, like, there was nobody else on track when Charlie Scraplin was on track. But there was
Absolutely.
it didn't have any, and sort of the points that he was scoring.
Yeah, and you say it took so long for that lead to open out. I've got a little note here. It was 4 minutes into the second half before the Borderland Bandits were able to break the century. That's how tight that game was.
And we talked at the start of the game about how these two teams played each other just 3 weeks ago, and the point there was about 100. Obviously, smaller points gap today. But not like a normal game.
So much harder fought. Like every point there, they were really having to battle to get. There was no like skimming through the pack, apart from Charlie. But that's just Charlie.
I think, and look at, so you had Charlie Scraplin using that incredible agility. We were seeing apex jumps and pivots, some toe-stop pivots, inside line beauty. And then you have Blitzkrieg doing what Blitzkrieg does, which is Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, and on the stats again, Blitzkrieg is a really solid jammer, like a solid 75% lead average in both halves. Scored sort of 25 points in both halves, just like a really, you want the job done, put Blitzkrieg out.
That one's on.
About how both teams had players from other leagues come into Borderlands had Jam Master J.
Yep, I've got some fun stats on Jam Master J. I've got stats on everyone. I have all the stats. So in the first half, Jam Master J had an 85% lead average and picked up 15 points for the Borderland Bandits. In the second half, Jam Master J dropping to only a 50% lead average. I haven't got the points scored here, but again, they sort of worked very hard as a neutralizing jammer force. So even not lead, it's that like racing out of the pack and putting the pressure on and going, oh, if you want to pick up points, I'm going to have some as well, thank you.
As ever, when you're relying on the jammers in such a game to score points, the penalties.
Absolutely, yeah.
Jammer penalties going to let the other catch up right. That's very much. I think I tried watching the blocking, and actually it was quite hard because it was very person-on-person blocking. You weren't seeing traditional. Occasionally you would see balls and 3 and 4, but it wasn't that game, was it? It was that traditional kind of blocking.
No, there was a lot of like chasing jammers out and pulling them back, and yeah, as you say, person on person, and quite a bit of jammer on jammer blocking going on, which is always fun to watch as an audience.
But it's actually also quite hard to sort of find out what's going on and where the momentum is. So yeah, a different game I think than when they played each other 3 weeks ago. A different game than we're used to seeing, but so much fun.
Yeah, just the best fun and a really fast game, which in turn kind of has this massive knock-on effect on how people are playing. So, like, again, another fun stat for you. So in the first half, Bear Skills was 50% lead average, only picked up 5 points. But in the second half, a pretty much 100% lead average picked up 39 points.
And also there was that jam where it turned into sort of laps practice, and that was really interesting. Seeing that that tends to be when you're in the power jam, and it wasn't. It was just about trying to score some points. But especially towards the end of the game, in such a physical game, you have to wonder how effective that is when everybody's really tired. Because that only works as strategy as fast as your slowest blocker.
Yeah, and it's that point at which if everybody runs away, are your jammers going to be able to do anything about it? It's all well and good if the pack speeds up, but your jammers have to have that fitness reserve to chase the pack down. Otherwise, all you're doing is making life harder for your own jammer as well as the opposition.
Yeah. Anyway, fantastic game, and as I'm sure they've already said on the stream, this means that the Borderland Bandits go into tomorrow's Game 7 at 9 a.m. where they will face off against New World Order.
That's going to be a good game.
Oh, tasty, tasty, tasty. And the Mannequin Beasts go into the Game 5 today, and they will be playing the Inhuman League. Again, a game I really,
Going to be so good. Yeah. I mean, are there any jammer matchups you're hoping for?
All of them? I mean,
yeah.
I think it would be really interesting to see if the Inhuman League, if the Mannequin Beasts change their tactics, because so this game was so much jammer skill, jammer points, jammer driven. I'm not sure the Inhuman League Mannequin Beast game will be quite the same.
No, and it'll be interesting to see them adapt to another team and how they play and how that all works for them.
Yeah, and sort of just in a wrap-up on this game, I think the other person that we haven't talked about is Johnny B. Rude.
Yes.
So Mannequin Beast blocker, one of the standout blockers, but did a huge amount of work as pivot and handover and scored points. That's always difficult.
Yeah, and took 3 jams with the star, presumably, I think, skating as a relief jammer, and picked up points, got lead once. Like, that's phenomenal work.
And again, a game about jamming, so really exciting to see. So the next game that we're going to be moving on to now is the Toulouse Podguards versus Southern Discomfort.
It's going to be an exciting game.
I am so excited about this game. So Toulouse have been playing games since 2021. For many people not in France, didn't realise that the French Championships had an entire season last year. So their season is September to June. So they did a 21-22 season. They're now in their second season.
Oh, wow.
COVID. So Toulouse have played 9 games since the pandemic.
So that's going to be a real advantage for Toulouse because they've had that practice of not just playing against each other, basically.
Exactly, and Panam squad have also had that same experience. But unless you have been in France, you haven't seen this.
No.
So, we were all asked for who we thought was going to win the tournament, and I know New World Order. Oh my God, they're on fire.
They really are.
But nobody's seen Toulouse.
No, so they could be the dark horse of the tournament.
I think, they're hardly a dark horse. We know
Well.
Toulouse are one of the strongest teams in Europe, have been for years. But I think the fact that they've been able to train and play longer than the UK teams, I'm really interested to see what they bring on track today.
It could make a real difference, but then of course they are now playing Southern Discomfort, who are one of the UK's oldest men's roller derby teams.
The UK's oldest.
They are the old. I was going to say I thought they were the oldest, and I was like, I'm going to hedge my bets and say one of.
But as we all know, Southern Discomfort now is not the Southern Discomfort
No.
we saw in 2019. So they've had a big turnover in roster. There's some people that will recognise. See Spectral warming up on track.
I got so excited when I saw Spectral. I was just like, Spectral's here! Oh, I mean, it's just a lovely little bit of nostalgia for anyone who's been around roller derby forever, like we have.
Yes, we're very old.
Yeah.
And, so Southern Discomfort got a mix and old and new. They were at Farm Nations in August.
Yeah.
Did not have a good tournament.
No, but they skated strongly. They were another one who their the eventual score, I think, didn't reflect the standard of play. They had a strong game, but when you look at the numbers, you go, oh, that didn't go well for them.
And this is the problem. We can't really look at numbers because this is a brand new Southern Discomfort in many ways. So
Yeah.
no real predictions apart from what we saw at Five Nations. So on paper, Toulouse
Yep.
are going to be the stronger team.
But who knows?
And this is one of the things that I found most exciting about coming back to Derby this year is it's been such a reset for everybody. And, sort of seeing how teams have rebuilt, reformed, so we've gone back to training. And I think this game is one of those examples of, okay, so where are we now? And where are we?
Yeah. What are we going to see? What are we expecting? What is going to be the new kind of standard for this team, so that next time we see them play, we know what to expect?
Yes, absolutely. So, yes, as you know, we're just finishing warm-up, so we'll be going to Derby in a few minutes. So make sure that you've got your cup of tea or coffee, maybe a biscuit if you want to be indulgent, and get comfy, because I've been so looking for this game. When you
Yeah.
look at the rankings that they've gone into this tournament, so Toulouse are ranked second. So if it goes to rankings, you're going to have a New World Order Toulouse final. And I don't think anybody knows right now who would win that. So this is the first time we get to see what Toulouse are bringing.
And indeed, if it goes the way we think it might go, it'll give us the very first inklings of what we might get to see tomorrow. But as we've said, we have no idea, and that's so much fun.
I know. It's so wonderful to come to events, and it isn't all on paper. The points differential hasn't all been worked out, in a way that is going to work. And it's this whole bring everything new, bring new people. All of the leagues here have got new skaters. In the last game, we had 2 aged-up juniors.
Yeah, which is the most exciting and the most terrifying thing, because they've been learning and playing as juniors for years, and now they're aging into the the adult leagues, and they've still got working knees.
And it's also that we'd seen, particularly in men's derby, the teams have been quite set for some time, and who was playing who. But this is all up in the air. So Toulouse have just done a big change here, and that's Southern Discomfort.
I think everyone's very excited. We've got a lot of fans in the house for Toulouse. We've got fans in the house for SDRD.
And you've got fans of Derby like me who are just like, I want to watch this game so much.
And although you can't see it right now, unfortunately, because you get to look at our lovely faces, one of Toulouse on the track warming up actually has a fan and is fanning themselves as they skate, which I admire.
So, this is one of the matchups that I've been most excited about today, because it does give us that indication. But we've already had 2 incredible games at Roller Derby, and then this is going to be a third.
Yeah, it's been a great day. It's going to carry on being a great day. I mean, if you thought you were going to do anything else today, clear your calendar, weld yourself to the sofa.
And it's a chance to really shout out to Time and Fear for having this opportunity, not just to do traditional streaming, but sort of this conversation, the whole tech setup. If you're watching this at home on YouTube, and you are able to, please think about giving a donation to Time and Fear for putting this out for free on the internet for all of our pleasure.
Absolutely.
Okay, and we are at 3 minutes to Derby, so what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up now and hand you over to the stream team, which is, looks like it's going to be Coco, Stormy and Holly.
Good afternoon and welcome to the third game of the day, which is going to see Toulouse Quad Guards up against Southern Discomfort Roller Derby.
So we have got two teams facing up on track up against each other. I'm going to very quickly go through our Quad Guards roster for today. At 06 is Champagne, 137 is Deep Turtle, 1701 is Forme Cronde, 18 is Yas, 2 is Slash Gordon, 22 is Toad Sawyer, 23 is Bonjour Jean, 303 is Big V, 321 is Jean Batman, 54 is Boulet, 614 is Jordan Le Babel, 619 is Tony Strack, and 86 is Glowjob.
And we have had the jam start already, going straight into this first jam. A little bit of a forwards and backwards on turn one, but with the Toulouse jammer breaking free, but immediately picking up a cutting penalty after being receiving lead jammer.
So early power jam start, but that star has already gone off the helmet, so we are going to have a full 2-minute jam.
Some really good work here by Toulouse, slowing down the Southern Discomfort jammer. Jamming for Southern Discomfort at the moment is number 1, which is Ferris. And jamming for Toulouse Quad Guards, their jammer just standing up in the penalty box right now is a Forme Cronde.
And that is the initial pass completed for Southern Discomfort, coming round now to hoping to score some points.
And they are into a second power jam, another penalty being picked up by the Quad Guards jammer. So this gives Ferris for Southern Discomfort a lot of time now to be able to pick up some points.
Big hit down on the outside by Yas. Seeing Ferris going all the way back.
This is a really interesting season for Yas. Previously a jammer for Toulouse Quad Guards. So really has that jammer mentality. I think will be a very effective blocker.
And really showing that jammer agility as well, just staying on the jammer, not giving them a gap to get through.
Jam's called. We do have points on the scoreboard for Southern Discomfort, just a single point being allocated up to 0 points for the Quad Guards. Nice close game.
Really strong defensive work though, shutting down 2 power jams in 1 jam.
It's an immense work from Toulouse, yes. They did, unfortunately, as we said, the jammer got lead straight away into a cutting penalty, but as you said, they've turned that jam around. So it should be interesting to see how they're playing the rest of this game.
So we've got Boulet on the inside line, hopping through on toe stops to take lead.
It is Sully for Southern Discomfort, who is now breaking around the outside of turn 1, about half a lap behind. Boulet goes through the pack on the inside line. Quick spin out and calls.
Much quicker than that first jam, just going, okay, we've had our warm up, let's go.
We will introduce you to the Southern Discomfort Roller Derby roster shortly. We'll keep our eyes on the action to start off with, as it is very action-packed so far. And we will also let you know what else is happening throughout the rest of the day in these breaks. I am Holly, and I'm joined by Stormageddon on the other microphone, and we have the lovely Coco, who is producing today's.
So when we sound really smart, it's all because of Coco.
Definitely because of Coco.
Tony Strack has taken lead for Toulouse.
It's 3 leads in a row now for the Quad Guards.
Meanwhile, Ferguson at the front of that wall, having a tough time against those Toulouse blockers, but gets round on the outside, but a big hit out from Yas. Sees that fight start all over again.
Penalty call on Aisbit for Southern Discomfort takes them down to 3 blockers on the track. And a recycle's happening. So both jammers now on turn 1 where the pack is being held. Good defensive work from both sides here. Jammers having a tough time getting through, both trying to go for that same line.
Ferguson finding the gap on the inside line, and that's the initial pass completed. Quad Guards calling it off.
Just going to quickly give you the rundown for the Southern Discomfort roster. Playing for this game, we have number 1 Ferris, number 125 Rick Rold, number 14 Samdroid, number 18 Ferguson, number 3 Sully, number 303 Crush, number 33 Tag, number 5 Aesbert, number 56 Dixie, 6283 Spectral, number 7 Banks, number 76 Grim, 888 Bullet, 89 Law Have Mercy, and number 900 Giggity.
That has got to be a world record for the quickest roster call out I have ever heard in my life. And now they call an official timeout just to rub it in that you did it in the 30 seconds.
They did indeed, but they are actually giving me a little bit of time just to jump straight into some of our sponsors for today. So make sure you are checking out Bundle of Loved. They are recruiting perfectly good clothes from being wasted. Bundle of Loved, all one word, .co.uk. A penalty has been issued on 1-8 for illegal contact.
So that is going to mean we've got a power jam start with Southern Discomfort having their jammer in the box. Toulouse going on the offensive to try and get Champagne through. Champagne fighting at the front, one-on-one against Banks.
Now Champagne's coming back from that Euro All-Stars games last weekend. Some really good experience bringing into this game here today.
Penalty box getting very full now with 2 blockers apiece having a sit down. Champagne getting out again as Ferguson is out of the penalty box, out of the initial pass.
Both jammers being held now on that outside line. Oh, that's a cutting penalty issued to Ferguson. So again, this now will have a switch up with both jammers getting penalties. That's a back block being issued to Champagne, a cut to Ferguson. They both took opposite ways to get back to the penalty box, and they are now both back on track.
So, of course, this means we've got ourselves a 2-minute jam with no lead jammer. Ferguson being hit out on the outside as Champagne sprints back onto track, having a fight against Aesbit and recycle back by Banks.
Some really good work there by Southern Discomfort. Champagne looked like the outside line was a really good, fast line to move down. But they closed it off very quickly.
Really strong defensive wall there from Southern Discomfort, shutting down Champagne's speed. Ferguson up at the front. And that is 3 points picked up.
We have a star pass now. Star stash, sorry. Continuing on with the game. But that game comes to that jam comes to a natural end. We haven't told you about the officials crew for today's game. Storm, would you like to give us the skating officials?
So our skating officials, our head ref for this one is Victoria Velociraptor, and working underneath it is MK McFarlane, Razor, Tara O, Danny Orario, Homo You Didn't, and Mercy B. Coop.
Thank you. We've gone into a team timeout called by Southern Discomfort Roller Derby. They are being held on 9 points now. They put 8 points on in that previous jam. So they were held at 1 point for a fair few jams already, whilst the quad guards have been picking up points in the majority of the jams previously. So they're obviously taking this break, taking a bit of a reflection on what's happened recently, ready to come back in.
I think some teams need a bit of a warm-up time almost. They need to have those first few jams to kind of get their feet and figure out what the other team are doing and what their gameplay is like. So, and we've seen it quite a lot in the games that we've had so far, where they're starting off seeming to go one way and then it all just goes chaos.
That is true. I mean, we are still coming back from the big break that all teams have had. Still a lot of teams coming back in, just trying to work out where they do actually place alongside others. It's all fair and well watching certain teams playing, but until you actually come up against them on track, you really don't know how they're going to react to your plays, how your plays are going to work against theirs. So I do expect a lot of the teams here today, certainly for this first half of today, to be very, very wary on their approaches to the teams and take those first 10-15 minutes to work each other out. Going into jam number 5, we're going to see Formel Grand again for Toulouse on the jam line up against, I believe that is 1-8 Ferguson. I do apologise, that is number 5-6 Dixie jamming for Southern Discomfort.
That's Formecrons taking lead for Toulouse as Dixie is hit out and being recycled back on the outside. A quick work of the scoring pass there by Formecron sees another 4 points picked up by the quad guards.
Once again, a really solid defensive play from the French team here. Just that tripod wall barely moving. Some really offensive play having to come in to get that to move along for their jammer. Star pass has gone across to number 900 Giggity for Southern Discomfort. He is now your active jammer in this jam.
Giggity with a spin round on the inside line, but loses his foot in at the last second, so is going to go and start that fight all over again. Meanwhile, Formecron making some progress at the front, but again taken out by Spectral.
It is really good to see as well. I am very aware of how Toulouse play, and they do enjoy their recycles.
Oh, yeah.
So it is nice seeing that tactic being used against them as well. So a really good play there by Southern Discomfort to bring that recycling in on the Quad Guards jammer. That jam comes to an end. 16 points to the Quad Guards in that jam. 38 now playing against 9 for Southern Discomfort. I'm just going to quickly run through the NSO list as well. Our non-skating referees, I had NSO's X-rated. We also have Mina Harker, Dropkick Bruise, Minerva McCornfall, Lola Supernova, Marilyn, Alpin Yeti, Mademoiselle, and Sochika.
Toulouse taking lead. That is Boulay sprinting around that track, looking to score some points. Up against him is Ferris being recycled back by Champagne.
Big appreciation from the crowd here today for the Quad Guards jammer. Again, a lot of the teams here from the UK have played against each other recently. We've had the Five Nations tournament. So seeing the teams who they've not seen.
Oh, apex jump. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Not at all. Seeing the teams play who they've not seen, I think the audience are really enjoying this game.
Always feel free to jump in if the action's
So the star is in Banks's hand for Southern Discomfort, pushing forward, but that jam comes to an end.
Another 16 points linked in there by the Quad Guards. That was a really good jam by Boulay. You heard over my my chatter, basically. Storm was pointing out the apex jumps, and the audience were really appreciating. There was a couple of routes around the outside that he was taking as well. Barely touched during that jam.
So we've got Sully jamming for Southern Discomfort, pushing that wall forward. Pure force. Tony Strack hopping round at the back. So two very different jammer styles here that we're seeing, with Sully just using that power and force to push. Tony Strack trying to juke to get that gap. Sully gets out as lead, I believe, for the first time today for Southern Discomfort, but there has been a star pass in Toulouse over to Yas.
Sully taken knocked out heavily by Formacrave. Tony Strack, who was turned into a blocker, getting that big hit on the Southern Discomfort jammer and forcing that call off. I was going to say, it looks like points gone to the Quad Guards, but 4 full points to Southern Discomfort.
So we've got Champagne and Dixie on the jam line.
Southern Discomfort sitting right at the back with that solid 3 wall. Toulouse down to just 2 blockers on track, and that gives space for Dixie to pick up lead jammer. Dixie now around on a scoring pass, comes into a now 3 wall. recycled back, but there is a break at the front for Champagne.
Cheeky little star stasher to get out.
Dixie knocked to the inside line, recycled by Yasla Manas, and that gives space for Champagne to scooch around. 4-point pass now for the Quad Guards, whilst Southern Discomfort still on their initial scoring pass. Dixie determined to pick up more points. Here we see, as I said before, that Toulouse recycle game. I think Dixie just had enough there.
Yeah.
To the end.
This is it. I think it plays into the mental game of roller derby more than anything else. Just like you think you're going to get out, and then all of a sudden you've got to go a mile backwards and start again, and it's got to play with your head.
It is disheartening, and if you are a team that's able to do that, it's such a brilliant tactic to pull out.
We've got Sully and Formecron. Formecron hit down at the back, but straight back up as Sully is hit out on the inside line. Formecron pushing forward, manages to take lead for Toulouse.
Really strong work there as well. Southern Discomfort were down to 3 blockers. They're going to remain. They're currently at 2, but they're going to remain at 3 as they have had another blocker go to the penalty box. Toulouse responding in the same manner. So 3 versus 3, but there's space there for Sully, removing the star to break through. Just losing it, but not to worry. That jam already got called.
Not today.
3 extra points by the Quad Guards as we're coming up to the end of the first quarter of this game. 70 plays 16. Quad Guards starting out very strong, but both teams showing some real impact on each other here. Very solid defense from both sides. I think the Quad Guards are probably just pulling it a bit with their jammers that they're putting out, and a little bit more of the offense play that they're bringing.
And that is Toulouse picking up lead. And that is Boulay.
Half a lap behind, though. We do have a break from the Southern Discomfort. Ferris now coming into a scoring position. Boulay still going round for more. Now, Boulay picked up a decent whack of points on his previous jam. See if he can repeat that again. Knocked out by that wall. That is Banks once again with the recycle. It's definitely an environmentally friendly game today.
See, I mostly know Banks as a jammer, so this is another example here of a skater who's trained as a jammer time and time again, and then you put them on as a blocker, and they've just got that agility and that awareness that they can just stay on the jammer.
Yeah, it's a really effective instrument to be able to use if you can do. Obviously, the majority of teams who have trained jammers will be using them as jammers. But if you can place one in the blocker formation, it is such an asset. As a penalty, by the looks of it, being issued to Ferris. So this is now a power jam in favour of Toulouse. Southern Discomfort certainly do not want this to be as such, as they want to be on the scoring and saving points, which they did very well there. Good save. It's just off your screen. I do apologise, but really good hold there by Southern Discomfort. A couple of hits to take out Boulay. Boulay jumping back on, but taking out immediately again by the SDRD blockers.
So they've locked Ferris in the penalty box. We're going to be starting with the power jam start. That is Tony Strack taking that star for the power jam. Starting with a pivot line start, so they might have a bit of a run up going in. Toulouse going straight on the offense there to just break apart. But that is 3-0-3 crush. Doesn't care if there's a fence. I'm still going to block you.
A really good delay, but a delay only it was, as lead has gone to Tony Strack. Knocking 20 seconds off the jam, though. So some good work there by SDRD. If they can continue to do that, they'll give themselves a bit more time to start picking up points for their teams.
They're just trying to run down Ferris's penalty as much as physically possible. Really good work.
Absolutely. Ferris now back on. 3-wall for Toulouse. They have lost a blocker to the penalty box as well. I don't say lost. He knows exactly where he is. but really solid work. Again, we are static almost on turn one. This entire first half has been pretty much a turn one, turn two game. Some really solid defense, as we said. SCRD now on the defense at the front of the pack. Thank you very much, Coco, who's just adjusting your view so you can see so much better. And it is a cutting penalty issued to Tony Strack.
So that, of course, means we've got 2-minute jam. Star has just been passed over to Giggity.
This is a really good opportunity now for Southern Discomfort.
Yes.
Offensive played on the outside by Ace, but Giggity going to the inside, gets a no pass, no penalty.
Yep.
Still gets those 4 points past. So this really good start so far by Giggity. Ooh, good hit out. Bit of a recycle by Toulouse. They do enjoy that. Taking him back from turn 2 back to turn 1 once more.
And it's really a benefit to try and slow down that momentum, because we saw there when Giggity's got speed, then there's no stopping them. So as soon as you can take that speed away, it makes all the difference.
And sneaking in right at the end for another 4-point pass. Giggity on that apex jump, just finishing it off. 7 points picked up by the quad guards in that jam, but 8 points by Southern Discomfort. Just having a quick double glance across to my lovely producer Coco's notes, and I believe that's the first jam where Southern Discomfort have scored more than Toulouse. Yeah, it is indeed.
Ooh.
So maybe a little bit of a turn is on the cards here by the London team.
Well, Toulouse have just called the timeout, so they're clearly wanting to try and stop that momentum, but Southern Discomfort are picking up.
Quick reminder of the action that's happening over this weekend. We are in game number 3, which is on the middle of your left-hand side. Toulouse Quad Guards versus Southern Discomfort. Winner of this game will play up against the winner of the 9 o'clock game. The winner of this game will play the winner of the game following next, which is Tyne and Fear versus Pan Am Squad. So do keep your eyes peeled for that. And that'll take place at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Honestly, some really exciting lineups over this weekend.
Yeah.
And of course, you've got to keep your eyes peeled on all of it. Some fantastic free stream that's being provided here by our wonderful hosts, Tyne and Fear. If you are able to make a donation towards the stream costs, they would certainly appreciate it. Please go onto their site so you can check out how to make that donation.
So we have got Champagne and Ferguson with the star. Ferguson pushing forward. Champagne getting trapped in that wall at the back. Ferguson taking lead for Southern Discomfort.
Yaslam asked the pivot for Toulouse has been sent off for a cutting penalty, which leaves Champagne with no ability to pass. The star is currently stashed. Champagne's been held at that wall. Now, I don't know if this is a tactical change up, but Southern Discomfort have put on quite a tall wall here.
Yeah, so Champagne just pushing forward at the front and really having some trouble with that Southern Discomfort wall, managing to break blockers off one by one as Ferguson gets another scoring pass for Southern Discomfort. This is exactly what Southern Discomfort needed at this stage.
Yeah, some really good work there by Ferguson. No offense able to come in as everyone was looking at Champagne. But that pass to Yas Lamanas, some really great footwork, but unfortunately picks up a cutting penalty. And I could hear that from the bench. Ferguson being requested to call it. They want to lock Yas Lamanas, who has been a menace as a blocker and potentially as a jammer. A really good decision there by Southern Discomfort. So again, they're picking up the points in this jam, and they were holding quad guards to a 0. This is exactly what we need to see from them. They've got just under 10 minutes remaining in this half to try and pull back towards the scores to make them a bit more evened out. 88 currently to the quad guards, 37 to Southern Discomfort, but 10 of those were in the previous jam. So if they can do the same again on a power jam start here, Stormy, I think we could start to see a very exciting, very passionate game coming through.
And this is exactly it. By locking in Yas in the penalty box, they've got someone locked in who's not primarily a jammer, who's just been blocking their socks off, so isn't going to have that same breath of fresh air that a new jammer is going in.
He is a very, very well accomplished jammer, though. So
oh gosh, yeah.
Hopefully, it does work in their favour and doesn't come back to backfire on them. So Southern Discomfort now fielding number 17.
It's Sully. And Sully has broken out as your lead jammer. Sully with a spin round on the outside, going in on the offence, clearing that inside. That's 4 points picked up for Southern Discomfort.
Yasserman are still in the penalty box, waiting to come back on board, whilst there's a second scoring pass here in the making for Sully. Some really good footwork there, keeping his hips the opposite side of the way he's going. Oh, look at that. Sneaky, straight through. Almost unaware. Caught some of Southern Discomfort. Not quite ready for the defence.
Sully's very happy about that. A bit of a jump on the inside line to get 4 more points. Calling off the jam, denying quad guards getting any more points up on the board.
Seen that last jump there by Sully. Good work to stay in. Good work to pick up those points.
Yeah. Beautiful replay. Thank you, Coco.
Going to jam number 14. This is seeing Formicron for Southern. For the quad guards up against Dixie for Southern Discomfort, and it's Formicron who picks up lead jammer.
Dixie has got star in hand. Keeping options open at this stage.
Again, that recycle by Toulouse. It is so soul destroying. They call it a soul crush in some teams. It is soul destroying. Dixie trying to reach across to Banks for that pass. Yeah. Banks trying to reach around the edge of the Toulouse wall. Is not quite able to make contact with each other. I think Banks has now gone back into that defensive position.
Yeah, it really strong work there by Toulouse, because the brace saw the pivot come in and just went, no, you're not, and immediately moved Banks away.
Yeah, good shutdown from Toulouse. They are a very strategy-aware team, which we see with the recycling a lot of the time, but all of the other strategies they're good at as well. That was out of nowhere. Crush living up to his name, but picking up a high block penalty in the making.
So Banks has taken that star now, coming round for scoring pass.
Is a forearms penalty. It's been issued from the previous pass, Stormy. So it's just a late call for it to come through. So this is going to give quad guards a little bit of a boost going into the next jam, just as they top off this jam with a 100 points on their total. We'll just give you another shout out to one of our glorious sponsors who are here at the Walker Dome today. Sloth Comics. If you've not checked them out, please do. They are publishing fantasy, adventure and comedy comics for all, but they're also out with the Basics of Roller Derby, the first ever illustrated book. It will give you the basics of this sport so you can help your friends, family and loved ones to understand it and get involved.
Back on track, we have got Boulay jamming for Toulouse, picking up lead. Banks, of course, locked in the penalty box, so we've got power jam. Toulouse speeding up to go on the offensive to try and get Boulay through. It is successful, just breaking that SDRD wall in half.
Crush back out from the penalty box. Unfortunately, picks up another penalty, so back in. So this is going to take Southern Discomfort down to 3 blockers. They are split across the pack as well, which is exactly what Boulay needs. Set up now at the front, the 3 blockers for Southern Discomfort here on the far straightaway. Some offensive play coming in, but it is not enough. A good hit out. Southern Discomfort now able to hold Boulay. Again, just catching them just out. And I think they've worked out now their angles and their lines on those catches. Boulay slowed down now, coming back into the pack, but both jammers are back on track.
So Banks with star in hand, you'll see him a million miles off with those pink leggings. Looking for a star pass at this stage, and it's happened.
Yeah,
so that is Giggity has taken the star.
These two players have played together for a long time, knew each other very well, so there may have been that almost subconscious call coming through. Boulay just taken out here, as we can see on turn number 3. Recycle happening on Giggity, down past 3, and that pack now going all the way back to turn number 2. Sorry, Coco, thank you very much. Keeping us just locked in on the action. And that is a pass for Giggity just as that jam comes to an end. Quad Guards again holding Southern Discomfort to 0 points in that jam.
And that is an official review called.
So Stormy, so far in this game, Quad Guards definitely taking a lot of the advantages that are being shown on track, coming in strong with their defense, their offense, and their jammers. But I think the one thing that's winning it for them is the starts, the jam starts.
Yes, absolutely. They're not wasting any time when it comes to getting that lead. And I think that's what's making the difference here, is if they can take that control early on, then that's all they need to do. And then again, you're playing the mental game on Southern Discomfort, and if you're getting in their heads, then you've already won it.
Thank you. Just double checking with our producer, Coco. Southern Discomfort Roller Derby have managed to get 3 out of the 15 jams as lead jammer. And that leaves obviously Toulouse Quad Guards getting the remaining 12. So a 12-3 advantage, which we can almost see reflecting in those points. So if anywhere for Southern Discomfort, what I'd be looking to do is saying, how can we lock down that immediate start?
Yeah, absolutely. But going in as the game goes on, like, we've got to see how things go in terms of stamina of skaters, because obviously Toulouse came in strong, but can they keep that momentum throughout a whole hour game? We don't know yet. And can Southern Discomfort kind of have that energy levels later on in the game? Toulouse have got 2 less skaters than what SDRD have got. So that might play a part, and also penalties, because we're seeing quite a lot of penalties coming in at this stage as well. So we're just getting information from our producer Coco in terms of the official review.
In the meantime, just checking into the next jam, we're going to have Tony Strack for Toulouse up against Ferris for Southern Discomfort. Toulouse setting up side and side for the start of this jam, whilst SDRD held in the middle. Really good solid position from SDRD, though, able to hold on with that offense coming in.
See, I think SDRD are taking on board about those quick jam starts, but from the off, Ferris was basically being a blocker and being an extra blocker to try and slow down that start from Tony Strack, and clearly it's working for them.
So just an update on that official review. SDRD were looking for a cut track penalty on the Quad Guards initial pass, but there was no call given, so they have lost their official review. And that's Tony Strack with lead for the Quad Guards.
Not alone though, as Ferris is chasing him around that track. Both teams are going to be looking to empty the penalty box, so probably going to want to keep it going.
But look at that, it is Ferris who's broken through first. They're 4 points. Not lead jammer, but coming round. Oh, just taken down. A good solid defensive block down by the Quad Guards. Ferris looking to get through, but is recycled back. Now the Apex recycle's probably got to be the worst one, I think.
Yeah. Well, when you're on the outside, yeah, it's awful.
There may be some points already in this pass for Ferris, but Tony Strack has now picked up his second full pass. Let's see if Southern Discomfort can match that in what they've picked up, and they can indeed. A nice neutral jam there. So again, like we said, it's really solid start now there from Southern Discomfort. If they can continue to do this, even though we've got a neutral here, it's more control back in their favour.
We've got Sully on the jam line with Forme Crond.
And we're just past the 2-minute mark left in this period. And it is Sully picking up lead jammer. No, it is a cutting penalty that's been issued. Lead will still be open and available to quad guards, but they have star passed. And that is Yasla Manas now jamming for Toulouse quad guards. Let's see how he comes in as a jammer. As he remembered his previous skills. I believe that might be a yes.
A duck round on the outside line, sees 4 more points picked up. Really interesting offence work by Toulouse to just hold back maybe 1 or 2 blockers and let their jammer do the rest. Like, they're not doing a massive sweep, they're not trying to get them out the way, they're just going, I'm just going to take this one. Oh, and a beautiful apex jump there from Yas to get another 4 points up.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. We know he's an effective blocker today. He's now being a very effective jammer. That looks like it's 20 points so far that he's clocked up for the quad guards. And there is still time left in this jam.
Meanwhile, Sully did get out of the penalty box, but got another penalty, so it's a second power jam. More time for Yas to rack up those points. The one hand down to stay on track. I swear Optimus Grime has patented that at this point. But Toulouse are having it. Oh, and a beautiful duck round to avoid that outside hit.
Sully now back on track. SDRD were taken down to 3 blockers. They are now back together as Yas comes in backwards to try and break that wall apart. They've managed to slow down some of his pace, so can they keep hold of him while Sully tries to also break through in this melee here on turn 3. And that jam comes to a natural end. Let's see how many points. That is 32-point jam for Yasla Manas, who, remember, is a pivot for the quad guards.
That's insane.
To see that apex jump one more time. Absolutely beautiful work. It's an external apex jump, so coming out of the apex.
Yeah. 32-point jam is monstrous. That is absolutely insane. Like, I feel speechless.
Unbelievable. I think we're looking towards, almost tipping towards the certainly the top 10 of points. And I think within this tournament, you're going to be hard pushed to come up against teams and being able to pull that out of the bag as well. So fantastic work there by Yasla Manas. Really good work from the Toulouse quad guards, who are dominating in this game so far. As we've already spoken about, they've got some really good impact on the starts. They've got some really good defense, and their jammers are pulling out all the stops.
Yeah.
But SDRD, they are also bringing their game.
Yeah.
We can't say they're just sat back doing nothing.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And as I said before, now that they've had that first half to kind of, they can see what Toulouse are bringing, they can see what they're up against, and now they've got that half time to kind of calibrate all that and go, okay, what are we going to do in that second half moving forward to stop everything that they're doing?
Yeah, and then their discussions, we reckon you should have a cup of tea at half time, calm down some of your nerves, and we'll see you back here after the adverts.
Hello and welcome back to the second half of the Toulouse Quad Guard game against Southern Discomfort All-Stars. I'm still Stormageddon and this is still Holly.
Despite what it said earlier, these are our actual names. So, yeah, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining in on this free stream. Once again, if you are enjoying the stream, do head over to the Tiny and Fear pages where they have got a donation button, a donation QR code on the MAC page as well. And please do donate if you can do, as it's helping to keep the stream going for free. Yeah, so the game so far very much been focused towards the quad guards, but as we've seen, SCRD just starting to bring it back and starting to get some momentum back into the start, certainly, and back into their defensive style going towards the last 10 minutes of that game.
So going into the start of this jam, we have got Boule and Sully with the star. Sully being knocked down by Boule. Sully pushing forward now. Hit out on the inside line by Bonjour John.
Toulouse down to just the 2 blockers on track, so if there's space, which there is, Sully can break for lead jammer. Lead picked up. I can just see out the corner of my eye, I believe that's Warnicorn for SDRD, who is their mirror bench, using a big fan to assist the calls, which is obviously, it caught my attention. I'm hoping it's catching the jammers' attention. Sully picking up 4 points there for SDRD. Coming up now, face-to-face against Boule.
Sully with just 1 blocker to face at the front, but picks up a cut penalty. So we have got a power jam.
And that is not how SDRD will have wanted to start this. A really strong start for Sully picking up the lead, but now switching across to the quad guards, who are now in control. 4 points picked up by Boule on this power jam so far.
So Boule up out front, managing to pick up another 4 points.
SCRD staying split. Banks is held at the back, so he's going to try and filter Boule across into that 3 wall, which he does do on the outside line. Good work there by SCRD, working in conjunction, even though they are split across. Thank you, Coco. Boule pushing at the front of the pack now on the straight between the jammer and pivot lines as Sully comes to the back of the line. Scooching around the outside, there is a recycle, one of the famous recycles. And that was Bonjour Jean once again holding Sully back. Points on both sides though. We've got 11 for the quad guards, 7 for the Southern Discomfort.
Really strong defense to stop those points running away with it on the power jam though. Like 4 point difference is pretty good going from the high points scoring we've seen that Toulouse have been racking up.
Oh, immensely.
And Southern Discomfort just shutting it down and going, no, I'm not having that.
You're totally right, Stormy. So even though it didn't go in their favour, they got lead jammer, they shut down a power jam, so they have come out very strong. Second jam, we are looking at Tony Strack for Toulouse up against Ferris for Southern Discomfort. Ferris going around the outside line, but it's Tony Strack who is just ahead picking up. No, it is Ferris who has picked up lead jammer.
So close, you couldn't even tell who's got lead from looking. Got to check with the refs.
I had to check with my producer as well. Oh, big takedown here on turn number 2. Low block penalty issued now to Tony Strack. So this is a power jam for Ferris. Now this is what Southern Discomfort want. Power jam in their favour when they've got lead.
Absolutely. So Ferris going in, and once that contact's been made, then going in with the offence.
But that is Yas being quicker with the feet, manages to pull that cut penalty on Ferris. So that'll be a switch up in the penalty box. Jammers being turned around. Action now here, sticking on lane 3 on turn 3. Toulouse trying to do that recycle back to break out Tony Strack. Some good work there. That's a combination of the offensive blocker and their jammer almost going the opposite way to distract SDRD in front of them. Giggity staying back to see if he can provide some offense for Ferris. Goes in, opens that inside line. Up at the front, though, a good hit out by Spectral, managing to get some traction on Tony Strack to bring him back. Oh, but a skippity doodah over that inside line. And that's another set of points for Toulouse.
See, this is where the recycle can go against you. So even though that was beautiful recycle back by Spectral, what it did do is break apart the SDRD wall, and they didn't manage to reform it quick enough before that jammer kind of sprinted through, and then they just have to take off the blockers one-on-one.
Yeah, tough action to have to bring yourself on board to. Certainly not what I'd want to be doing on a Saturday lunchtime. Hope you are enjoying us. Do again check out Tyne and Fear, check out the mech page, throw across some pennies if you're able to do so, as we do appreciate you sticking around for this free stream.
So Champagne and Dixie with the jam start, and it is Dixie hit out on the outside line with Champagne trying to push forward at the front.
Champagne, very strong pushing jammer. That is a very solid wall of 3 to have to come up against. Space being pushed out, that pack not moving very fast. Good defense from both sides. In comes the offense from Toulouse. Does Yas get a break? Has he had a jam off yet?
I don't think he's allowed one.
Okay.
They won't let him.
I wouldn't either. I'd be like, get yourself back on there. This is a melee, and in that, a break around number 33, which is tag, allows Champagne to pick up lead jammer, but that took nearly a minute, Stormgeddon. So that's an incredible defensive start. Oh no, that is both a blocker and a jammer for SDRD being sent to the penalty box, so this is not going to look in their favour. It's going to be a tricky one, as Champagne's coming around now for a second scoring pass here on turn 3.
Beautiful bit of offensive work by Toulouse, holding back one blocker. Yaz jumping in to take away the brace, and now they're just letting Sham push, trying to get those last few blockers out of play. Not making it easy up at the front, though.
Absolutely not. That is some beautiful work of knowing your pack. There we go. Good drop off, a good bridge coming in from Giggity. But Sham versus 1 is a lot easier. And that's 8 points so far for the quad guards. A couple of seconds remaining. Can Sham make it back to the pack in time? There's quite a moving pack. Good work again from SDRD to protect their points.
See, this is where the Derby brain comes into play as well, because even though they're letting Sham push to try and get those blockers out of play, that took nearly the whole 30 seconds of the power jam just to get that one pass. And is it beneficial to then go in and just wipe those blockers out to give your jammer a run, or are you going to make the blockers just run away and make the jammer have to chase them?
It's decisions.
There's a lot of things to consider.
It is. And it's a sign of a good team when they can pick that right decision at the right time and do it to full effect. That is some beautiful work there by Grim, who picks up lead jammer for Southern Discomfort.
Is that Grim's first time jamming today?
It absolutely is. First time out, first time on the track, first time jamming. That is lead jammer. Back already on turn number 1, but comes up against a very solid tripod wall from Toulouse. There's been a star pass over to Yas, who's just taking their time. Pops the star on. I think they believed it might have been called beforehand and weren't quite ready to wear the star to pick up the points.
Yeah, there seemed to be some stop to get clarification with the officials there that kind of slowed things down. But Southern Discomfort getting 2 of their own points there before the jam's called.
Going to give you all a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, who is M Sportswear. That's Martinez Sportswear. They are the official partner of Team USA Roller Derby and Figure Skating, a family-owned business, and every item they offer was designed by world-class athletes from each of their disciplines. So if you want to go check out M Sportswear, they'd certainly appreciate you going there. www.martinez.sportswear.com. If you want to place a full team order, you can get 10 to 20% discount.
Ooh.
I know. And in this economy, that is everything.
In this day and age.
I know, a discount. Exactly. If you are brand new to roller derby, welcome to us. Fantastic that you've picked the Men's European Cup to kind of get your head around the game. If you are interested in playing roller derby, we do recommend you join in with your local team, but definitely take advantage of all of the discounts that are available out there for you.
And remember, officials are valued and important. So even if you don't want to be beat up on track, there is a place for you in roller derby. Check out your local team.
So, Boulay, lead jammer for Toulouse. And Grimm previously picking up a penalty from that previous jam, so starting in the penalty box. This is a power start for the quad guards. They're going to be wanting to hit that 200 in this jam if they can do.
So Boulay pushing forward, finds that gap on the inside line. That's 4 more points for the quad guards. Grimm as back on track, taken star off. And that is the star passed over to Giggity.
Giggity receiving the majority of the star passes for Southern Discomfort today. I think he received all barring one in the first half. And he's now back on again. A very, very effective double threat. Skip through that inside line. There's a cut being issued to one of the jammers, and it is the Toulouse jammer. So this is now a power jam for Southern Discomfort.
That's interesting. Giggity has been hit out on the outside line, being recycled back.
It's the famous Toulouse recycle once more, pulling back from turn 3 to turn 2.
Yeah. So Giggity now trying to use brute force to push that Toulouse wall forward. Big hits from Southern Discomfort to try and break that wall apart, but the reform speed on that Toulouse wall is insane.
Yeah, they are a fantastically swift team, coming from a majority speed skating background.
Oh, that will do it.
Donsulier for Toulouse now on the way to the penalty box. So taken down to the 3 blockers. Still able to keep Giggity on that last pass. Did he pick up some more points? He did indeed. So that's 2 scoring passes for Southern Discomfort in this jam. Definitely points needed. I think they probably would have wanted more when they had that power jam opportunity.
Yeah.
But it was from a star pass, so it's not necessarily one of their primary jammers who's gone out to pick them up. We are now joined here in the announcer section by our overlord, Roller Polar Bear, who is taking the video controls. So if you have any issues, please do send them across to Shref. Taking a quick official timeout just to do a little bit of track maintenance. Safety is always our primary concern. Storm. So again, we're coming up to 10 minutes just gone in this half, and we've already talked about what we think we would have done if we were SDRD. What kinds of things we want to focus on. Are you seeing those coming through?
I do think so. Yeah, there's definitely. There's definitely been a shift in the priorities of the blockers. I think when we started off, I think SDRD were trying to focus more on their offense, which was breaking apart their walls, and then they weren't able to stop any jammers. And I think now they know what they've got coming up against them in terms of the Toulouse jammers. They're definitely shifting that focus over and definitely holding them for longer than they have been going in the first half.
Yeah, definitely looks like it's taken a little bit more of the time from Toulouse to break through. The only exception I would say is Boulay. When he's got some space, he's just picking up and racking up those points. So again, maybe going into that, if possible, not being recycled by Toulouse. It's hard, I know. But trying to keep themselves together, I think they're going to have a lot more of the potential to bring in force those options that they want to do, which slows down Toulouse. It gives them the more opportunity to break, get lead, break and get points.
And this is what we kind of talked about in halftime a little bit, is Southern Discomfort very much need to be strong as a wall, they need to be together and they need to kind of slow it down and be static. And when they do that, they lock their jammers down. Whereas Toulouse don't rely on that for their defense. They're very good at kind of having this chaotic wall that kind of flows more fluidly and just using their own personal agility to stop the jammers.
It's almost like they've got a force field, and as long as their force fields are touching, that means they are in conjunction and in sync with each other.
Yeah. And that is Sully picking up lead.
He is currently on a power start as the Quad Guards jammer Boulay picked up an insubordination from the previous jam for not leaving the track.
So that is tag going on the offense to get Sully through, and Sully calling it off, locking that jammer in the box.
I'm quite, I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised. Sully's a very strong jammer for Southern Discomfort, so I would probably want to have made him run and pick up a load more points, but coming up against Boulay, maybe you just want to, if you can hold him for 2 jams, that might be a little bit more disheartening.
Yeah, again, it's all about the mental game here. I mean, I'm with you personally because Toulouse haven't got that initial pass yet. I'd be wanting to keep going personally, but Sully clearly wants some fresh legs on track, and those fresh legs come in the form of Ferguson. And Ferguson takes lead, but he is not alone with Boulay chasing him down.
A very quick breakthrough by Boulay. Oh, Ferguson, beautiful work. Oh, not quite able to stay in that final hit from Yas, but those first few steps, really good work from Ferguson. He knows he's in charge. He's looking back to his bench, but looks like this jam is going to continue. Points to be given on both sides. And unfortunately, Ferguson picks up a back block penalty, so that has not gone in their favour. Can they now lock down Boulay? Toulouse knocking out Law Have Mercy, but that pack is stretching out to the front. Switches to the back. And it's an out of play called on Crush and Ferris. Interestingly, Ferris has jammed for SCRD in this game. He's gone on as the pivot, so that might have been a tactical possibility for them to try and rack up some points if they needed to, and they might indeed want to bring out a star pass.
Or a spin round on the outside line, just managing to keep him bound, so that's another 4 points for Toulouse. Meanwhile, Southern Discomfort are out of the penalty box, trying to make up for some lost time now as they are getting taken back on the outside.
Now Ferguson just very unfortunate on that outside hit, just getting a toe stop over the line to have to recycle back. So now going into turn number 4. And that is a penalty there for the Toulouse Quad Guards. Jammer Boulay, power jam now in favour of Ferguson, but we've only got 11 seconds remaining in this jam, so SCRD will try and pick up some points here and then go back into a power start for the next jam. Good hips used there by Ferguson, but manages to skip around that inside line to definitely pick up the 4 points, as shown by our jammer referee, Mercy Baku.
I believe that penalty was on the pivot, so we're not starting on the power jam, it's the pivot that's locked in.
I apologise.
That's all right.
I'll put my other contacts in and have a good old look next time. I do apologise. So 217 now to Quad Guards. That was a 20-point jam. 90 to Southern Discomfort. They picked up 8 on that previous jam. And it's Tony Strack who's going to be coming up against... cannot see the jammer.
That's Dixie.
Thank you, it is Dixie. I should know by their style. Really good work there by Dixie, getting lead jammer. Tony Strack about a third of a lap behind. Bit of offense coming in from Southern Discomfort to try and get some points in there for Dixie. 3 points picked up by SDRD and holding Toulouse to a 0. So that will definitely give them that little boost that they need going into the last quarter of this game.
Taking the stars for this jam, we've got Forme Crons. We've not seen them jam for a little while, and coming up against them is Grim.
Yeah, Formicron's not jamming yet in this half. Maybe saving his energy as he comes out with a lead jam status. Grim, second time, well, technically third time of jamming. Had got lead on his previous jam, first time out, but now just being held. Toulouse holding just prior to that pivot line, whilst SCRD pushing out to corner 2, but having to let Formicron go. 4 points now already on the Quad Guards totals. Grim recycled back to behind the jammer line. That looks like a star pass, which is effective over to Ferris.
So Ferris with just one blocker to face, but again with that reform on the Toulouse side, so quick, getting back in front of Ferris to hit out on the inside line. And that is another 4 picked out by Formicron. And that is a power jam as Ferris is going for a sit down in the box.
It appeared to be some form of out of play penalty issued. SCRD now unfortunately split apart, but that jam does come to an end. So they're able to reset and go into jam number 10.
Formicron picking up 16 points in that jam. Fun fact, Formicron is French for microwave.
Oh.
So clearly he was pinged and ready to go for that jam.
Oven ready. So definitely fresh legs coming on for Toulouse with Formicron. They are now bringing back Tony Strack in for this power start. Spectral with the recycle back to just above the jammer line, and now that pack holds on turn 1. We are just paused at the pivot line. Toulouse down to just 3 blockers, but they are very effectively holding in that position. They came back for the defense. It seemed like there was a break there from Ferris, but a 4-on penalties putting Ferris back in the penalty box. And that means this continues to be a power jam. Tony Strack, who picks up a back block penalty. 2-minute jam, no lead. Both jammers picking up penalties.
Okay, we've got a jammer switcheroo in the box as Ferris is immediately released, meaning that Tony is going to sit a shorter penalty.
SCRD really want to try and break Ferris out before they have to go back to focusing on that defensive. But Toulouse, so good. Really good hit out. It was Yasla Manas, but in conjunction with number 321, Jean Batman. Rick rolled, however, on that hit to the inside line to take out Tony Strack. And Spectral. So, again, both teams doing really good on that hit out and recycle back, but it looks like a direction penalty on Spectral. Out at the front, taken down to the ground is Ferris. But there is a penalty on Yasla Manas. So this is taking Toulouse down to 3 blockers. SCRD down to 3 blockers. This pack now currently between turns 3 and 4.
So Tony Strack is out of the penalty box. So both jammers with an opportunity to score some points.
Ferris just checking the time there before recycling back. It is only a couple of seconds, so going to take his time on this one, see if he can just get a point in. Threw his hips in at the end.
See, I don't know if you saw that, but Toulouse literally went in for the recycle, and while they were recycling, did some offense on their way back, and that was enough to get their jammer out.
What? How can they do 2 jobs at once? Leave some jobs for the local people, please. No, really good work there by Toulouse, being able to pull that offense and defensive play. Really quick switch. I mean, you've got to be really switched on to be able to do that.
Yeah. Like the speed it takes to have that awareness to know I've got the time to do this, because especially if that jammer's recycling back, taking their time because they need that breather, and just having that awareness to go, okay, I've got 2 seconds. let's make that 2 seconds work.
Yeah, it is fabulous when it works. It's like that offense definitely comes out from nowhere because you're seeing them doing a defensive move in that run back. So we're into an official review, which is why you can see our beautiful faces. Official review has been called by Toulouse Quad Guards. It may be for the action just at the end of that jam because we did see a stumble on track here on turn number 3.
Maybe.
But that is me surmising. I do not know. I am not the bench coach for Toulouse, so I couldn't tell you.
We're spreading vicious rumours and lies right now.
Lies. This is me getting kicked out from roller derby with my viciousness here, making assumptions, and we all know what happens if you make an assumption. So yeah. Do get in touch with us. There's the MEC page, Men's European Cup page. You can get in touch on all the social medias through Tyne and Fear as well. Let us know how you are enjoying, not if you're enjoying, but how you are enjoying the feed, how you're enjoying the games, and let us know your predictions. So you've seen a few games already today. Let us know your predictions for the rest of the day and day 2. It's going to be such an exciting weekend.
Yeah.
I know we're all already on edge because roller derby's back, but these games are really showing some brilliant work here.
Yeah, everyone truly having a great weekend at MEC. But Bear's our cameraman and he looks very happy at me right now. There you go. Have I won the announcers?
I think you
now?
just get
an
extra sponsorship point there for reading out Bear's own sponsorship call on himself.
Excelsior.
And now we're just going to go into a whole ream of in-jokes. So
sorry about that.
So some really good work here already today. So the first game saw, I don't even know who it was. Who are the team?
New World Order.
New World Order, of course it was.
You should know that as their bench coach.
And New World Order came up against the Inhuman League.
Yeah.
Really strong play from both sides there to kick this tournament off. And then that took us into, I'm going to bring it up for you, Borderland Bandits versus Mannequin, who we just saw. Really good start, but again, by Mannequin Beast, came out quite strong. But Borderland Bandits managing to hold their power and hold the strength over them for the second half.
Bandits very much a second half team in that game. It could have gone either way, and it was just Borderland Bandits stretching that lead in that game.
So quick reminder of what's happening for the rest of the day and tomorrow. All this streaming is free, so do stay tuned. Jumping back into the action now. We are seeing Champagne for Toulouse up against Sully for Southern Discomfort. Sully getting right into the middle of that pack. Champagne, again, really strong pushing jammer.
Champagne, though, is going for a sit-down in the penalty box for a forearms penalty. So we have got Sully with lead and with the power jam. Sully on for a scoring pass now, making short work of that with a juke round that last blocker for 4 points. Sully with a spin round the outside, but a big hit out from Deep Turtle. And that is calling it off, locking Champagne in the penalty box.
Champagne standing though, so there'll only be a few seconds on this power start for Southern Discomfort. Now that official review that was called by Quad Guards was, my assumption was totally wrong.
Terrible. Gossip.
Absolutely shouldn't be saying these things. They wanted the penalty on the pivot rescinded. However, the call does stand.
Okay. See, this is where we said about it being quite penalty heavy. Surely, if they're wanting to get a penalty rescinded, we've got to assume that skater is quite high on their penalties and quite at risk of a foul out.
It is possible, or it may just be somebody that you desperately want to ensure doesn't pick up a ream of penalties and then ends up fouling out.
Yeah.
If they are a pivotal player for you, being in that pivot position. Here is Dixie for Southern Discomfort picking up a lead jammer. Some very strong play here from this player who has very recently come into the A team for Southern Discomfort. Jammed a couple of games for them, including the Five Nations tournament, and picking up another set of 4 points here today at MEC.
So Yas has just taken the start and then knocked straight down by Giggity, but manages to stay in front of those Southern Discomfort blockers to make a breakout on the initial pass.
Dixie doing some wonderful work and actually ended up getting a cut penalty pulled on Slash Gordon, who was trying to knock them out. So fantastic work there. Southern Discomfort managing to hold Quad Guards to a 0 points. Let me just double check Coco's wonderful scoring here. Thank you. That's only 5 times that Quad Guards have not scored in this half. But that is definitely 5 times that they've not allowed them to score, which is a lot higher than the first half. So Southern Discomfort definitely coming out with a little bit of that strength in the defensive side.
Formicron up at the front, pushing forward, tries to spin round Spectral, but that line is denied. Meanwhile, Grim up at the back, trying to just going from left to right, trying to find that gap and hit out on the outside. Formicron kind of looking backwards, looking at his team like, are you going to help, please?
Absolutely not.
And that help comes in the form of Slash Gordon.
Yeah, this 3-wall for Toulouse is so strong. They can just send Slash Gordon out to provide that offensive hit. However, as you said before, Stormy, you don't want to be the person who then brings that pack forwards.
No.
If SDRD are switched on enough.
Yeah.
Now this wall is barely moving, but I don't think that Formicron is actually doing.
No, Formicron is literally looking back at his team and going,
I'm saving my energy here.
Yeah, like I'm doing a lot of the work here, like.
And it's certainly good to have that jammer block of communication. It is, do you want me to push? Do you want me to wait for you to come through?
Yeah.
Obviously, they've worked out their calls and how it's going to come through. Is lead awarded to Formicron. Just double checking there from the officials to make sure everything was as needed to be.
1 minute and 30 into this jam before we got lead.
That was unbelievable. Heavy defensive work. We can see Formicron there, a little bit steady going back. And he does pick up that low block penalty. So it may be that he was waiting for that offensive play. I don't know if there might be some fatigue or some injury possibly there.
Yeah.
Very steadily bringing himself back onto track.
And SDRD have just called for an official review.
I am not going to make any assumptions this time.
No guesses this time.
Learned my lesson well.
Yeah. So we've got just over 5 minutes left of gameplay. 110 Cs, 237. SDRD really having a second half game here.
They are indeed. Quad Guards are still maintaining the double points, so they are a 2-1 on points, which they were for the majority of the first half and certainly throughout this second half. But with regards to the style and the gameplay, yes, Storm, I think you're spot on. Southern Discomfort just starting to feel their way through as to how they can be strong. And I am aware that a lot of teams are looking at these first games and being, we're preparing ourselves for the second game.
Yes.
So there are a lot more games ready for you this weekend. So you don't want to come in all guns a-blazing, unless you're the Bandits, which of course they have that already on their t-shirts. You don't want to come in guns blazing and pick up all the penalties and potentially pick up the injuries and be totally fatigued and unable to bring your game for that second one that you come into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if you're coming into a more of a perhaps looking at a potential medal or a position game. You want to ensure you've got some fire still in your bellies going into those second games.
Yeah, this is it. We're playing a long game here. Like, this is a marathon, not a sprint when you're looking at a weekend tournament, and there's no point putting everything you've got into the first game if for the rest of the weekend you're no use to anyone.
Okay, so the official review that was called was requesting the penalty issued to be upgraded to an egregious, but the the penalty as it stands, so there's no call stands. Back into the game. That is lead for Ferris for Southern Discomfort. Yaslamas, the pivot back now on track. I do apologise, not Yas. It is Champagne, the pivot, back on track, looking to provide some aggravation in there. And Toulouse getting themselves to the front, ready to set up for the release of Formicron from the penalty box.
Formicron is out of the penalty box with Star in hand. So trying to get out on that outside line, denied by Spectral.
And you can see Champagne, their pivot, staying at the front now, doing some good defensive work there. Champagne getting the directional penalty. So Formicron is going to have to try and work this one through himself. Big hit out on the outside line by Big V. Ferris trying to get around. It's a tough wall to get around here.
Yeah.
Slash Gordon trying to hold that inside line. That's some really good defensive work. That shoulder of Slash, anyone else in that diagonal hold may lose that inside line. Slash really holding on tight, but does pick up a blocking penalty.
Ferris is going for a sit down in the box, I believe, for a forearms. Thank you, Coco.
I think Ferris was arguing whether or not he should have received that penalty because the penalty had already been issued out, but you can still be penalised on a penalised player.
Yeah. Just because someone else was naughty doesn't mean you can't be naughty too.
Two wrongs do not make the right. And that jam comes to an end. We did finish off with Champagne as the jammer for the quad guards. Just double checking some points going on. Yes, 2 points picked up by the quad guards, but 8 points picked up by Southern Discomfort. Still sitting just around the 2-1 penalties. I do apologise. Just sitting around the 2-1 on the points. 239 plays 118, and we are going into a short timeout. Let me tell you about Roller Derby Soaps, Roller Dirty Soaps. They are one of our sponsors. They have absolutely everything. I've just been to see their stall, and oh my, I wish I was made of money because I would buy everything on there.
They have a spray that gets rid of Derby stink.
They do.
It's magic.
It is absolute magic. You can get it in a small size or a large size, depending on how often you play. Definitely worthwhile checking them out and seeing if you can pick up some of that for your kit if you are a player. But they also have some wonderful soaps, as you would expect, being in the title of their name. They're all natural, cruelty-free and vegan self-care, all handcrafted. But what I was really interested in is they have some dragon scale jewellery, which is utterly, utterly beautiful. And if anybody out there ever wanted to buy me anything at any point, doesn't have to be my birthday, but let's pretend it is. The Mechmas, buy me something for Mechmas, that would be wonderful. If you're interested in getting anything for someone, honestly, go and have a look at the dragon scale jewellery that they have. Their website address, because you are clearly not here at the Walker Dome, is www.rollerdirtysoaps.etsy.com. They are also available on Facebook, Instagram and TikTok if you wanted to go and check out exactly what they've got available.
And just putting it out there, for my Mechmas present, I think my entire league would appreciate me getting the spray that gets rid of the Derby stank. For all of us. Coco's saying we all need it, but I think my league would appreciate if I got it.
Every league would appreciate it. So if you are involved, do get yourself a bottle and get another bottle and donate it to your local league so they can keep all of maybe the newbie kit up to date and fresh, or maybe part of your secret Santas as they go out if you participate in that. So we're still holding in this official timeout. I'll take you to our beautiful faces just for a moment there.
Hiya.
Hello. I didn't buy this wig for it not to be shown. So thank you very much. It's beautiful. Wrong side. That side. There we go. I don't understand inverted. You think I would with all the selfies I've taken, but I still don't understand left and right when it's inverted. And after that comedic short break, we are going to go back to the action. Official timeout has come to an end. They've gotten everything they needed sorted out, and we're going to see Sully for Southern Discomfort up against Boulay for the quad guards.
Well, it's Sully who has the pivot. Sully was just tracking Boulay off the jam line because, of course, we're starting on that power jam start. So Sully's just doing everything he can one-on-one to slow down Boulay. As we said, they are very quick at getting that lead jammer status, and Sully is just shutting that down successfully as Ferris out of the penalty box gets lead for Summon Discomfort.
Yeah, really good work there, and thank you, Storm, for being better eyes than I am. Ferris coming around now on turn 3, dipping underneath. Beautiful, untouched, 4 points, uncontested as well as that jam comes to an end. So really snappy points there. Now Southern Discomfort, this would have been absolutely beautiful to see perhaps 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I do think they are out of time to pull back anything less than this, around about 2 to 1 points differential. But as we said, they are now focusing on game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. And right now it's about picking up those lessons to take into the second game and just stopping the points bleed.
We've got just over a minute and a half remaining in this period, so if this jam runs to its full continuum, it may be the last jam. Tony Strack up against Ferguson. It's Ferguson for Southern Discomfort who picks up Lee's jammer.
And that is a star pass over to Jean Bachmann, who is the first time jamming today. He's not going to get much of a go at it.
No, that jam called off by Ferris. Southern Discomfort have found their place in this game. 2 very quick leads, 2 very quick points, and 2 very quick call-offs.
That's so selfish of Southern Discomfort. I really wanted to see how Jean Bachmann was going to get on. I'm so disappointed. How dare you?
I think you need to write a very strongly worded email to them.
I am.
Oh, sorry, that sounded like such a boomer response. Why don't you film a TikTok and send it across to them instead? We're going into... Formicond for Southern for the Quad Guards up against Dixie for Southern Discomfort. Quad Guards have been held to only 2 points in the last 6 jams. So again, Southern Discomfort have found their game. It's just a little bit too late for us to appreciate it, as we only have 25 seconds remaining in this period.
So Southern Discomfort have got a lead, but Dixie was hit out at that last second, so was absorbed back into the pack.
Now that has been called. We have seconds remaining on the lineup. So, and here we go. We needed to have a timeout called for us to get an additional jam in. Really well, good work there by Southern Discomfort. As we said, they're now picking up the pace. They now understand the game that they're playing, and they want to get just a couple more attempts in before they go into game number 2.
They've just spent the last 45 minutes going, where's the ball? And now, in the last 15 minutes, they've gone, oh, there isn't one.
There isn't one. No.
Oh, okay, we're good. Let's go then.
So at the moment, as the numbers currently stand, Toulouse will be going in as the win. So they'll be playing in game 8, which takes place tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And Southern Discomfort will be going into play game 6, which is at 7 o'clock tonight. And they'll be facing up whoever is not the winner for the next game between Tyne and Fear and Pan Am Squad. Now, Southern Discomfort have come up against Tyne and Fear, but not in the 2 teams as they currently stand. We're talking pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
But I don't think they've come up against Pan Am Squad in a very, very long time.
I've not seen Pan Am Squad play for a very long time. I'm very interested to see what they can pull out the bag.
Back into the action. Both teams now on the benches lined up as they know this is going to be the final jam of this game. And this time it is Sully who is jamming for Southern Discomfort, but a very quick lead for Boulay.
Sully picking up some speed now, spinning around that last blocker, staying on track. That's the initial pass done as Boulay is on the inside line trying to fight through that wall to get those points. Sully now up at the front, pushing those 3 blockers forward. And that is Giggity going in on the offence to break apart a gap for Sully, which he takes. And there's 4 more points picked up as the Quad Guards call off the jam.
We just see that quick replay of Sully holding himself in on that inside line. Beautiful work there. And that is the end of this game. Beautiful work. So Quad Guards finish on 242 points. Southern Discomfort on 130. So just minimal points in that final jam. Storm, I think we have pretty much dissected this game apart.
Yeah, we've said all the words that are possibly available to any person. I'm sorry for taking them all. I'm sure you'll understand.
Yeah, we're going to have to pass out dictionaries to the remaining announcers so they can continue with the rest of the words that might exist. It's just to say, a very strong play from Toulouse. They are going out as the winners, and we are going to wrap up our part in our involvement because we have got some interviews coming up as soon as the skaters are ready.
Yeah.
Do stick around after each game. We do get an interview segment from the players who've just taken part. It's really interesting to see their thoughts on it because you obviously hear our thoughts a lot of the time.
Yeah, you get our thoughts and opinions and how we interpret tactics are happening and just based on what we can visually see, but we don't know the conversations that are happening at the benches. We don't know what the bench coaches are thinking and saying. So, yeah, we get that bit of the insight from the skaters. We've got Coco is going to be running our interviews for us. So
yeah, and I certainly learned my lesson. I'm not going to make any assumptions as to what may be discussed during that interview. But do stick around. It's really interesting to hear how the teams feel the games have gone and their approaches, and also what they're going to be taking into the next games. As we know, we're going to now be seeing Southern Discomfort playing tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yes.
And we are going to be seeing Toulouse playing tomorrow at 11 o'clock for their next two games.
Yeah, and it also does affect it that one of the teams has a much longer break as well, so that should make a big difference going into the next games.
I mean, they get to sleep. They get to. I mean, if that's what they wish to do, I'm not saying anyone who doesn't get sleep is wrong, but if they wish to, they're allowed to have a break. Whereas we're looking at Southern Discomfort have got a couple of hours. They might just get some time to decompress, but then they're going to be back into their focus on the next game.
Yeah. And for some people that works better. Sometimes you can run on that adrenaline all day. Some people don't like that anxiety of the night before. But again, going into it with proper rest, makes a big difference.
A huge difference. Certainly for the teams that I've worked with, they would rather have one game each day than to have to fit two in one day. Although there are quite a lot of times where there are going to be teams playing two games over this weekend on a single day because we want to jam all the action we can do into these 2 days for you. Yeah. I think we're ready to cut across to Coco, who is going to be interviewing Sully from Southern Discomfort. So keep your eyes peeled and have a listen to the interviews today.
Hello and welcome. Hiya, this is Sully. You've just seen absolutely smashing it as a judge. Yeah, you worked really, really hard. How did you feel that went?
We got surprised by how good Toulouse were. Absolutely insane. What they always bring such heat to the game. Yes. French roller derby in general, if you ever want to learn how to skate, watch them. But yeah, really high arousal levels to start with, and then just really bringing it down. Yeah. We had this chant of six sambai, sorry. Just a weird six sambai. Which it's just basically bringing it in. Let's go as a team, and it's now our new chant. So yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, it was absolutely amazing watching you play out there. Obviously, is this your first open tournament? No, sorry, you played at Five Nations. Yes, you've got a different lineup this time slightly. What do you think the difference in bringing that to MEC as opposed to Five Nations? What have you learned?
Well, from the start, olden days, actually topple over and destroy our gameplay. But as you've seen with some of the additions that we had in that second half, we brought it down. Yeah. Really friendly bench, really friendly to everybody else, and then that was it. We started running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've watched obviously you play a number of years, and it was an absolutely fantastic attitude, feeling. Is this something you specifically trained since lockdown?
Personally, yeah, 100%. I was such a fiery character back in the day. You put it down to youth and drinking all the time and stuff like that, living the party lifestyle. But now it's I'm skating for my team, and if I create a negative environment for the team and vice versa, it just becomes a horrible thing. So I want to put a new face on roller derby and bring it back.
That's an absolutely fantastic sport, view to have. I think obviously quite a few of the teams here today have gone along that same lines, and I feel like it's taken a lot to bring MRDA in itself to this position. So what are your plans? Obviously, we know that you're going forward into your next game. So you're going to have a bit of a rest, bit of a catch-up, recoup?
Yeah, rest, reset, recover. We've got a couple of issues that we need to sort out. And then we're just going to come in with the same ethos as the second half into our next game, the winner of these two.
Yeah, you did really well. One of the stats was that you held them to 2 points in 7 jams. Yeah. So, yeah.
7 points in 11 jams towards the end. 7 points in 11, I think.
Yeah.
Point counter said, yeah.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and obviously the feedback that we got on was that you really did settle into it in the second half.
The team gameplay has gone through the roof, and again, Toulouse, by the way, their team gameplay, honestly, if they don't win the tournament, I'll be shocked. Them and NWO, I think, are going to be the ones.
That's fantastic. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have a quick word with Toulouse, but thank you so much. Absolutely wonderful game. Right, speak to you in a bit. Hello, my dear. How?
Fine, thanks. And you?
You did some amazing jamming. Were you ever off the track?
No. So I started derby. I was 6 years.
Yeah.
And it's fun, and I liked it. And that's why sometimes I don't know. I make good jam. I hope for you, but for me too.
For everybody. Yeah. For everybody. How do you feel that game went for yourself?
Win for yourself? Sorry.
How did you feel it went? Like, how was the outcome?
Oh, we are so happy to win this first game.
Yeah.
I think we will concentrate to the next match and probably celebrate at the end of the tournament.
Yes.
It was intense. We feel like the opponent level up the intensity of the game in the middle of first mi-temps, half-time.
Yeah.
And we try to ralentir, to slow down and connect with ourselves, our play, and our love for the game. That's Derby.
So what would you like to take away from this game into your next?
I don't really analyze my games.
Okay, yeah.
I just play as best as I can at the moment, and that's all.
That's a great attitude to have. Really love it. So what we're going to do, let you have some rest, recuperate. What are you most looking forward to after this weekend?
I remember we have Pratique de Ligue training with all the league, women and men team. There is 4 teams on 2. So we are training together.
Yeah.
And after this one, I think we're gonna, how can I say that? Hot water, with boil, a spa, jacuzzi. Jacuzzi.
Yeah.
That will be good.
That sounds amazing. Thank you so much for your time. Go get yourself rested up and enjoy your next game.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, stay tuned, everybody. Obviously, we have a lot more games going on both today and tomorrow. So we shall see you soon. Goodbye.
There we go. Now we have solved the mic problem. So, welcome back to the Walker Dome for Men's European Cup. This is the Sports Bar. I am Dork Mistress.
I'm Loud and Queer.
And we're going to delve a bit deeper into that last game. What a game. Very, very different game than the first two.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think watching the first two games today it felt quite calm. It felt like the teams were really feeling each other out. With this last game, which was Southern Discomfort Roller Derby versus Toulouse Quad Guards, it felt like a much more aggressive game and a lot scrappier, I think. Not that it wasn't brilliant fun to watch, but we ended up with a grand total of 96 penalties. How do you think that impacted the game?
Oh, it absolutely impacted the game. The way I would talk about the first two games today was it was about jammers, skills, and this was about penalties. That was the game decider. I think the other thing that I took away from this is that track time tells. You know, Toulouse, having played for nearly a year and a half now since COVID, and Southern Discomfort with a lot of new players not having that track time, only having really done Five Nations, I think that really showed. And you can see that in the stats because the first half, Toulouse were rampant. And in the second half, Southern Discomfort, you could see the neurons firing. Especially, you know, when you saw the more experienced Southern Discomfort players on track, you could see it clicking back in, and there was a big difference in that points differential between halves 1 and 2.
Yeah, so kind of just following on from that, I was like being a big stats nerd because that's what I like to do, and I don't think I got it all perfect, but I was thinking about the first half and the second half, and I was looking at scoreless jams. So I'm going to glance down at a piece of paper because I've not committed it to memory, but in the first half, we had 17 jams, right? In the first half, Quad Guards were only scoreless for 3 out of those 17 jams, whereas SDRD scoreless out of 8 of 17. So a fairly big difference. Second half, Quad Guard were held scoreless in 8 out of 18, and SDRD 4 out of 18. So SDRD really picked it up in the second half and managed to settle themselves. We also did have a couple of foul outs and an expulsion on the Quad Guard side, and I think with them having a smaller roster, that possibly had the impact. Of course, they did still take the win fairly convincingly, but the second half felt much more like the old SDRD that I was used to seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the first half, one of the biggest scoring jams of the day so far. It was the biggest, you know, and I was watching the Southern Discomfort wall at the time, and they were leaving it to the person on that edge to cover that edge, and with such a small jammer from the Quad Guards, that wasn't enough. And you could just see them going, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing. But in the second half, much, much better defense. And you can see that sort of... but I think the problem with the penalties was Southern Discomfort are so reliant on 2 or 3 key players like Spectral, like Banks. And Banks in particular kept going to the box in the second half. And that was just taking away that sort of expertise on the track that they needed.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you to an extent. I think SDRD have obviously got some real veteran players that do characterise a lot of what SDRD do on track. But at the same time, I think again in that second half, it was really nice to see some of the, not lesser known, but some of the newer players kind of stepping in to fill those roles. Just to go back to that jam that Toulouse had, that 32-point jam from Yas Lamanas, which was just a thing of beauty. And that just goes to show you should never underestimate your pivots, because I think they slept on Yas being past the star, and the boy just lapped. The boy just lapped constantly. Who was your standout players for the teams?
So, yeah, I love Jean Batman from the Quad Guards. I mean, absolute powerhouse of blocking. You know, I just couldn't stop watching them on track. So they really stood out. I mean, obviously somebody with the expertise of Slash Gordon, you know, is going to be, you know, important on the track. But, you know, for me, it really was. Banks stood out, and, you know, he was doing everything on track. He does like to do things. And I also got to shout out to Southern Discomfort's leggings. Their legging game, super strong.
I think, yeah, like going back to Slash Gordon, like one of the moments that I noted down specifically, I think that game was, like I said, was so aggressive. It felt really frenetic at times. My favourite moments were the quiet moments that you don't necessarily see unless you're in the right place. And Slash Gordon did just some lovely offense for his jammer where he'd come up, tap the jammer on the back behind, go, right, I'm here, and then nobody else noticed it. And for me, those kind of small, quiet moments that don't necessarily get picked up in the whistles and the shouting, I think are probably what gave Toulouse the edge. They know each other so well and they trust each other on track so clearly. So that was really cool to watch.
I think the other factor for me in the Toulouse Court Guard win was the sophistication of their blocking. So it was very intelligent blocking, which can look a bit scruffy on track, but actually it's all about lanes and zones and you know, sort of going in the right directions. And so you could see the sort of, and this is where I said that the track time tells, because you could see that they are so used to doing this on track in a game environment. And I think Southern Discomfort just haven't had that opportunity yet. And we're doing more traditional style blocking, and I think that's where, you know, a lot of that points differential comes from.
Yeah, I was going to say SDRD's blocking that stood out for me was when they were in those kind of set tripods, and actually they really got stuck into the grind, and if they caught the Toulouse Jammers in those tripods, quite often they would be left without offense for a while. And actually in the second half, you saw a lot more kind of almost standstill derby, whereas the first half it felt like a lot more stretched out, a lot patchier. But yeah, SDRD and their tripods, really phenomenal. Didn't always have the lateral track coverage and the speed to get to those Toulouse Jammers. And then Toulouse's wall, as you say, much more zonal, much more almost like a diamond shape, kind of dropping players back to funnel the jammers in. So some really intelligent derby from both teams, which was great. Should we talk about who's coming up next? Because
well, I think we could finish off with where are they going now?
That's a good point.
So Toulouse, with the winner of that game, now goes into game 8 at 11 o'clock on tomorrow morning, and they will play the winner of this upcoming game. And Southern Discomfort now go into the last game this evening, and they will go against the loser of this current game. So we have on track warming up right now Tynan Fear, and they will be playing Pan Am Squad. And Pan Am Squad again had a season and a half. You know, Tynan Fear, we saw them at Five Nations, and they've played, I think they've played about 5 games this year. And some of the results have been a bit surprising in they did not come to Five Nations as I expected. But then they beat Borderland Bandits last month. What do you think this game's going to be like?
I mean, I said in my MEC interview a few weeks ago that I'm throwing my bets to Tynan Fear to go the distance because a couple of reasons. They've got the home ground advantage, but they also have a very deep roster. They've got players on there who have either jammed in the past, who are switching now to pivots, and they've got like a very, very wide variety of players to choose from. Pan Am have come in a little shorter. That said, as you say, Pan Am have had a bit more track time, but I don't know. I'm still going to put my faith in Tynan Fear. I think they're going to take the roof off this place if they do win. But I'm really excited to see Pan Am Squad and also how the refs cope, because we've got Tynan Fear playing in black with yellow accents and Pan Am playing in yellow with black accents, which quite frankly hurts my eyes. And it's like they've coordinated with the track tape. But yeah, so it's going to be a great game.
That's going to be tricky, I think, for everybody watching at home as well, because I can see it now. I hadn't picked this up. I'm not sure who signed off this uniform choice.
It's a strong look.
It is a strong look, but I think this is the second game today. You know, so I was talking early this morning with the mic off that, you know, unless you were in France, you haven't seen Toulouse or Pan Am play. And yeah, everybody in the UK has seen seen all the teams. So it was UK versus Europe. Where are they? This is the second game, so it'd be really interesting to see where Pan Am rank against Tynan Fear. So we are now going to the game is just a few minutes away from Derby, so we're going to hand you over to the streaming team. I've been Dork Mistress.
I have been and still am very loud and queer, and we will see you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome. We are now on, what game are we on now? Game 4 of our 6-day, it's game day today. 6 day. It feels like we've been here for 6 days already. I'm Coco, here with... You're not switched on, my sweetheart.
Oh, gosh, I'm a professional and I'm the lovely Beatrix.
We are totes consummate professionals.
Absolutely.
Consummate.
I've been told. We're here to see Tyne and Fair versus Pan Am squad. Super exciting. We've got the rosters, which we can read through for you right now.
Yes, we can. So I'm going to go with Tyne and Fair. We got 0191 Brains, 1 Dark Matter, 110 Force of Nature, 111 Nibosh, 1212 Fraggle Block, 13 Pablo Diablo, 137 Fubar, 181 Tank, 1905 Eek, 26 Chemical, 27 Princess, 320 Kraken, 332 Furunicorn, 64 60 Quad Bit, 8 Infinite Loop, 82 Dog, 831 Mustache, 88 Calamity, 9 Moo, and 99 Sparky, who has just gotten through and got lead.
It was almost like it was meant to be at that moment. Lapif is jamming for Pan Am squad. Only just out of the pack though, so Sparky a full lap in front, already posting points on the board for Tyne and Fair.
So it looks like they're going to run this one long.
Get some juicy points on the board.
Right?
First jam out. Let's get juicy.
Straight away. Cut track there for Lapif.
So power jam in this first jam for Tyne and Fair.
So it feels like it was meant to be that he ran that one long, isn't it?
And that is a second scoring pass. All the action happening just by jam and pivot line now, but we're seeing a bit of a rush. And it's almost like a return to old school derby for me, that we're starting to see blockers running away from jammers.
It's like, it's a power jam, run away, run away. But this is the thing though, Sparky is such a fast skater as well. So if you're gonna run it, you gotta run it fast. Lapif is just standing, so they've frozen into a power start for the next one.
Yep, super smart jamming and bench work. 12 points on the board for Tyne and Fair, but Pan Am squad able to pick up 2 before that penalty.
Correct, yeah. So, yeah, I think what some people might have deemed as a risk to start with. Go on then, go for the Pan Am.
I'll go through the roster real quick just so we've got them. It's 121 Queer, 1984 Unique, 21 Owley, 22 Thomas Sakur, 25 Nova, 4200 Havoc, 46 Rouge, 66 Lapif, 68 Wheelie, 702 Gallopin, 8 Bad Mojo, 86 Walling, 909 Hugo Fret, and 96 Kiki.
So Moo was your jammer for this one, straight out. Quite a spread pack, if I'm honest, but Lapif is actually gaining so quickly. Look at that stride.
Absolutely fantastic, and I'm loving, honestly, second jam in, and the action is so quick in this game. We saw quite a lot of standing still today, and to see the speed on these players is absolutely fantastic. Of course, they have been waiting; it's their first time out, so they have been waiting all day for this game, right?
Yeah, they've had time to watch everybody else play, take a little bit of the excitement from it, and just to go forward.
Well, here we've got Moo coming in just past jam line. It's already second scoring pass. Pan Am squad have answered with 4 of their own. Can Lapif even up that score?
We can see, he's not.
Lapif is off to the penalty box. It looks like a track cut penalty was assessed.
Yeah, that was a very quick answer for you, B.
Ask and you shall receive.
So we're going to start on another power start. This time we've got Mustache. Anybody can see those leggings from space.
And just to say, 11 points picked up by Tyne and Fair in that last jam, but 8 points for Pan Am. So, you know, they're keeping that differential fairly close, considering this is now the third power jam, essentially, in favour of Tyne and Fair.
Yeah, it's really interesting, the tactics. Like I said, for me personally, like, I wouldn't be running them as long as they are, but yeah, it's working for them.
I think just great that they're playing some great roller derby. Mustache is lead.
I want to see Mustache with a hands down spinny McSpinny at some point.
That's a technical term.
Yay!
I think when it happens, we'll know exactly what's going on. Oh, there's the spinny McSpinny.
Yeah.
So watch out for it. Penalty box is now clear for Pan Am squad, so Jammer back on track and able to complete an initial pass. Comes up into a real crush of blockers though just by turn 4. Oh my goodness me. Did you see the jump there from Mustache?
I did. Thought he was going to take out the NSOs there.
It was a real leap of faith. Didn't land it quite the best way, had to reset, but that's not too much of a problem when you jam like Mustache does.
Yes, he had a half spinny McSpinny at the bottom here, but like honestly, the track awareness from Mustache is one of the things that I enjoy watching about him so much.
Beautiful, we're just checking in now. Yeah, Mustache calling off that jump. In fact, I think we can see maybe that track jump.
Let's have this replay. There we go.
So you just see, that's a huge leap. And honestly, like, I think the Mustache skidded on his bum outside of the track. I think that's what actually happened there.
Even if he didn't, I think he should have just scooched himself all the way out.
Yeah. For completeness.
Yeah. So we have both jammers starting for this one.
It's unusual for this game so far.
Yeah. So we've got 3-3-2. Sorry, that's Furicorn.
And it's Hugo Fruit for Panam squad.
Yeah. Furicon, I personally don't think I've seen jam for Tyne and Fear yet. I think this might be their first outing, but it is Holger Fret going for a sit down.
So it's a power jam yet again in favour of Tyne and Fear.
It is. So I think, unfortunately, that the one thing that might catch Panam out in this game is going to be those penalties.
Well, yeah, and also points, because if your jammer's not on track, you know that story, right?
We all know that story, unless you're listening to this for the first time.
There is some great work also happening from Panam, because obviously it isn't just about their jammers who are out there.
Yes.
And I was just about to mention number 21, Owley, who is doing some fantastic blocking. However, the referees have deemed that illegal. So Owley is off to sit in the penalty box just as Panam's jammer is released.
Correct. So I think Holger Fret has passed to Fubar. So basically taken them a while to get through. So I think they've just said, no, that's it. Let's try something else.
Yeah, nice and smart as well.
I think what a lot of people don't understand, I think a lot of the times when people see star passes because they think that the jammer's given up.
Yeah.
But what you want is two different types of jammers in your pivot. Oh.
You'll have to excuse me if you hear me cheering. I don't know what it is about roller derby like this, but something about the leaps and the jumps gives me a lot of vocal joy.
I think we're quite similar. Whee!
So I might not be as descriptive as normal and just actually making a lot of noises for you.
We're okay with that.
Okay, so that was 909. That was Hugo Fret. Who just did a fantastic leap and wanted to show you that on the replay. So here you can see coming around and that beautiful, just completely neutralizing the defense that's been built there in the apex of turns 1 and 2. And if you feel able to and confident, what a great way to just bypass a load of blockers.
Exactly, because there's not a lot that you can do about it.
No. you can either choose to run into the wall and spend a long time grappling, or you can simply bypass it completely, jump over the wall, around the wall rather, not over the wall. That would be a feat.
Well, I'm pretty sure I've seen Reaper do that before.
Oh, well, yep.
Yeah.
Legs like that. Okay, big shout out to our sponsors. We've got Hypno, skates made in Italy with the support of Team Italy Roller Derby. You can find out more about Hypno skates by going to www.hypno, that's spelled hypno.it. And if you use the promo code HYPNO20, you'll receive 20% discount on your purchase.
That's a huge amount of skates, isn't it?
That's up until the 13th of November.
Yeah, in this economy, that's what we're after.
I'm not sure when the 13th of November is. Tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely. Time sensitive.
Yes,
Producer,
do it now.
Producer Cherry just letting me know what day, date and month we're in. Sometimes the year is also helpful.
Occasionally. I mean, we all lost 2020, so...
Yeah, exactly. And also a big shout out to Tyne and Fear for providing this stream for us. You will have seen on your stream that there is a QR code that pops up occasionally and says, hey, why not donate to the stream? Because it is free. Yeah. You're able to watch high-class roller derby through your eyeballs for free at home in your underpants. It's got to be worth a $5 of your money at least.
Exactly.
Minimum.
I mean, we could do that here, but it's frowned upon.
Yeah, I've tried it. It also gets chilly. That breeze from those skaters going by, it's wild.
Well, what it does mean as well is that they can continue to grow and provide this for every year ever after where Mech is carrying on. So that's where your money goes. It's not going anywhere else.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't want to give you the impression that it's going on pants.
Well, maybe. I mean, as a 60 quad bit got his leggings on. As paid for 60 quad bit's new leggings.
Please. And this isn't the final game today. Obviously, we've still got plenty more roller derby coming up.
Yes, we have. So, because of the games this morning, next up we have in the Human League versus Mannequin Beast, as they both unfortunately lost out in their games earlier today, so we'll play after this one.
Fantastic, so stay tuned. But right now it's Dark Matter on the jam line for Tyne and Fair, come up against Thomas Sakur for Pan Am squad. It is Dark Matter who is your lead jammer.
He's a good jammer, is that Dark Matter. And that was a star stash, but not a pass for Thomas Sakur. But it does get him out and lapping.
So action now lined up between turns 3 and 4. Both jammers in the pack, and we're seeing a lot of beautiful waterfall movements from the blockers of both flavors.
Yes, they're holding very well Dark Matter at the front, just losing out right at the very last minute.
Thomas Sakur looked like he'd got on through, however, chipped to the inside, forced to recycle back.
I think it was Princess. They thought Princess had gone out, but it was just the one hand down, like, no, I'm still in.
I'm still here. Dark Matter posting 4 further points on the board, so running total so far for this jam is 12 points.
Yeah.
Thomas Sakur not able to actually post any points, but may have completed that first scoring pass. Yep, points in the air for Pan Am squad.
There's an unfortunate skate in the way. How dare it?
How rude.
How rude.
And we pretty much came to a standstill there in the straightaway before jam was called, but that was a huge 16-point jam for Tyne and Fair.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic jam there. Playing these...
4 points. I was nodding along with you. Sorry.
That's fine.
4 points for Pan Am.
Yeah, it has made a huge difference there, putting that 16 up on the board for Tyne and Fair.
Yeah, so scores currently is 63 to Tyne and Fair, 34 to Pan Am squad, and we've still got 20 minutes of gameplay of this first half.
Well, obviously we've set the bar earlier in the first game. Oh, was it 300 and something with New World Order? So I think Tyne and Fair are just trying to get that.
Why not?
Yeah, and lead jammer for Pan Am, that is Rouge.
That's got to be the first time this game that we're seeing lead jammer for Pan Am.
I think it is.
Well, Sparky certainly not going to let this lie. Comes barreling around the track. However, jam is called.
Yeah, got in food bar as a stopping post. It's fine. So 3 there for Pan Am squad. I don't think possibly not as big a jam as they were looking for, but every point counts.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know, this is not backed up with science, fact or data, but it feels like, considering we still do have 20 minutes of this first half left, this feels very high scoring for today,
right?
In the time frame we've got.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we could say that, but like I said, there's absolutely no data in front of me that backs that up right now. It's just a feeling I've got.
I think you've been doing this for long enough, you can feel it in your bones, babe.
Ooh, I feel it in my water. All right, Moo with the star, but it is Lepif for Pan Am squad, who is lead jammer. So second lead jam in the row for Pan Am. Have they tasted victory and want more of it? Are they thirsty?
Or has someone given them a banana on the bench or something? Yeah. Oh, quick and call. So that was 0 taken away for Tyne and Fair, and I can't see the other jammer ref currently.
They're just having a quick convo. Yeah, 1 point. 1 point. Yeah. So I'm just wondering here what the strategy is for Pan Am squad, because absolutely fantastic that they are picking up these leads now, but we're seeing very low scoring and then calling the jam off. Is this because they are playing a rankings game, or is it perhaps more to do with just their blockers aren't still able to figure out and contain the jammers from Tyne and Fear yet?
Yeah, just finding their feet. I think sometimes, and again, they've got lead jammers. Slowly catchy monkey sometimes works. If you go all out and boost it out in the first few jams, there's the potential to drop that by the end of the hour.
Yep, I'd agree with that. So it is Hugo Fret, 909 for Pan Am squad, who's lead jammer. Mustache jamming for Tyne and Fear, and we're seeing this jam running a little bit longer, so 4 points posted by Pan Am. Mustache is still on that initial, I feel, knocked back and recycled between turns 3 and 4.
They're literally sending all of their blockers at him.
Yeah. Oh!
Was that a Twirly McTwill face?
It was, and we didn't capture it.
Oh no! Oh, apologies.
Oh, so you might have seen that twirl just by turns 3 and 4. Beautiful work, very legal as well.
It's on YouTube, but people can rewind it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, okay, they can. Okay, 4 points picked up by Tyne and Fear in that last twirl. Let's see what comes along now.
Because Hugo Fret has actually sat down for a penalty in the box. I'm not entirely sure what it was for.
It was lost in the melee of the twirl.
I think so. We're too excited about the fanciness. That's my problem. I get too excited.
But Hugo is back on track and in play for Pan Am squad, so we'll be looking to even up those points. Mustache escorted to the outside, but not fully, so didn't have to recycle back.
Yeah, one hand down. It's all good.
I feel like this is a chant in this part of town. One hand down is all good.
It's the reason why they've put the Geordie on for this stream.
Get that on a t-shirt and sell it. Jam comes to an end. Oh, and that was a massive jam for Tyne and Fear. 12 further points picked up, but Pan Am squad able to post 8.
What I'm noticing between the jammers and the pivots so far this game is there's some really good connection between whoever's jamming and their offense. They know when they're coming, and they'll just tweak the pack a little bit to make the space and just wait until that offense is on the way, which is fantastic to have.
Nice. You know, we saw beautiful examples of that earlier today with New World Order just being able to part the pack laterally in time for their jammers to get through, and I think it's a very elegant way of creating space for your jammer.
So Thomas Sukur has taken the lead jam for this. Furicorn was struggling at the back. They've moved up front a little bit, and just as I say that, they're going to get run back, unfortunately. Thomas Sukur's on their scoring pass.
Patient jamming from Thomas there, just allowing each of those blocks to be absorbed before moving on. Very nice strategy. Takes that's 4 points posted so far for Pan Am. Takes them up to 50. So you're absolutely right earlier. They are starting to bridge that gap.
Very much so. So it's going in between 25. Oh, 21 now.
Maths on the
Give me easy maths and then take it away from me. But Furicorn is sat down at the moment. They're goating.
There you go.
Pan Am are goating.
Old school roller derby officially back. But this is a power jam in favour of Pan Am, so goating is an absolutely appropriate strategy right now.
Exactly.
To be able to stretch out that pack and allow opportunity for your jammer to get on through. Tyne and Fear's jammer back on track and in play.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I was just going to say there was some great toe stopping work there by Thomas Sukur, but just wasn't quite clean.
Yeah, so track cut penalty assessed, which means power jam now in favour of Tyne and Fear, and Star has been passed.
And this is 60 quad bit. Oh, it hasn't technically been passed.
Oh no.
Just drop it. Just drop it. Just drop it.
Everybody in the world just letting you know right now. Please put it down on
Quaddy,
the floor.
just drop it.
Please put it down.
For anybody that doesn't realise what happened, that was an incomplete star pass. So unfortunately, 60 quad bit was not the jammer, and therefore, as they skate away from the pack, they are giving an out of play warning.
Yeah.
And then because he didn't return to the pack, he was given an out of play penalty.
Yes.
However, that does mean that because he wasn't the jammer, Tynan Fear will start with the jammer.
Well, but Tynan Fear's jammer is in the penalty box.
As well.
So let's work that one out.
Oh my gosh.
Either way, Rogue is jamming for Pan Am squad and his lead jammer.
People need to stop making me think.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something. There's a track cut penalty being assessed here. Oh, just checking in. I did think for a second, I had a thought that it was going to be Tynan Fear. Furicon, but it was not. It was a blocker.
Yeah. Well, Furicon, unfortunately, because only now 60 quad bit is returning to the track, they were missing their pivot for a bit.
Yeah.
And the sneakiest of star passes. Thank you very much, Cherry. We will see that again.
We will, and in fact, this is fantastic. 60 quad bit now, jamming for Tynan Fear. Rogue has gone to the penalty box, so this is power jam in favour of Tynan Fear, just as Pan Am squad were really in tickling distance with 67 points to Tynan Fear's 79.
It's fantastic to actually see 60 quad bit jamming again. He's been a long time skater for Tynan Fear and formidable with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Pan Am really just looking for an answer here in their blocking contingent on how to contain 60 quad bit. They're trying a classic braced 3-wall up front. That's between turns 1 and 2.
I think that's a frozen Toblerone, as Cherry would have it. With triangle. Put it in the freezer. Solid as a rock.
Absolutely. Deliciously solid. That's what those triangles are up front there. 60 quad bit was able to get through, completes a scoring pass, comes in for more.
I mean, we've got 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's the end of the jam. I think both of them were just trying to wait it out at that point.
Yeah. Well, you know, Pan Am did a phenomenal job there. But let's check in on that sneaky star pass and move on. So you can see 60 quad bit. Just so...
And the apex jump. We caught both of them. What a replay.
It was fantastic. Fantastically timed. Very big thanks to our producer, Cherry. But to just come in and be able to just pick up that star like that and then take the outside line, which was free and clear. But, you know, Pan Am's jammer, Rogue, being able to find that inside line as well. And the beauty of us capturing it. Well, I mean, what a day to be alive.
Spicy. Chef's kiss good. But Le Pif is your lead jammer, followed closely by Sparky. So we'll see that quick call off. I'm pretty sure Sparky just keeps using his blockers as stops here.
Yeah, well, you know, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. 4 points picked up by Pan Am, 2 points for Tynan Fear.
Oh, so we did get the 2. Fantastic.
Yeah, 79 points to Pan Am squad now, 87 to Tynan Fear.
Closing it massively.
That's like 8 points.
Quick maths.
Yeah, it is. It's 8 points, I promise. I've been practicing over the summer holidays.
You had your workbook out and everything.
Yeah, my abacus. Okay, straight back into it. This feels like a very quick-paced first half. We've got 10 minutes left. And before I was spamming all sorts of nonsense about it being the highest scoring during the time frame, but actually we're still under 100 with just 10 minutes to go, and I'm just wondering if we will keep this low in this half.
It does feel like it's settled a little bit. So Hugo Fret is your lead jammer, lapping Dark Matter, pushing those blockers out front. I think someone's going to get a penalty for that, yep. Big Whoop shouting out of play.
Yeah. So Dark Matter did make it out there, but not able to capitalise and pick up points.
Some really good call-offs.
Yeah. Again, that situational awareness. These jammers doing a situationship with the track. They know exactly what's going on.
I know, how dare they? Like, I just want to block you. Stop being so, like, aware of stuff.
82 for Pan Am squad plays Tynan Fear's 87. This is a 5-point game right now.
Yeah, it absolutely has swung. Well, not fully swung yet, but Yeah, it's brought it a lot closer than it was originally.
It's in whispering distance now. Forget your tickling. No social distancing with these teams.
But Moo picking up lead jammer. I think that's the first lead jam for Tyne and Fear in a couple of jams.
I feel the same. Checking in for confirmation.
Ow.
Getting none. 4 points picked up by Tyne
like
and
some
Fear.
stat sheets, bub.
Oh my gosh, beautiful work. I wonder if we picked that up, Moo, with the fantastic jump. Maybe it's just me, but I just love an apex jump. I can't tell you.
They're brilliant. I love them.
And Moo coming round again for another scoring pass. And I'm going to tell you, there was very little by way of resistance from the Pan Am blockers then. I'm not sure whether they're just really...
That was resistance.
They're just... but I'm not sure whether they're really hyper-focused on trying to get their jammer free.
Potentially. I think sometimes that's just what it is. They're like, nah, we've got to get this jam called.
Yeah. Owley is finally out of the pack, but this is just the initial pass. Tyne and Fear with 16 points already posted on the board.
And that's another 4.
Moo doesn't appear to be slowing down anytime soon.
I mean, it might just be just the relaxed style of it, but he does look knackered. He's like, oh, again?
That was the most Geordie thing, I think.
Sorry. Not good.
Say it again, I like it. Okay, 20 points posted by Tyne and Fear. 23. Apologies.
No, absolutely fantastic. It takes them straight over the 100.
It does.
Over the century.
All my words are lies. We're going to see if we caught that lovely little jump by Moo earlier. Let's have a look. You can see Moo coming in, and then it's like... Okay, I'm going to say it wasn't as impressive in the replay as it felt when we watched it live. But sometimes you've just got to speculate on these things. Either way, doing an apex jump and landing it is impressive in my eyes.
Same here.
Same
here.
If you were a little underwhelmed by that, don't be. You've just watched a lot of roller derby today, that's all.
Yeah, if you're underwhelmed by that, then I think you should try it yourself.
Okay, we have got an official review going on right now. Checking in with my amazing producer to see which team called the official review.
Hey, look.
That was Pan Am. Pan Am called the official review, and it's time for me to tell you about Bundle of Loved. Bundle of Loved are rescuing perfectly good clothes from being wasted, and it's an opportunity for you to refresh your child's wardrobe with great re-wearable items to help reduce material waste. So you can check them out at bundledofloved.co.uk. Re-wearable, reusable, re-lovable.
Fantastic idea.
I saw it on the socials.
Yes.
When they were announced as a sponsor, and I thought, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Kids grow so quickly that clothes are like new anyway.
Yeah. The amount of times you're like, a family member's bought something, not the right size, and they've grown out to it quickly. Absolutely brilliant idea.
So we're loving that. Bundles of Love.
So we are waiting. You see, Sven, number 78, he's going to come and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we can tell you Tyne and Fear at 110, Pan Am squad at 86. We've got 7 minutes and a little bit of seconds over for this first half.
This feels like it's gone really quickly.
Yeah. Paradoxically, the first 10 minutes of the game felt like there was a lot of everything in the 10 minutes. Like, how did we fit all that in? And then now it's nearly over. So we're going to get an update on that official review for you in just a second. Don't forget, coming up at 5 p.m. today, it's Inhuman League versus Mannequin Beasts. I think.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
That's not at 5 p.m. though. That's at 7 p.m. isn't it? Do you want to tell us about the? Do you want to tell us about the official review?
So it looks like Pan Am were looking for contact while airborne on Moo.
Right.
Is that the real?
Was that? Did they watch the replay?
Yeah, we gave it up. Contact while airborne. I can't remember if that's the exact wording, but yes, contact while airborne, and there was no call. We see some blue hair down here. What are you doing, sausage? Yes, no call stands. However, Still, the official review is being discussed.
Does it look like there's a double official review happening here? Is this now?
I'm waiting for. Yeah, it is a double official
Yeah,
review.
I thought it was. Exactly that. Double official reviews happening.
Am I going to have to shout at these house announcers to keep it down? Stop being so happy. Stop, you know.
Just a big thanks to our crew. On skates officials, we've got Shugs Bunny, Rolling Rat, Reflex, Big Whoop, Polly, Tinker Ale, Wonder Zebra, and Strapping Young Beard. And for our NSOs,
who's writing this?
We've got Pussy Panzerfaust, Migmag Tigris, Oyu, Mowgli, Julius Caesar, Elevator, Pretty Miffed, Hannah, and Sticks and Stoner.
An absolutely fantastic bunch of officials. Like every official, I think, wants to be part of here this weekend.
Absolutely. Who wouldn't after 2 years off? Okay, so we are getting an update on that second official review. Cherry?
So it looks like Tyne and Fear were looking for a back-block penalty on number 68, upgraded. But, however, it was not upgraded to egregious.
Okay, well, you know what? With 7 minutes to go, I think both teams using their official reviews now. Use them or lose them.
Exactly.
Kids.
It's not the same as timeouts.
Exactly. And sometimes they last a bit longer, so you can really get a breather in.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you should use them strategically, but if you can.
I'm not saying that certain bench managers do use them strategically. You are not.
Okay, it's Mustache versus Rogue. I'm sorry, Rogue.
Is that not Rouge, my dear?
I think it is Rouge. I don't know why my brain wants to give it. I watched Rogue One the other day. That's what I'm going to tell you. Okay, but anyway, Rouge is lead jammer for Pan Am squad.
And Mustache got a fight up there with that 3-wall of Pan Am up front. Just looks like Fubar's waiting, trying to figure out who's picking up.
Mustache has passed the star.
Fubar's out.
Yeah. Well, things getting heated out on track here as the pressure mounts. You can see everybody going full force.
So much happening.
Yeah, but 4 points picked up by Pan Am squad takes them to 90.
Oof, 20
points.
Yeah. It's got a bit bigger.
Yeah.
Got a little bit.
That's just one jam, though, in this game. That could easily just be one jam.
Well, we've already seen 27-point jams today.
Well, there you go,
so,
you see.
Yeah.
Return of the big point jams.
I feel like we've got Lepif and Sparky. Were they on the same rotation, I feel?
You feel right. Both jammers knocked out behind jam line, forced to reset. Lepif having to come in by turn 4, which gives Sparky opportunity to pick up lead jammer for Tyne and Fear.
Yeah, Dog is one of those blockers who, if he gets you off and he manages to run back, you've got no chance. Get you off track, darling.
Amazing. And if you are just feeling a little bit of confusion at home, Pan Am squad are in the yellow with the black sleeves. We should have probably mentioned this earlier. And of course, Tyne and Fear in the black with the gold highlights. And although they do look, yes, very similar in my brain, they are in fact different teams. So now we've got Sparky, takes the inside line, able to shrug off the blocking contingent. Gallopin was up front there. And Lapif still held at the back of this pack in the straightaways between turns 3 and 4. Patient jamming to get past the braced 3-wall of Tyne and Fear, picking up points.
Yeah, so I think it seems like the reason why they're running this jam long is they're getting about a 2-to-1 pass ratio.
Yeah.
So I think they're obviously letting Pan Am get those points, letting Lepif get those points for every 1 or 2 passes that Sparky can get. So, yeah, good reasoning.
Yeah, still a positive differential for Tyne and Fear. Okay, so kind of at a standstill for a second there just by turn 4, but now all the action pushed up to between pivot and jam line. Lepif is out and breaks the 100 mark for Pan Am squad with that pass, taking them up to 102 to Tyne and Fear's 130.
We have 15 seconds left, and we'll see who gets what in this, what should be penultimate or ultimate pass.
So Lepif out of the pack once again on this scoring pass. Tynan Fizz Sparky escorted to the outside of turn 2, calls off the jam.
Yeah, 23.
I know, when we said it's just a 20-point jam, that would make the difference. I wasn't expecting, but either way, I was hoping that Pan Am squad might want to put that 20 points up to really close the difference. But Tynan Fizz just thought, yeah, that's great. We'll post a 23-point jam. Thanks for the tip, B.
Just for the lols.
Yeah, because obviously they're playing this live on the benches to the ears of jammers. 133 for Tynan Fizz, 106 for Pan Am squad.
So that is Hugo Fret out and lapping your lead jammer. Dark Matter being run back all the way. And they're sending full 4 against him right now. I don't think I'd want that.
Yeah, that is a really crunchy time to be a Tynan Fizz jammer as we come down that straightaway. Beautiful work from Hugo Fret to the outside line. Nice and clear 4 points picked up.
Yeah, Dog came in and absolutely smashed that Pan Am wall to pieces. Oh! Yeah, you got it, Cherry. You got that replay, babe.
That was graceful.
180, one-footed apex jump. How dare you? Let's see it. All right, so we're looking down on turn 4.
There you go.
Hui!
Beautiful, beautiful. Little spin at the end as well. So 4 points picked up by Pan Am in that last jam takes them to 110. Tynan Fizz at 133. However, Pan Am starting with their jammer in the penalty box.
Oh, do we think that apex jump was a put?
Yet again, catching crimes on camera.
That's it. The officials will listen to us.
So it is a power jam for move, Tynan Fizz.
Oh,
hello.
Well held.
Yeah.
I think we just both make noises when pretty things happen.
I really appreciate seeing jammers able to keep their balance and actually work with the momentum of a block and use it in their favour. I think it shows really smart jamming skills and also shows that practice really does make perfect.
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, galloping for Pan Am squad, certainly a blocker of note.
Mm-hmm.
Forces Moo to the outside and that recycle back. Moo reset and is able to get on through.
That was some absolutely ridiculously smart jamming from Moo there. He actually took the time. He was straddled on the line, looked back and saw that he was clear for it. Big jammer on Jammer Jackson at the end there.
Yeah, fantastic. Did you catch it on replay, Cherry? No. Okay, great. 8 points picked up by Tynan Fizz takes them to 141. Pan Am squad at 110, and we've got I don't even know what that is. 45 seconds. It's less because it's continuing to go as I'm talking. This is very stressful. But I'm assuming there's going to be a final jam of this half.
I think, potentially this one. So we have Sparky, and the crowd literally goes wild for Sparky getting your lead jammer. Thomas Kern not far behind.
Far enough, though, that I feel like points are going to be hard to come by in this jam for Pan Am squad as Thomas Secker still at the back of that pack. Tynan Fizz Sparky laps for a second time.
Just phasing through blockers.
Yeah. And here we see beautiful setup. We're in turn 3 and that apex jump.
Was it live? No, he's going to take it back.
Do a do-over. That's good though. That's again, it's that situationship, relationship awareness. Because why risk it? Why risk going into the next half with a power jam for Pan Am?
And that could actually just destroy your game mentally, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, definitely. So still a real mix here, and certainly Thomas Sakur just really grinding away.
Yeah.
But Tynan Fizz blockers not really feeling the need to let go.
No, they're like, you're okay. You live here now.
You live in the Toblerone of doom.
This has happened.
Oh, the sad Toblerone place.
It does feel like this jam has slowed down a little bit. I think everybody's like, right, this is okay. We're all happy. Blockers are settling in. Jammers are like, no, this is cool.
Well, Tynan Fizz are feeling okay here. They're already 8 points up. You know, Pan Am squad have posted 4, but that Tyne in that positive differential once again. Knocked to the outside, Sparky resets just behind Jamaline, comes around, finds easy space to get on through, posts another 4 points, and comes in again. Oh, again, the apex jump that doesn't quite land the way that perhaps he would have wanted.
Let's see this replay. So this was Sparky, inside.
It was a spinny, twirly thing.
spinny, twirly thing.
Perfect. Well, we got it on camera. It's not just an urban legend, it is actual a reality. Okay, so that does take us to our intermission.
Hello, and you see our space.
You do. You get to see us again. That takes us to our intermission. I think it's a good time for everybody to just have a little break and a moment.
I think so.
And hopefully we'll come back with some kind of stats for you in the second half. But, you know, stats don't always tell the whole story.
They don't, especially a lot this today. We've seen so much stats, not necessarily seeing what we're seeing on the track.
Yeah, but either way, we'll be with you in about 12 minutes' time.
Exactly.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are back.
We are
back from our half time. Wow, Coco's excited about this second half.
Well, it's more that Bron bought me coffee.
Well,
so.
that would do it for anybody. Okay, so I mean, I think the greatest thing here is that we've got a lot of things to tell you from the statistics that we talked about. So I think one of the most interesting things that we've realised, looking at the data, the stats over half-time, poring over that information, is the leads that the teams have been getting.
Correct.
Do you want to talk us through a bit more about that?
Yes, I don't have exact numbers, but it seems as though Pan Am has been getting more leads than Tyne and Fear. So obviously not reflecting the scoreline currently.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they have been losing their leads, which is what's caused this differential currently.
Yeah, lost leads, lose points. Well, you don't lose the points, do you? You didn't have
just
them.
don't get them.
You just don't get them. This is really great work by me. Okay, so let's, instead of that speculation, let's go to the game. Pan Am squad currently on 118, Tyne and Fear at 153.
Sparky getting a big round of applause as he gets out for your lead jammer. And huge big apex jump there from Sparky. I mean, like we'd expect anything else from him.
To be fair, if Sparky completed a full lap of the track with wheels down for the entirety, I would find that a more confusing experience.
I mean, that's completely fair. Rouge is struggling a little bit with Brains at the back. He was previously having some trouble with Dog. Sneaky Star Stash, so got through on the inside.
Thank you. I love the way you queued it up. It was beautiful. Interesting here.
Sometimes words don't flow and noises will do.
That's, completely fine by me. So what we're seeing now is two very distinct braced walls against the jammers as we move into turns 1 and 2. Pan Am squad's Rogue is out, posting points on the board. Of course, Tyne and Fear in that lead position, and it's Sparky who grabs another 4 to take the jam total for Tyne and Fear up to 16.
How did he get 16? When did he get 16?
Saw that jumping about. Do you want to see some?
Oh yeah, we got that replay, didn't we?
You did.
Why am I allowed to do this?
Why? Okay, so here you can see beautiful. Starts just at the very, beginning of the curve of turn 1.
Yeah.
And lands nearly at the end of turn 2. That's a leap and a half.
He might as well have jumped from one side of the track to the other.
Exactly that. Imagine when that starts to become a thing.
When we are robots.
Okay, we're back to it. It's Moo with the star for Tyne and Fear, not lead jammer. That's still open. And Lepif for Pan Am squad does pick up lead. Immediately calls off the jammers. Moo tickles the back of the pack looking for points.
But Ratty was there and he saw it and he got the 2.
Counted them in, counted them out again.
Like Ratty's arm was straight up. He knew.
He knew the score. Quite literally. Come on, keep up. Still got another game to go. So Tyne and Fear at 171 and Pan Am squad at 122. Just about 50 points.
Yeah, so we've got Mustache back up and Huggerfrau. Huggerfrau is your lead jammer.
And Mustache in an unusual position, really, of being stuck in the pack, but does eventually find the space, speeding around the track to complete that initial pass. Huggerfrau in the perfect position to defend against that, though, and calls off the jam. So 3 points picked up to Pan Am squad.
Yeah.
And takes their score to 125. Tyne and Fear held scoreless. One of the few jams I can think of where Tyne and Fear are scoreless. So interesting times. Back to it now, though, Coco.
Dark Matter is leading. So close with those two jammers up at the front, but it is Dark Matter that takes the lead jammer. Princess chasing. Absolutely.
Oh! We're not explaining that well with words, but I think if you saw it with your eyeballs.
Yeah, so basically, Princess chased Thomas Sakurt out of the front of the pack. Thought we might have got him as a cut, but no, it was in and he held it.
Yep. So 4 points posted for Pan Am squad, 4 points posted for Tyne and Fia. And really, there's, mere seconds of time between the two jammers as they were coming into that pack then.
Yeah. Tyne and Fia running on a short pack, only 2 blockers as we've got 2 in the box currently. Someone's lost a knee pad.
Yeah, I think it's a cap, and I don't think it's the first time it's sprung off during gameplay. So
they'll get a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, well, I think that's exactly what's happening right now. Refs having a little conversation about that. 4 points for Tyne and Fia, but Pan Am coming out with the positive there.
Yeah.
8 points picked up by them. 1-3-3 plays 1-7-5.
So it seems like this score line is expanding and contracting like an accordion.
Yeah.
We're just playing a tune.
They are. That was a beautiful analogy.
The beautiful tune that is roller derby. I'm really sorry.
Okay, well, just during this timeout, it'd be great to talk to you about some of our sponsors, and I've got some right here for you right now. That's Sloth Comics, roller derby art, stickers, posters, and more. You can find out everything about Sloth Comics. They publish fantasy adventure. Excuse me, sorry. And
Oh no, we're in trouble now. We're in trouble now, Brom's seen us. Okay, so the official timeout is being really official.
yeah, I think we're just going to cut to an advert and then... we are back. Oh, that's good. Oh, it does look like it's still, an official review.
So we've gone into that. So we'll have Sven popping over to us in a moment to let us know and to let you know what this is all about.
So, as I was saying, Sloth Comics publishes fantasy, adventure, and comedy comics for all, but they also got their first ever illustrated book, The Basics of Roller Derby, which was made to help people get to grips with the basics of the sport and be able to understand the sport their family, friends, and loved ones play. Christmas is coming, and this is definitely a stocking filler you would want to grab. You can check them out. It's www.slothcomics.co.uk.
So I'm just trying to work out who it is that's actually caused this official review. To be honest, our jam timer for today has been amazingly just so fabulous. So it is Tyne and Fia that has called the official review. I was just waiting for them to move their arms to which side.
Pussy Panzerfaust, absolutely fantastic
Is
and
that-
world renowned for that style and grace and flair and sass that they bring to the game of roller derby.
It is the strut. Once they've called 5 seconds, that arm goes down and the strut back to the middle, spot on.
So whilst we are just waiting the outcome, am I right in feeling this is a double official review?
I think it was an official timeout to start with.
I'm with you.
And then it's gone into an official review.
I've got
Here
you.
comes Sven. We got him.
So while we're finding that out, we just want to also give a shout out to M Sportswear, another of our MEC 2022 sponsors. They are, M Sportswear is a skating family owned business, and every item they offer is designed by world-class athletes from each discipline. You can find out more about them and check out their promotions, which includes 10 to 20% off full team orders at martinezsportswear.com. That's MARTINEZ sportswear.com.
Okay, so the result of that official review, Tyne and Fear wanted the jammer penalty to be upgraded to an expulsion, but the officials deemed that it was not expulsion worthy, so therefore it will remain a normal penalty, but not an extra.
Thank you so much to everybody involved for bringing that information to us. We're back to the action, and it is Sparky versus Rouge on the jam line, and it is Rouge lead jammer.
So Rouge did the apex jump that time. Wasn't sure, I think it was either that he wasn't sure or he didn't land it, so he's gone back and started again.
Back to that awareness and, thinking about those high risk, high tariff moves. Is it worth doing that? Is it worth being a jammer in the penalty box? Or a jammer, running the gauntlet of blockers once again, but keeping in play and able to pick up points?
Yeah, it's energy expenditure that you have to look at.
Absolutely. This time it's Sparky knocked to the inside, forced to recycle back.
Oh, and Brains and Dog up front, just keeping themselves within play and holding onto Rouge. I don't think they're very happy.
Yeah, crunch time in turn 3, as now it's the Pan Am squad blockers who move forward, trying to keep Sparky at bay. Do not succeed. Sparky is out, picking up 4 further points for Tyne and Fear. Rouge, meanwhile, just still being pinned either side of the track by Tyne and Fear blockers.
Just a little wave of the helmet go, I'm still here. Yeah. I'm still here. Someone please take this from me.
Please, friends.
Like, I know you've got Sparky up front, but like...
You've got a sad jammer at the back that wants some friends.
Super sad.
Well, Rouge did actually find a bit of space. However, Tyne and Fear's blockers also saw that space and went up there with a little kind of welcoming party. Welcome back into the scrum, my friend.
The most welcoming party.
The unwelcoming party, absolutely. and so Pan Am squad's Rouge was swallowed up once again into the melee. 3 points picked up by Pan Am in that last period of play, but a whopping 15 for Tyne and Fear. Takes the score to 190. Pan Am squad at 136.
So we're not far off the second century for Tyne and Fear. But it is, I think we're getting a much closer game than we potentially saw in the first few jams. I think everybody's had a bit of a calm down over half time and reassessed. Lepith is your lead jammer. Dark Matter getting absolutely just crushed by those Pan Am blockers up front, although finds a space from some offense.
I mean, look at this here where we're just seeing bodies absolutely everywhere. Lots of forward recycling going on.
Yep.
Lepith just in the middle, in the eye of that storm almost, and calling off the jam with 2 points in the pockets of Pan Am squad.
I think sometimes it's better just to, I'm going to just call this jam here. Let's restart.
Yes, I agree. 190 plays 138.
We got Moo and Huggerfret.
We're back up to pretty much that 50-point differential, though, aren't we?
Yeah.
52 points. So it's an uphill battle for Pan Am squad once again to try and clear that. Not impossible. Like you said, we've seen 20 plus points in this jam. In this game, sorry. We've seen 20 plus jams in this game.
I was just watching Moo as he came forward down this straight, just like brushing off blockers coming in for those hits. Like, that is some epic jam work there.
Yeah, really beautiful, that absorption thing of being able to absorb those hits and then just keep on going forward, using that momentum to take you forward. Always exciting to see. Huggerfret through with points on the board. Not lead jammer, that is Moo, but Huggerfret somehow able here to really make some progress where other Pan Am jammers have not succeeded.
Right. currently at the back of that Tynan Fear wall. Hugo Fret's not in. Find it a little bit difficult, but with the help of offense, when you need a friend.
Yeah. You can count on your own teammates to block you usually to the ground. all the action was between Jam and Pivot Line there. It was slowly started to move out towards turn 1. Both jammers neck and neck in terms of point scoring in this jam. It just feels like one of those ugly jams, you know, where like, is there any pretty twirly things happening? Not really, but what there is just some good old-fashioned bashing together kind of big D happening.
Everybody against everybody.
Yeah. And we love to see it. So 12 points in the end picked up by Pan Am, 11 by Tynan Fear. That takes Tynan Fear over the 200. Oh no, lies. Is it? No. Wait.
So what we were talking about before was just Moo just brushing off those blockers. So second century, there we go.
There you go. I got confused because the replay was happening and the points were different, and I thought, oh, what's happening? What's happening here? What have I done with my life?
You
Some
broke
kind
it.
of quantum leaping going on.
41 point. 51.
There you go.
I
Yeah.
can't even say the right numbers.
51. Yeah,
No, I said
got
40.
Shh.
It never
You said
happened.
what you said, and everybody else can mind their business. Okay.
So yeah, 51 point differential as we go into this team timeout. Everybody having a nice little chat.
Yeah, and this was the same as they started the last jam. So basically, they're matching even Stevens for, you know, that whole 2 minutes of pain was. The outcome was the same, but we are over the 200 mark for Tynan Fear now. And you did posit early on in the first half that maybe this would be a 300-point game for Tynan Fear, and you know I think absolutely it could absolutely be that, which would be exciting.
Super exciting.
It would be exciting to see even more than 300.
Right. Well, but we'll see whether or not
because what happens if we just pull up the brackets. Come on, Cherry, you can do this. Go on. Go on, you can do it. There you go.
Yeah,
right.
see? She got this.
Okay, so you've got it, Cherry. You could do this more often. So whoever wins this game, what happens to them?
So they will be going on to play Toulouse Quad Guards tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Right, exciting. That's exciting, right? So that's for the third. Oh wait. Is that for a third? Is that for a medal game then? No.
If they are, depending on who wins between Quad Guards and Tynan Fear tomorrow, they will go to play for first or second place.
There you go.
The loser will go to play for third or fourth.
So this is a really exciting and much weighted on game, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, the difference between it either playing later on today or playing tomorrow right now. The battle for a sleep.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's it as well, though, isn't it? Like, whoever wins today has to play tomorrow morning and then plays again that day.
Yeah.
Well, both of them, actually. It doesn't matter, does it? Both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Roller derby, eh?
Yeah. Why do we do this?
Okay, we're back to it. Sparky versus Thomas Sakur. No lead jammer yet. Am I right in saying that?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. So Fubar up front, and I'm just trying to work out who the other is. 1-1. Zero Force of Nature holding Thomas Sakur at front. Sparky just pushing their way slowly through for lead. It did take 40 seconds though.
Longest time, I feel.
Right?
Beautiful example, once again, of that patient jamming that we've seen.
Yeah.
Across all teams, really, but in this game especially.
Thomas Sakur was just waiting on his offense to just create that inside push for him.
Yeah. So the crush happening between Jam and Pivot Line, but not for Sparky.
Well, you've got one of Pan Am in the box, and they're sending one for offense. So their holding of Sparky is kind of put to its detriment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't go to the box, kids.
Yeah, hey kids. But you know, this is sometimes what I feel here is like, what is the strategy here? Do you want to spring your jammer free, or do you want to defend against the opposing jammer?
Yeah.
Like, pick one, because when you're one down in the box, you have to pick it, right? What's really great right now is Sparky sat in the penalty box.
Oh, when did that happen?
Just mere seconds ago. So Pan Am is actually on a power jam, and will likely start. Well, they'll start the next jam in that power jam, as Sparky stands in the penalty box.
Yeah, Dogma just managing to get his rear out of the way of Thomas Kerr, so they only picked 3 in that jam, that pass, sorry.
Yep, 7 overall takes them to 157, but Tynan Fear answered with 9, takes them to 210.
So is that 53 now?
Sure.
Should we just... Yeah, it's 37, 604.
Okay.
Just numbers.
Hugo Fret starts the power jam, but it is Sparky released mere seconds after the jam starts.
A beautiful draw back at all of those different out of play 20-footers to draw Sparky all the way back. But he held it on that outside to get round.
Like Hugo Fret, you know, really going for it here in this jam. And we saw him tearing up the track on that first pass, but then the second pass here, we've got a replay.
We have.
So here you can see Hugo Fret comes in turn 2 and then just forces with speed, doesn't scrub any speed off, but legally drops that shoulder down and just barges through, right?
Literal
barges. Very northern of me. Do you like barges? You're going to love Hugo Fret. So great to capture that on film, thanks to our wonderful producer, Cherry.
So we got Moo and Rouge. Moo's your lead. I think they're just putting those names together just to make me say Moo and Rouge.
Yeah, they're absolutely doing it just for you, Cherry. That's your big main character vibes here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Coco even. Cherry's like, what? It's not me.
I didn't do anything.
Rouge takes that outside line beautifully then, very unchallenged. Or rather, Moo.
One of them.
I was absolutely right the first time. Yeah.
So a swing around on the outside for Rouge to get through for those points. Moo being challenged up front, but just scoops himself around. I did a body movement when I said scoot as well, just to mimic him.
For the kids at home.
For the kids.
7 points picked up by Moo. Rouge has answered with 8 of his own. So Pan Am actually in the positive of this jam right now. However, Rouge being held in a 3-wall just past pivot line. Did get some support from Owley, however, was forced to reset. That's given Moo opportunity to make another pass around the track.
However, you've got a very strong wall at the rear from Calamity. I'm just trying to work out who else we've got. Fubar, Calamity, and Nibosh. Brilliant wall back there.
Oh, barreling once again in this pack. This time that is Moo, though, barreling through to pick up those points.
Yeah.
As Rouge knocked out, recycled back again. Finds space on the inside, but that is neatly shut down by 137 Fubar of Tynan Fear. And jam comes to an end. A mega jam for Tynan Fear. Have we got a cheeky replay? Cherry's cheeky replay.
That outside. Scoop, scoop.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful outside scoot.
And then his hands are going, want me?
Hands up. So that puts Pan Am squad a 12-point jam for them. Absolutely fantastic. 177. Tynan Fear on 225.
We've got Mustache and Le Pif as your jammers. Le Pif's up front fighting with that Tynan Fear 3-wall, while Mustache going at the back trying to get a run up. Does all of his best work with a run up. There is a cup being signalled somewhere, but I think it is on one of the blockers. Oh no, it was actually called on Lepith.
Yeah, well done for catching that.
I could see the OPR signalling, but I wasn't sure where it was going.
Mustache did pick up lead. That was still open.
Right.
And so Mustache picked that up fairly late into the jam, you know, for what we've seen.
Yeah.
And we are seeing quite a few penalties being assessed here to the Pan Am squad. 2 blockers in the penalty box to join their jammer.
I feel like it's getting a little bit heated again. So yeah, like full box for Pan Am.
Full to the brim.
Absolutely. Well, there's no one standing, so it's not quite. But official review.
Oh no, I was just asking our producer, is it official review? Oh.
We'd have a double.
Okay. It's not an official review.
It's not.
Sorry, miscommunicated your hand signal to me, Sherry.
But Dark Matter is jamming. 2 up front. Big pie in the skies from Big Wook to tell them it was an O-pack and let Moo go.
Yeah, fantastic work. Lapif is back on track and in play for Pan Am. Completes their initial as Tide and Fear come through. Dark Matter comes through for 4-point pass.
I'm just watching this Tide and Fear wall form in front of me and it's giving me palpitations and I'm not even on skates.
Yeah, down between turn 3 and 4 is where the action's at right now. Quite a formidable looking wall, that. Coco, do you want to tell me what gives you the palpitations the most about it? Are they quite
Usually
solid?
it's Calamity.
Yeah?
I've played against Calamity for about 12 years. And
solid blocker, a lot of lateral flow control, right? Lateral control.
Strong.
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. Very responsive blockers as well, right? When they're in those walls like that, and you can really just shift where you need to go depending where the jammer is. Okay, it's all getting a bit loosey-goosey here. Tyne and Fear posting points on the board, but Pan Am also squaring up with 8 further points.
Yeah.
Yeah, jam comes to an end.
Yeah, was that its natural conclusion? I think it...
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we've only got 10 minutes of this game left, can you believe?
I know, it feels like it's just gone so quickly.
It's been a roller coaster.
Or a roller coaster, as people keep wanting me to say.
Well, like you just did.
Yeah. So up next, Sparky, number 99, and I'm just checking Thomas Kerr once again jamming for Pan Am squad, but it is Sparky who's your lead jammer.
Beautiful work. Are we going to get that on camera?
Yes, we are.
That was we caught the crimes on camera once again.
Camera crimes.
This is Power Jam in favour of Pan Am squad because that was a track cut penalty assessed to Sparky on the conclusion of that epic apex jump.
Yeah, we've got Pan Am squad doing their utmost to try and keep Ben's brains out of the wall for Tyne and Fear, but they just keep, one's up front, one's back, just keeping that wall together.
Yeah, but there is penalties being assessed to that wall for Pan Am, slowly starting to break out. And as you said before, you know, they do have that kind of swinging offense to try and swing their jammer free, but when that blocker's in the penalty box, that's when it kind of all goes a little bit Pete Tong.
Very.
Sparky is back on track and in play for Tyne and Fear, completing that second scoring pass.
And Thomas Kerr using his own player as a bowling ball to give him some momentum into that. Again, that great awareness that the blocker that knocked them out went down, so just going past you, thanks.
Yeah, brains went down. It was more than a hand down as well, wasn't it? So
just a little bit.
Yeah. So both jammers making some lovely point-based hay. 12 points on the board for Tyne and Fear, 7 for Pan Am. It is a little bit of a grind here, though, I think, for both. With little bits of play in the middle.
Yeah. And I'm not going to, well, I'm going to jinx it. We've got an empty penalty box.
Say it. Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to have this replay that Sherry wonderfully. Wait.
There you see.
Like a kid at a disco.
Yeah, knee slides. Nothing better than a knee slide.
7.5 minutes left of this second half. Tyne and Fia versus Pan Am. We've got Moo and Hugo Fret.
And Pan Am currently sitting at 195. Tyne and Fia on 250. So it's only 55 points, right?
Yeah. We could see the second century quite easily at this point from Pan Am squad.
All the crunch happening over by pivot line as jammers try and find the spaces. It is Pan Am's Hugo Fret who is lead jammer. However, Moo completes that initial to post the first points of this jam. Hugo Fret, beautiful work with those hips, just twisting and turning around to get on through. And we've definitely got that on replay, Coco.
Yes.
Here you can see. You can see here just trying to get it past the Tyne and Fia blocker, and then that jammer. that referee just got right in the way of what we wanted to show. And then you see a referee. But basically, Hugo Fret was able to, coming out of that pack backwards to kind of try and defend himself.
Yeah, twist his hips round.
Yeah, and stop any hits being able to be landed in a legal way. So causing a kind of opportunity for a penalty, perhaps, against a blocker, but then also really protecting themselves and keeping the speed. And then obviously, like we said, having those little twists of the hips, none of which we were able to see thanks to our wonderful referees here today, which, we love them, just not when they get in the way of the replay.
Could you imagine if we managed to get the most beautiful apex jump and then there's just like a helmet? Either that or it's going to be bare, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those. We've currently got a team timeout, so I don't think there's anything of note. I know Dark Matter is having a chat. He does like to talk to the zebras because they're friends and stuff.
I don't think that's why, is it though? All right, okay. Team timeout comes to an end.
It does.
We are getting back into the action. Moustache lining up with the star for Tyne and Fia.
And his fancy stance.
A star and a stance, fancy stance.
It is a fancy stance.
And that's number 46, that's Rouge for Pan Am squad. Rouge has been a very successful jammer for the squad in this game. We're at 199 for Pan Am score-wise right now, so this jam will hopefully take them over that 200 mark, which will be brilliant to see. And especially as they've picked up lead jammer.
It was quite interesting. Rouge was just like taking their time as they passed, and then they saw how quickly Moustache was sitting. You could literally see change in their face and their stance.
Whoop, gotta get my game on. Gotta get my wheels on.
Gotta go fast.
Bad Mojo with the knockout on Tyne and Fia's. Moustache forces that recycle back. Rouge with the patient jamming. This is not a time to get a jammer penalty, is it? So
it's really not.
4 points posted on the board for Pan Am. Takes them over the 200 mark right now. Absolutely fantastic. And choosing to call off the jam as both jammers reach the pack. Neck and neck. Skate and skate.
Hand in hand.
Hand in hand. Hand in hand. Yeah, we'd love that. 203 for Pan Am squad. 258 for Tyne and Fia. We're still at a 55-point differential.
We are. If anybody's, playing along at home, every time you get 100 points, you have to take a shot of tea or something.
That's me.
So you're up to 4.
4 shots of tea today. Very well hydrated. Dark Matter versus Lapif on the jammer line.
Correct. For anybody as well, I did mention this earlier, but it was in-house. I believe that a lot, if not all, of our teams this weekend are taking part in penalties for pounds or pounds for penalties. I can't remember which way it goes. It's aim at raising money for Team GB Juniors. So they've got to be careful of their penalties that they take away.
Really?
But yeah, I mean, if it were just for the sanity of your bench manager, it's for the safety of your pocket.
Well, I'm enjoying this jam very much. We've got 4 minutes left of this second half and this game, and we're seeing a lot of action. It's quite fast-paced. We're seeing blockers are recycling everywhere, and Tyne and Fear's jammer, Dark Matter, certainly really capitalising. 8 points on the board for Tyne and Fear so far.
Yeah, Tyne and Fear, quite a loose pack at the rear there, but managing to clip Mark Lapief just to make it 2 more seconds before they can form into that really solid 3-wall once again.
And seeing, as you said earlier, come to fruition once again. So Pan Am squad had a blocker in the penalty box for most of that jam, and so we're really unable to spring their jammer free.
Yeah.
They did pick up 4 points, though.
They did. Don't do naughties.
Stop it.
As a former bench manager, please, no.
13 points picked up by Tyne and Fear takes their score to 271. Pan Am squad 207.
We've got 9-9 Sparky and Hugo Fret, who has just got a cut track penalty and will sit down.
After we've just told them.
Don't do it! So Sparky, I think, is probably just going to... Well, I was going to say he's going to chill around for this one while he's got the time, but then he puts speed on and just jumps over someone's leg.
Beautiful, beautiful work. Great timing as well. Once again, just neutralising that defence built for you, you know. Chooses violence, just comes straight into the middle of that pack. And, oh dear.
He did choose violence.
He did, and it didn't work out well. So
literal violence.
Back block penalty assessed to Sparky, who will now go and sit in the penalty box. Hugo Fret literally just released from the penalty box.
So they will sit for the full 30 seconds, not a switcheroo.
Yeah. But this also gives Pan Am opportunity is knocking at their door. Indeed, it's ringing the bell.
It is. So that was initial pass, didn't have the star on, but that doesn't matter because it can still pass as a jammer. You just can't score points. Very fast-moving packs there.
But, you know, great neutralisation of the power jam by Tyne and Fear. Sparky's back on track and in play.
Yeah, they had the time, obviously, for Hugo Fret to get his initial pass in order to... Because I think Sparky is scoring, so as long as they only held them to the initial...
Yeah.
Very good neutralisation.
And Sparky really just coming out once again, full throttle here. Barraging through to grab those points. Completely legal. Oh! Hugo Fret knocked out. Comes back, kind of half on, half off the track. Chose to make sure they were nice and safe. Then has to run that gauntlet of Tyne and Fear blockers again. At some point, he must be thinking, "No, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm sick of this." Right?
Well, I got distracted by Doug's face when he got given a penalty. Like, he literally looked like when you tell a dog off. Like, don't eat the sofa. I'm like, oh man. So we have a replay here.
So you can see that setup.
Yeah. They were just allowing him to take that inside.
1 minute 47 on the clock. Tyne and Fear now at 285. Pan Am squad 211. It's Moo against Lapief.
Yeah.
Moo, lead jammer.
Look up, Moo. They're coming.
They're in a high-fiving distance of 300.
What, 3 high fives to the sky?
Yeah, that's all they need.
But you don't get fives to the sky.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fair.
Oh.
I missed the thumb.
2016 called, they want the rules back. Okay, jam comes to an end. 4 points apiece.
What is this, knee starts?
You, Cougar. Oh, wait, no, was it a Cougar? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness for that. I thought I just doubted myself.
Poodling as well. But the game's
You're going to
finished
replay?
now.
The game's finished?
When did that?
There
that
was a
snuck up
minute.
on us.
There was a minute left on the clock. I just watched it. Jerry's
Well,
like, it's off. It's over.
It's
let
finished.
go."
It's done.
Well, I'm really sorry that was as anticlimactic for you as it was for us in that last jam. Had we realised it was the last jam, we definitely would have given it a little bit more oomph. Yeah.
Well, it is at the referee's discretion if it's under 30 seconds of the period clock, isn't it?
Well, and well done them for being discreet.
They've got a lot of games to get undone.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What a fantastic game, though.
Yeah.
I think Tyne and Fair really just showed some beautiful skill work and, not just from the jammers, but also the blockers. And I also highly enjoyed the work of Pan Am.
I did, yeah. I think both teams, and I've seen a lot today, very calm, very collected. Obviously, the first few jumps for Pan Am, but after that, they really got themselves in their heads together, and really good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't wait to see more of both teams tomorrow because they will go on. I think if we just pull up the
let's bring it up.
The special screen again.
The special screen.
I literally cannot work out what any of this means, but I know that it's not made for me.
So
you know?
Pan Am squad will play again at 7 o'clock this evening.
Right.
Yeah. So Pan Am squad will play again at 7 o'clock. Up next we have Inhuman League versus Mannequin Beasts.
Yes.
And Tyne and Fear will go ahead to play Toulouse at tomorrow at 11 a.m. for game 8.
Now that you've said it all, it makes complete sense to me.
There's lots of lines, isn't there?
There is.
But our wonderful tech director is filling this in for us as he goes. So we're really enjoying that. So I believe we have our beautiful producer for this game, Cherry. We are waiting for a wonderful interview. We've got someone to interview. I'm not sure who yet.
Oh, I don't know. She kept that one quiet from us. It's obviously what she was doing when she wasn't taking stats. So that's fantastic. Fantastic that she covered her own bases. Brilliant for that. We'll be throwing to Cherry in just one moment's time. But I think it's fair to say that this next game is going to be equally as exciting. So coming up next, it's Mannequin Beast versus SDRD.
No,
am I right?
Inhuman League.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh,
It's okay.
I'm trying my best. with the
Brom's bringing it up
limited
for you.
knowledge. Thanks for bringing that up for me yet again. Literally just been through this, Brom, but you wouldn't believe how much of a brain fart it is for me. So the Inhuman League playing Mannequin Beasts. Both of these teams already played today. Inhuman League played this morning. New World Order and Mannequin Beasts played Borderland Bandits.
They did. So New World Order versus Inhuman League. New World Order took the win, 325 to 86. And do Borderland Bandits versus Mannequin Beasts was 197 to 198. So this is why they've put themselves into this position that they're in at the current space. So, with this one, the winner will go forward to play it for the 5th place tomorrow.
Yes.
And I think the loser is just going to come back and have a few alcoholic beverages.
Absolutely, and just be part of the cheering squad for one of the most exciting games that's happening tomorrow, and that's the Juniors exhibition.
Definitely.
So if you're staying with us all weekend, don't forget to tip the stream. Give it a little bit of love with your wallet.
Yes.
But then also do be excited for the Juniors exhibition game. That's happening tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We love Junior Roller Derby. Obviously, teams are already getting prepared and excited for potential World Cups coming up.
Exactly. I think that's in June or July next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, in France.
Yeah, so super close.
Super close. There was some juniors playing at Five Nations earlier this year.
Yeah.
Absolute delight to announce and watch. So, always looking forward to juniors.
Yeah, fantastic. And then on top of that, we've also got obviously all those medal games to come tomorrow. But today, your final 2 games for the day are going to be that Inhuman League versus Mannequin Beast, and then whoever else we said off the chart.
SDRD versus Pan Am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
So Pan Am have got 1 game break.
Brilliant. Good for them. I hope they've got all the sports drinks they need. But right now we're going to pass over to, I think, it's Cherry and Sparky.
Yeah.
So I hope that Cherry definitely asks about the twirly-turny thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So we've got a goth and a punk.
Oh, well, this is going to be the most emo post-game interview that you've ever had to experience. And I, for one, cannot wait to see the outcome of it. But right now, thanks very much for listening. I've been the lovely Beatrix.
So we're going to look into that.
I've been Coco.
Sorry, I have to.
You're on.
Oh, hi. Sorry, that was a little bit caught us unawares. So, how was that for you, Sparky, from Tyne and Fia?
It was a lot of fun. I think we had a lot of nerves going into the first game, and it's really nice to get that first game under the belt. But Pan Am was such a well-matched team for us. Yeah. So it was a lot of fun on track, and it feels like it's kind of got us into the tournament, which was really nice.
That's exciting. So you are, let me just check my hand, you are playing that little team called Quad Guards next?
Yeah, we're terrified of them as well. So that'll be fantastic. But it'll be fun. It feels like we've still got a little things to click into our game. Yeah. So hopefully we've got to work on that a little bit there, and hopefully it just comes together for us in the next game, but we'll kind of see how it goes.
So it must be really exciting for you guys. You are the hosts here at MEC, and you are world renowned for putting on such an amazing tournament. So does that add a little bit of cherry on top if you win a game?
Oh, totally. It's a little bit of comfort as well, being able to just nip back to the house if we need to, like. But and not having to worry with the after party, having to clip back in a hotel or anything like that. At least you can sleep in your own bed. But yeah.
So is that your plan for tonight then? Have you got some home cooked recipes ready to go?
Oh no! I thought I was all prepared, and then today I kind of panicked. I had no food in the house.
You've not
so
done a big shot?
That's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to prepare that later. But I'm kind of notorious for not being that prepared. So that's fine though. That's normal. If it was out of my comfort zone, it wouldn't be quite right. So.
All right. Well, we look very. I cannot wait. Brilliant first game for you guys. Absolutely smashing stuff. Go get yourself to Asda.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
All right, then I'll throw you back over to our wonderful studio. Bye.
Yeah, it's better with the mic on. So previously on MEC, if you haven't been here all day, let me remind you of the games that happened today and the scores, because this is what everybody wants to know. So first game at 9 this morning was New World Order against the Inhuman League. So New World Order won 325 to 86. Then game 2, Borderland Bandits won 197 against the Mannequin Beast with 98 points. Game 3, Toulouse Quad Guards won 242 against Southern Discomfort, 130 points. And we just witnessed Game 4, Titan Fear, who won 289 points against Pan Am Squad with 215 points. So I'm waiting for my, let's say, co-worker Brom, who's at the desk right now, and we will tell you a little bit about the game that just happened and the one that we will see right after that. So Pan Am Squad against Titan Fear. Hi, Brom.
Hi.
Do you have a mic? We have to. Oh no, I don't like to share. Well, okay, because it's you. I don't know. I can, I've been talking very long now, so you can go.
Okay. Well, thanks for the recap. I'm also, for anyone joining us around the world, do let us know where you're tuned in from. We are here live from Newcastle, from the lovely Walker Dome. What a venue this is as well. It's so wonderful to see it filled with a friendly roller derby crowd. Everything is...
A lot of dogs also.
Lots of dogs. I'm here for the dog content. But let us know where you're tuned in from. We'll give some shout outs as we go through. I've got the YouTube comments here in my hand. This completely free live stream as well. So don't forget, if you're enjoying what you're watching completely for free, maybe consider making a £5 donation if you're able to. When the ads come back up later on, there's a QR code, or head to the Men's European Cup Facebook page, where you'll be able to take a look at that. That's okay. We nearly had someone join us live on the broadcast. It's going to go around the back. So first of all, before we have a look ahead to what's to come, let's take a little moment to pause and just take a look at what we've just watched, because a game of two very different halves, a game of penalties, and two teams that haven't played each other for a very long time. The rosters look very different. Last time that they played, March 2019, when the score was 199 to Pan Am, Titan Fear 161. But we were having a little chat before we came on that said it's almost incomparable, isn't it? Yeah. You look at some of these games pre-pandemic. The rosters are different, transfers are different, we've got different teams. Maybe you could just talk us through a little bit about Pan Am.
Sure, I can tell you about Pan Am Squad because I know a lot of them. So Pan Am Squad has been hit really hard by the pandemic, and so in France we started our season last year. So our season is a bit different from here in the UK. We started September and we end around June. So we've already had a full season, and this is the beginning of our second season. So during last season, Pan Am lost, after the pandemic, they lost their B team, and during the last season, they lost half of, for example, Hugo Fret was coming from Rennes, and Auli and Warlink and Galopin, they're all not playing with Pan Am Squad at the moment. So I think they did really well, considering that it was probably the first time they all played together. I'll give you a little bit of stats. So the first period, Pan Am Squad dominated the number of leads, but unfortunately, half of the leads that they took were lost by the jammers. So it explains also the difference in the scores. And on the second half, Titan Fear, dominated the lead. So this is why we have this score today. But penalties were, they were both well, they did the same amount of penalties, so it didn't really impact the game, except for the jammer penalties. So this is, sorry, I'm a little bit rambling. But stats are important.
You're right. Stats are important because especially for the teams, they've got to play again this weekend. After both of those teams are going to progress through the tournament bracket, they themselves will be looking back at those stats, particularly like you said, those jammer penalties. If most of the time when you're getting leads, you're then losing it because of a jammer penalty, you've got some issues there. But I also think you've made an interesting reflection in that we were looking at a Pan Am squad that some of them haven't skated together before, some of them haven't shared track time before. That creates a very different dynamic on the track. I mean, that said, just looking at 2022 for both teams, obviously they would have had some closed-door scrims and some other things as well. But in terms of sanctioned games, we had Tyne and Fear have played 3 games this year. They've won one of those, so they beat the Borderland Bandits, which we spoke about earlier today. They also played Southern Discomfort and the Inhuman League and lost against them. Whereas Pan Am have played 6 games this year. They lost twice to the Quad Guards, once to Orset, once to Les Barbiers. But they beat mostly French teams. But so they've had a bit more track time. And that's why I think that first half was much closer, a much harder fought game. You're a little bit. You might come this way a little bit. Come this way a bit.
I'll just say that half of those, well, maybe 4 out of 6 of those games were last season for us, meaning before June. So totally a different crew in Pan Am squad. So probably only the 2 last games that you mentioned were played by those players.
It was interesting, and I'm sure we might reflect on this again later on. I'll be back with the lovely Beatrix. But before the pandemic, rankings were quite important. And where that played out a lot in tournaments was the score differentials, right? Teams were looking for lots of hit it and quit it. They were looking to shut down jams, whereas actually what we've seen a bit more of this tournament is, we'll let the jam run, we'll let the clock run. They might be scoring, but we're also scoring. So there's a bit more of that because I think, in your opinion, rankings is important at the moment?
Yes, exactly. And it's exactly what you described because we've had 23-point jams on one team and you've got 16 on the other team. So it's not something that you usually see in roller derby, right? You usually see 4-0 or 8-0 or 0-0, but never that amount of points with a very small difference in the end. So, but it was quite enjoyable, right?
Very much so.
Yeah, I think I like that. So, do you want to talk a little bit about next game? Yeah. Because I can see the Mannequin Beasts and who's the other one? Sorry. Oh yeah, New World Order, of course. Oh, sorry, no.
The Inhuman League.
The Inhuman League. Sorry. It's all confusing. All those colors and then those new jerseys. I don't remember. I don't recall. So yeah, they're actually warming up at the time. So do you want to tell us a little bit about their stats for the year?
Yeah, and just before we take a little look ahead to what we're about to watch on the track, it's about 8 minutes until Derby, so this is a really good time if you haven't already. Grab yourself a drink, make sure you jump in the comments, let us know where you're watching from as well. We'll read some of them out before we throw over to Dork and Stormy for the next game. But looking at the 2 teams that are warming up on the track at the moment, okay, so obviously we've seen them both play once already today. Now, the Inhuman League have played 3 games this year. So they actually beat Tyne and Fear earlier this year. They lost to NWO and they lost to the Brummies. Whereas it's a similar story for Mannequin Beast. So they have lost both of their games this year. They've only played 2 prior coming into this tournament. They played the Borderland Bandits and Track-Ass. So I don't other than what we saw this morning, where NWO opened up the tournament and that really big score differential 325 to 86. Whereas the Borderland Bandits versus Mannequin Beasts, that was a bit of a closer game. 99 points between the two teams. So I think the bracket has brought us to a point where we've got perhaps a more evenly matched game. And we've seen some evenly matched first halves. If I think back to the second game of today, which escapes me what it was, but the fact that we saw some kind of lead changes and we saw some different things happening. So
it was Mannequin Beasts and the Borderland Bandits. Yes. Yeah, I remember now. Some purple players against some white, jersey players. Yeah, because I'm usually an NSO, and so all the players are usually numbers. I don't really know their names, and it was really hard for me to be like, oh, this is there's a name behind the number. So yeah.
Actually, you've also brought something up, which is a different perspective. The officials, right? So we've talked a lot about the return to play as a result of different lineups. We've seen a lot of transfers. There's a couple of teams here this weekend that have also almost been decimated and rebuilt, and skaters playing for previous opponents. But from an official's perspective, returning to play, what's going through the minds of our official crews as they come back to these kind of big level tournaments? What does that look like?
Well, we've also lost some of our officials, during COVID, because some people just realized that they were doing something every weekend outside of home and that they could, spend some time home doing something else, or maybe they started another hobby. And I totally understand that. Considering the officials who came back, it's really hard because we want to attend and we want the events to take place, but there are fewer of us. And I know in France last season the officials were already burnt out after one season because there was so many derby, so many leagues eager to come back to playing, but also so very few officials that it was really hard to staff all the events. And I'm thinking especially in May 20th and 21st, 2022, there were 8 events happening at the same time in Europe. So at least 2 or 3 international tournaments, the men's elite championship in France, and at least like 2 or 3 double headers in Europe. So it's really hard. So if you like roller derby, come and officiate. It's really important, and we really have fun.
I think that's a really great note to end on, as we've only got a couple more minutes until Derby returns. So coming up very shortly, you're going to see the Inhuman League versus the Mannequin Beasts. We're going to hand over and leave you in the very capable hands of Dork Mistress and the wonderful Stormy. Are you ready? You want us to keep? Are you guys ready? I'm looking over. Great, in which case, we'll hand over. You don't know what you're doing. Okay, that's fine. We don't know either. You need me to come over there. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you with Comic for the next 30 seconds while I go and run some tech stuff.
And I'm going to try to entertain, but I don't really know what to say. So it's quite new, but I really enjoy announcing, and we've got a very, very capable crew here, and all the technical crew is really, really capable. We're able to have in-house announcing, the stream, and the sports deck, so it's really, really enjoyable. Stay tuned for Mannequin Beasts against, I forgot again, the Inhuman League. Yes, thank you.
Helps if our microphones are on. Hi, I'm Stormy, and this is Dork Mistress with me for the Inhuman League taking on the Mannequin Beasts.
As we've discussed, we've just heard this is the playoff after the games this morning. So it is still the same teams, but the rosters very quickly. Mannequin Beasts, 0000 Derby name, 1 Flash Bandicoot, 12 Bruce Wayne, 32 Iway, 30 the Spaniard, 308 Gigi Hardy, 33 Human Fly, 585 Johnny B. Rude, 666 Mr. Odan, 72 Duracell, 8051 Cutty Sark, 89 Goofy, 898 Physio, 9000 Animal, 918 What the Buck.
And taking them on, the Inhuman League, who will be in the black and red today, that is 100 Taylor Dawson, 182 Knievel, 21 Blocky, 26 Romaniac, 28 Johnny Bloxville, 316 Skate Pliskin, 41 Slazem, 5 is Gaviscon, 6319 is Pipkin, 644 is Gigantor, 810 is Fenno, 82 is Princess Punch, 87 is Hoof, 90 is Dorney, and 95 is Nix. We are lining up on the jam line and we are getting ready to go.
And unfortunately, that means you don't see our beautiful faces any longer.
I'm very sorry about that, but I'm sure you'll manage.
So we're just waiting. The 5 seconds is gone.
So we have got Gaviscon jamming for the Inhuman League. He is at the front of the pack and pushing forward with the Mannequin Beast, and taking him on is Goofy from the Mannequin Beast. Gaviscon taking first lead for Inhuman League.
But it is Goofy who is also out of the pack, only quarter of the track behind and chasing fast, trying to force the call off.
Gaviscon held back by Cutty Shark, calling off a jam with 3 points.
That was a very quick first jam, but the Inhuman League picking up those vital points to try and put a bit of a stamp on the game. You know, we were talking about, Brom and Common were talking about, we think this will be a quite well-matched game. I am so looking forward to this. I cannot tell who's going to win.
No, I'm really excited. This is a really difficult one to predict, and both teams are coming in with something to prove from the games this morning.
So on the jam line, we have Animal for the Mannequin Beast up against...
That is Hoof. So Hoof up at the front, but got knocked out on the inside, going for the recycle. Animal getting stuck into that pack at the back there, trying to find that gap on the outside, and is denied by Dorney.
But the Mannequin Beasts have already had one blocker into the penalty box. The Inhuman League now matching that, but Mannequin Beast blocker out. Pivot actually out.
So Animal has taken lead for the Mannequin Beasts. So Hoof has taken the start off. Got it in hand with Princess Punch as his pivot. And that is Animal picking up 4 points for the Mannequin Beast.
Mannequin Beast having a better time at the moment of keeping a solid wall, and also some person-on-person blocking. The Inhuman League are being sort of split up a bit in the pack, and I think that's showing in Mannequin Beast getting out, Animal getting out for that scoring pass, and it took the Inhuman League a star pass to get out.
So that is Princess Punch who has taken that star, but call off made before she could pick up any other points. Lead change.
I don't think it's really worth celebrating in Jam 2. So
what? Why not? Oh, you're no fun.
I know, I'm no fun. I'm the stats person.
I celebrate at any given opportunity. There's a whistle? Yes, great times. Big hit down as Pliskin trying to take the inside line for the Inhuman League and being recycled back. Duracell is up at the front and takes lead for the Mannequin Beasts. Pliskin star in hand now, pushing forward as Duracell for a scoring pass, making short work of it. No, proving me wrong. Hit out on the inside line, going back through. And a jump around that apex sees 4 points picked up.
Duracell in the first game this morning was a standout jammer, just the skills that they're bringing to the track. And it's, one of the aged up juniors that we're seeing this weekend, and you can just see that that's years of experience.
Yeah.
Even though this is, third game.
Juniors are terrifying. That's what I've discovered. Juniors are absolutely terrifying.
But that's a scoring pass for Duracell and the Mannequin Beasts.
So Pliskin's have it in the penalty box, just finished that penalty. I believe Pliskin's still on the scoring pass, trying to sneak round on that inside line. and picks up another cut. So it's another sit down in the penalty box for Skate Plissken. Duracell calling it off and locking him in the penalty box.
This is one of those moments that can pivot the whole game, even though it is Jam 3. The Mannequin Beasts have now put on 19 points in the last 2 Jam and are starting with a power Jam.
Yeah.
You know, the Inhuman League are going to have to change something up very, very quickly to try and, you know, they need to do a penalty kill to start with, and then they need to change up how they can tame the Mannequin Beasts.
Yeah. And Skate Plissken definitely was struggling with penalties in the game this morning against New World Order. So hopefully he's trying to avoid it becoming a habit again going into this game.
But that's a multiplayer block to the Inhuman League.
Oh, one hand down, little procedure. That sees Goofy getting lead jam for Mannequin Beasts.
I had so much fun watching Goofy this morning. Such an incredible jammer.
So Skate Plissken out of the penalty box now. Star in hand. Taken out by Derby Name, but come back on fighting. And that is the initial pass done.
And Skate Plissken has been skating for a large number of years and is really good, but I was just so impressed by how he brushed off those blocks.
Yes.
In the pack just then as he was coming down the straightaway. Just so solid that he's like, yes, you can try and hit me, but I'm not going anywhere.
And this is exactly it. And you've got that power going into a hit so that you can just bounce off it. So that's Gaviscon and Animal with the star. Both jammers trying to kind of push their way through the middle. Gaviscon hit out on the outside line. So Gaviscon has taken lead from trying to jump around the inside line, but was knocked out. He's picked up a cut penalty.
This is the second jam in a row that the Inhuman League have picked up a jammer penalty.
Mannequin also suffering with a jammer penalty. Animal going for a sit down, also for a cut penalty. So we're going to have a bit of a jammer switcheroo in the box and a 2-minute jam.
Sorry, I was just a bit speechless watching the Mannequin Beast defense up front.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing, just the 4 of them being a unit to hold back Gaviscon, but picking up a multiplayer penalty for the privilege. So Gaviscon now is on for his scoring pass, while Animal, you can see, trying to build up that stamina now against that Inhuman wall.
And I think this is the first point in this game we've seen 2 tripod formations in the pack at the same time.
Yeah, and this is it. Both of them have got a blocker in the box. They haven't got any chance for offense. So the jammers have just got to give everything they've got. They've got no help.
Animal looks like he was having a bit of a breather after that hit out to the inside. You can understand in a 2-minute jam.
Yeah.
Especially with this level of defense.
Yeah, and Animal's taken the star off, presumably wanting to pass the star, but Johnny B. Rude has got the pivot and he's a mile up in front, so that pass, like, unless you stretch Armstrong, it's not going to happen, love.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it's that because both teams are a bit tired because they've already played very physical games this morning.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Or whether it's just that they're still feeling each other out a bit. But it just seems like, you know, it feels like we're watching a game 40 minutes in.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, and it is difficult when you have played such a physical game already in the day. And then you have merely hours to rest and you're straight back on.
But I'm sure that the energy and adrenaline will get them through. And it's Duracell picking up lead jam. Second time that I've seen them pick up lead yet this game.
So Hoof is jamming for Inhuman League, fighting up at the front, sprints around that outside line.
But it's Duracell with that hit to the inside. Sorry, not hit, jump to the inside. His agility is phenomenal. I think it's because his knees work.
jealous. So Hoof has completed the initial pass.
But the Inhuman League have Blocky going to the bin.
Hoof with attempting the apex jump, but is shut down by Gigi Hardy.
And just gets through the front of that pack with ease. The Beast's not able to put that 3-wall in up front.
So really tactical call off there, waiting to get all of their own blockers out of the penalty box and then locking in 2 Inhuman blockers in the penalty box. We've had a timeout called by Inhuman League.
Which is what I would expect at this stage. When you look at the last 5 jams, the Mannequin Beasts have had, all of that.
Yes.
All of that. They've put on 45 points in 5 jams. That's 9 points per jam.
Yeah.
So the Inhuman League, I expect, have decided, I want to break up that momentum. I want to have a bit of a re-strategize, a bit of a chat. How are we going to change things up? Because this isn't working.
Yeah, exactly. And now they've had that little bit of time to kind of feel out the other team a little bit and kind of get a gauge of what they're doing. I mean, yeah, they've probably watched them skate this morning, but watching them and hitting them is 2 very different things.
Yeah, so, our wonderful producer here, Loud and Queer, has just pointed out that out of the 6 jams, 4 of them have been leads for the Mannequin Beasts. So it's off the jam start, what's working for them.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see what the Inhuman League come back with in this next jam or 2.
So on the line, we're seeing Skate Plissken taking on Goofy. So as I said, Inhuman League starting with a 2-blocker deficit. So that is Knievel and I believe Fenno having to put in the work to hold back Goofy.
And that shows with Goofy picking up lead in, sort of 6 seconds.
Yeah. So Plisken's taken the star off.
But it's a cut trap penalty for Skate before they've been able to pass over the star. So 3rd jammer penalty now for the Inhuman League.
Yeah.
And all 3 of those penalties have been for Skate Plissken.
Yeah. Like I said before, he was struggling with his penalties in this morning. I know he's had quite a long break from roller derby, so it might just be...
Well, I think what we've seen today in a lot of the games, you can tell the difference between the teams that have been able to play lots of games and the teams that haven't.
Yeah.
And I think track time is telling, and I think that's showing there in the penalties.
Yeah, and Inhuman League themselves have done quite a lot of games, but Skate Plissken being quite a new skater to their team. But he's come out of the penalty box and snuck through that inside line and finished that initial pass in no time at all.
And forced the call off there. So, but again, the Mannequin Beast's able to put 8 points on in that jam, taking them to 53. The Inhuman League picking up the 2. So it's now actually lots more points.
Yeah. Seeing that sneak through there on our replay from our beautiful producer, Loud and Queer.
So that's 12 points to the Inhuman League, 57 to the Mannequin Beasts, and we've got 18 and a half minutes left in this half.
So Animal and Gaviscon with the star. Gaviscon being hit out on the outside. Animal trying to pick up some momentum at the front, being bounced back by Princess Punch. And with Dorney on the recycle.
But it's the Inhuman League with a blocker going to the box for that hit.
Gaviscon up in front now, being hit out by What the Buck, just inches away of completing the initial pass.
And What the Buck going to the box for that hit. Fun fact, What the Buck usually skates for the South Wales Saliours, but is helping the Mannequin Beast at this tournament.
We've got a bit of flexibility with guest skaters when we've not got to worry about chartering and sanctioning and all that paperwork.
But it's important as we come back to roller derby that we make sure that people play rather than worrying about sanctioning.
Yeah, track time is vital at this stage.
Yeah.
So a beautiful little wrap round by the Inhuman League sees Animal being hit out on the inside with no options of where to go. Still no lead picked up as both jammers are really giving it their all at this stage. Gaviscon with the recycle back. Animal picking up some momentum on the outside but taken out by Dorney.
And that was a huge hit. I think Animal really just taking a few seconds to recover and decides to call the jam.
Oh, I was wrong. Yeah, I got lead. My bad.
But that was 4 points for Mannequin Beast. So, you know, another jam, Mannequin Beast putting on more points than the Human League. But, you know, that's... So I think we had that timeout. I think it's been smaller sort of jams.
Yeah.
But that is Mannequin Beast's smallest jam so far. So things are starting to work. But I'm looking for the Inhuman League to sort of change it up a bit more.
Yeah.
And start getting back into the game.
So both jammers coming out neck on neck here. That is Duracell with Hoof chasing him down. Hoofing it around that track. A jump round the inside line. Duracell furiously calling off a jam.
Oh, I want to stand up and applaud the offense because that was the most perfectly timed offense from the Mannequin Beasts.
Yeah, exactly. You just see it here. That inside line, sweep them out the way.
Yeah. That was a thing of beauty. But again, 4 points for the Mannequin Beasts, you know, for that bit of gorgeousness.
Yep. So we've got Goofy and Skate Plissken on the jam line. So Goofy's trying to kind of make sure that Skate Plissken is settled in that wall before running off himself. Bit of defensive jamming, I like it.
And what's interesting is in the first game this morning, we saw Derby Name do a lot of jamming. And today, we've seen them on as a blocker almost entirely. So a true double threat because a key part of that wall holding back Skate Plissken.
So Goofy has picked up lead. No pass, no penalty, but getting the points. Plissken hit out on the outside line. Star in hand. Princess Punch at the back of the pack. So with the opportunity to pass. Plissken attempting the apex jump, but knocked down. So I think they're being quite sneaky about that pass. Both of them holding on to it at the same time. So no one knows where it's going to go. But that pass has been completed over to Princess Punch.
So that star pass did ruin an interesting tidbit from Loud and Queer. At that point, you had two jammers who both played at the World Cup, one for Scotland, one for Italy. So, you know, neither being the country they're actually playing for right now.
Yes.
But yeah, and you know, I keep almost forgetting that the Men's Roller Derby World Cup happened.
Yeah, like that was...
It was the before times.
84 years ago.
So we've got Johnny B. Reid on the jam line for the first time for the Mannequin Beast as a jammer. Did a fantastic stretch in the first game as a pivot and relief jammer, but able to get out and get points. And they're playing against Hoof.
So Hoof sprinting up at front. That is Hoof getting the crowd going to get lead for the Inhuman League.
But it's Johnny B. Reid off to the penalty box as the jammer, giving the Inhuman League a power jam for the first time in I don't know how long.
And this is exactly what Inhuman League need at this stage. They've got the lead, they've got power, they've got everything they need to start putting some points on that board.
So much of roller derby is about momentum, and these moments can pivot a whole game. But the Mannequin Beasts with some incredible level of defense. Brushing off the offense from the Inhuman League. But that's an entire penalty kill by the Mannequin Beasts. So just at the end of that jam, you know, the Mannequin Beasts, so Johnny B. Reid was released from the box. But 4 points for the Inhuman League in that jam. I really wish it had been more.
Yeah, I have to say the same. Like, Hoof put in the work there, like, put in so much work just to get those 4 points.
Absolutely. But, you know, that's because the Mannequin Beasts defense has been the most solid that we've seen today.
Yeah. That is Skate Pliskin on the inside line. Denied the initial pass by the Spaniard.
But that's a multiplayer block assessed to the Inhuman League. So we now have 2 Inhuman League blockers in the box and 1 Mannequin Beasts. And it's lead jammer to Duracell. With only 3 Inhuman blockers on the track, Swift Work gets out for the first 4, gets out for a scoring jam.
Skate Pliskin has passed that star on to Dorney, who's running with it. That's the initial pass done and dusted. And a sweep of offense taking out the Inhuman League's defense.
It was great sort of track awareness from Physio from the Beast, who saw that happen and did the chase, but just wasn't able to get to Dorney in time.
Yeah.
8 points for the Mannequin Beast takes them to 84 points, 16 points for the Inhuman League, and we have just over 11 minutes left in this half. Oh, we have, and I'm excited about this, Princess Punch on the jam line.
Oh, I love seeing Princess Punch jam.
All 3 of us right here are just fanning ourselves because we've got a big Derby crush on Princess Punch.
And that is Princess Punch taking lead, running around that outside line. The crowd goes wild.
Our producer goes wild.
Our producer goes wild. Loud and Queer is wild.
Goofy stuck up front and passes the star, and it is Derby Name who is now jamming for the Mannequin Beasts, approaching for a scoring pass.
Princess Punch hit out on the outside and sees Derby Name calling and calls off the jam.
Derby Name is my new favourite Derby Name.
I really like Derby Name. I think it's genius. Because also the amount of people that have come up to me today and said, is it a typo? Like, did they just not fill in the box properly when they ordered their kit?
So we're lining up again. It is Gaviscon versus Animal. And that's a tight scrum at the jam line.
Gaviscon riding that inside line to get the initial pass done and dusted.
But that was some fantastic blocking tactics from the Inhuman League. Formed a wall, but actually an incredibly fluid wall that moved across. That moved across and took them out to the inside. It was very sort of smart, dynamic blocking tactics. But just while we're in this official timeout, it's a good chance to talk about one of our sponsors. We're going to talk about Roller Derby Soaps, which is, a Derby business, which we always want to support. They make all-natural, cruelty-free and vegan skincare and self-care items made with Derby in mind and our Sting, I think, in mind. And available in person and online with shipping worldwide. And not only do they do soap, do you RPG? Everybody RPGs, right?
Yeah.
We're just really a sport for nerds.
Yes.
So you can now place an order for custom resin dice sets, including liquid cores, dice porn. Come for the Derby, stay for the dice porn.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Roller Derby Soaps and their spray that gets rid of Derby stank. It's a necessity in life, and I very much appreciate everything that they do.
And, we are just so grateful for all the sponsors that are here this weekend. If you're not here today, you can still come here tomorrow. Tickets are still available. And I can tell you that the dog ratio in this building.
Oh, it's a good dog ratio going on this weekend. We are all having a great weekend at Mac.
Yeah. So we're in an official timeout. But things essentially skater was I think just had the wind taken out, but everybody's fine, back on track, so we're delighted to see that, and the support from the wonderful medics, Events Medic Saltney.
Yes.
To make sure that happens.
Yeah, we always hope we don't need them, but we're grateful that they're here.
Yeah. So we should hopefully, and you can see the teams are coming back on track, so we'll be getting underway. So, Loudoncore has taken this opportunity to deliver some knowledge to us. Both teams are running a 3 jammer rotation at the moment. Although in the last couple of jams we did see new jammers with Johnny B. Reed and Princess Punch coming out. 3 jammer penalties for the Inhuman League, which we've seen, only 1 for the Beasts. And I think that, that's not the reason for that score.
No.
No, but it doesn't help.
Yes.
For the points differential. I think it has been down to the defence. But then you add the penalties on top.
And I think from a penalties perspective, I think that plays a lot into the mental game of roller derby because as soon as you start getting penalties, you start getting in your own head and you start panicking, and that's when it can all go wrong for you. So if you can keep your head in the game despite all that happening, then that's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah. And I think, remember that the 3 penalties are for the same skater. So I think doubly for that skater, sit down, breathe, recenter.
Yes.
Get back in the game.
So 2 jammers looking to get back in the game are Duracell and Hoof. Hoof with a bit of offense from Gigantor, but just 1 blocker to face. Gets lead for Inhuman League, but it is being chased down by Duracell.
And the Mannequin Beast starting that jam with 2 blockers in the box gave the Inhuman League that chance to pick up lead.
Yeah.
But it was just waiting to see what the points were. So the Mannequin Beast picking up 1 point in that. And the Inhuman League not picking up any points in that jam.
Yeah.
So... And we have a team timeout being called by the Mannequin Beasts. And again, it's probably a chance to recoup and just think about that. That jam in particular was a bit scrappy.
Yeah.
And we saw that, with the Inhuman League having a power jam, having a power start and still, having track advantage.
Yes.
Getting lead. But with the Mannequin Beasts still taking the points in that jam, really good chance for the team to think about what they're going to do. Also time to think about our sponsors. So one of our key sponsors for the weekend, Hypno. So this is Hypno Skates from Italy, I believe.
Ooh.
Yes. And so they want to make your soul and feet happy with Hypno Skates. So check out www.hypno.it. And they have quad skates for all skating needs and feet conformation. I think. I got confused earlier. Discover more on www.hypno.it. So we're getting underway. And again, I think we have different lineup from the Mannequin Beast. We have a different jammer.
Yeah, that's Cutty Shark up on the jam line for Mannequin Beast.
Oh, I like that name.
Cutty Shark.
Up against...
Skate Pliskin is up at the front, denied the initial pass by the Spaniard who has taken him all the way back.
Skate Pliskin pushing hard on that inside line.
Yeah, and that is Skate Pliskin taking lead for Inhuman League. He looks pretty happy about that.
He's come back as a unit.
Yes.
Absolute unit.
Yeah. This is a skater that we've always known for his agility, but he's just come back as a wrecking ball force.
But that's a cut track penalty for Cutty Shark. So, Inhuman League again with an advantage.
Yeah.
Because we're now in a power jam for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, and Skate Pliskin just taking that outside line, and the Mannequin Beast not quick enough to hold him back.
Yeah.
Skating through. That was lovely.
See, it's really clever offense here by the Inhuman League that they start that mannequin wall moving forward and then stop and let them keep moving. So they're forcing mannequin to be moving rather than rigid, and they're also forcing mannequin to be out of play.
Yeah, and I think that's incredibly clever, and it's working at the moment because Mannequin Beasts are putting their relief jammers up. That's the ones who are picking up the penalties.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see how many more times those jammers get put up in the next few minutes, because you're going to want to lock this down as you go into halftime.
Exactly. And Skate Pliskin has locked Cutty Shark in the penalty box. So we're starting on the power jam. Gaviscon has got lead and now locked in Cutty Shark to do a second jam in a row. Really smart tactical move.
But Cutty Shark bursts through that pack, sort of in just a few seconds. It was an impressive piece of work.
Gaviscon with a pirouette around that last pivot to pick up the 4 points as Cutty Shark comes round for a scoring pass of his own.
But Human Fly has gone to the box for a forearm, so this is giving the Inhuman League with blocker advantage. And Cutty Shark facing difficulty up front.
That is a wall of Taylor, Dawson and Fenno that Cutty Shark is having some trouble getting past. Meanwhile, Gaviscon having a tough time of his own right at the back.
But finds that inside. So the Mannequin Beasts were hoping for a recycle. But Gaviscon was like, I don't need to recycle. And that confusion meant that they took the concentration off and he came through on the inside. But that was 8 points to the Inhuman League and only 4 to the Mannequin Beasts. So we are a 50-point differential.
Yep.
Inhuman League on 39, Mannequin Beasts on 89.
So we've got Hoof and Goofy on the jam line.
So the Inhuman League had 5 leads in the last 7 jams. So they've got the momentum at the moment.
Yeah.
But it is...
Also, that's a cut picked up by Hoof. So it's Goofy who's taken lead.
Yeah. So the Mannequin Beasts with the advantage in this.
Slays them there on the inside line to shut down Goofy's momentum, but he picks it straight back up to get the 4 points. Big hit down from Dorney, but doesn't manage to knock Goofy out.
The Mannequin Beast went in for some offense then, but the timing wasn't quite right, and the Human Fly actually took out Goofy.
Yeah.
So not very hard, but it was just that fraction of a second either too early or too late. And I think that then stuck with that wall up front, the Inhuman League reformed. He had no choice at that point but to call the jam, but still managed to pick up 8 points, extending that lead out to 97.
This is the thing with offense. It's so much a timing situation, and a second the wrong way either way just means it doesn't work the way you want it to. Duracell making short work of the lead there.
But Hoof is now out of the penalty box. Yeah, and we're just going back to that wonderful start. It was look at that. Like, see, that's good timed offense.
Yeah.
But we're back in the game now. Both jammers in the pack.
Yeah, so Hoof at the back there, trying to find a gap in that free wall of Mannequin blockers. Duracell on another scoring pass now, just picked up another 4.
When we were talking earlier about three jammer rotation, you can see why they rely so heavily on jammers like Duracell, who's bringing that agility and skill. And you add that to the offense that Mannequin Beast can put in, and you can see why they're scoring what they do. And this is 4th scoring pass now for Duracell.
So that star has been passed very sneakily so the blockers didn't really see Hoof pass it over, but it's Romaniac who's now got that star for Inhuman League. Duracell looking to time it to deny Romaniac getting any points, but trying to run that clock down as much as possible.
But that was a 16-point pass for the Mannequin Beast. I think one of the highest scoring passes we've seen this game. Almost this entire half now. We've only got less than 3 minutes left to go. The Inhuman League still on 39. Just a reminder that this game, whoever wins this game, is going into the 5th place playoff tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to play for on this because it's about rankings. Although this isn't sanctioned, it is good to know where you stand in Europe.
Yeah. And then, of course, whichever team loses will play no more games this weekend and therefore could go have a good time tonight with 0 consequences. So Derby Name trying to weave round that outside line. It is Skate Pliskin up at the front, had a no pass, no penalty. So he's completed the initial pass first. And Derby Name gets out, gets lead, immediately calls it off, denying any points for Skate Pliskin.
Yeah. But what was lovely, the track awareness of Skate was he was checking with the jam ref because he thought he had done that.
Yes.
And so often you see jammers come out going, why am I not lead?
Yeah.
And that's the experience that tells.
Like even just down to knowing the hand signals of going, oh, that's what I did. Okay, that's fine. Because the amount of times you see skaters kind of looking at refs a bit blankly, not knowing what they're doing.
So on the jam line, it's Goofy versus Gaviscon.
Gaviscon is up in front and has lead for Inhuman League.
Actually using the hit from the buck as momentum to get him out of the bag.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So Goofy is pushing that free wall forward up at the front. Gigantor looking to give a bit of offense to clear that inside line for Gaviscon. Just what the buck to get past, and that is Gaviscon completing the 4-point pass. Goofy with star in hand has completed the initial. And Gaviscon calling it off.
But what the buck going to the penalty box. So that's 2 mannequin beasts now in the penalty box for the start of this last jam. And we will have at least one more jam in this half. So the Inhuman League starting with a big blocker advantage. What can they do in this jam to go into halftime with a bit of momentum?
Yes, exactly. So hoping to keep that momentum going is Hoof on the jam line, taking on Duracell. Hoof, hop round on toe stops on the inside line, gets your initial pass.
This is why you want your blockers on the track. But Duracell is out and chasing down Hoof.
Hoof bouncing off the back of that wall, calling off the jam, not managing to get any points on the board.
No points for either team in that jam, and that has taken us into half-time. And there's the half-time whistle. So 47 points for the Inhuman League. Mannequin Beasts 113. So, this is roller derby, so that is still, is still closable. We've seen bigger changes, but I think, in order to be able to close that gap down, the Inhuman League are going to have to deal with the mannequins' offense better.
Yes.
I think that's the difference between the two, is that the Beast defense has been good, but their offense has been, apart from the odd time, absolutely on time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's being able to brush off that offense and get that reform in time.
And I think that's something that the Human League need to go away and have a chat about.
Yes.
I think at half time. And both teams have got great jammers.
Yes.
And I think we've seen that throughout this tournament this weekend. The level of jamming is off the charts.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be about penalties. It's, how can they keep the jammer penalties down? Because we've seen that have an impact as well. So it's jammer penalties, offense, reforming, go and have a chat, come back, and, we will come back. So it's 13 and a half minutes to go. So go and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Maybe a biscuit if you're feeling posh.
Oh, treat yourself. It is Mechmas.
Yes, it is happy Mechmas, and these games are making us very happy. I've been Door Mistress.
I've been Stormy. I'll see you in like 10 minutes. Oh, we got a creepy little Brom in the corner. Okay. And we'll see you back very soon.
So we're back at the Walker Activity Dome in sunny Newcastle for the Men's European Cup. This is the second half of the Inhuman League versus Mannequin Beasts, the playoff for 5th place.
Yeah, I'm still Stormageddon, still talking to Dork Mistress. It's been an interesting first half. We're being produced by the beautiful Loud and Queer as well. And we've got Roller Polar Bear as a cameraman.
So out of the 22 lead jammers, 12 have gone to the Mannequin Beasts, with the highest score being Duracell, 55 points, nearly half of their score. With 20 penalties, 17 penalties to the Inhuman League, but several of those have been jammer penalties.
Yeah.
And that's been part of the reason for the points differential. We've also seen excellent defense and superb offense from the Mannequin Beasts, which all of those factors combined have led us to 113 points to the Mannequin Beasts, the Inhuman League on 47, and we've had the whistle to start the game.
So we've got Goofy and Gaviscon on the jam line. We're just waiting for our officials to give it the A-OK so we can get it going. So we are going to be having a bit of a play around in this half with a second camera, because we have been treated by Tyne and Fear, who are our hosts doing the live stream this weekend. Do go and chuck them some pennies if you are able to.
Oh, look at that shot of that apex.
So we can see Gaviscon up in front pushing that last blocker, but it is Goofy who has taken lead. So Goofy now coming up to the back of that pack, being held back by Taylor Dawson on the inside line.
But there was a forearms penalty just at the end of that, so I'm waiting to see who that went to.
I believe it is number 33, Human Fly, having a sit down.
Yes, so it will be the Inhuman League with the blocker advantage on track, and we've seen that's really mattered in this game.
And we've got Derby Name on the jam line with Hoof.
And I think this is the first time we've seen Derby Name on a jam in their own right this game. They've been doing a lot of blocking, but they jammed a lot in the first game today.
So it might be that going into this second half, now that they've got a bit fresher legs, they might be able to do a bit more jamming, but not today, as they are sitting down for a forearms penalty. So lead is still open and for the taking if Hoof can grab it up in front. Yes, he does.
It's the Inhuman League still with 4 blockers on the track and poised around the Mannequin Beast to try and break up that wall. And they get out of the danger, falling right to the back to the pivot line.
So that's Derby Name out of the penalty box.
Oh, that was a wonderful hit by the Inhuman League's blocker 041, but unfortunately sends them to the box.
So Derby Name has now completed the initial pass as Hoof trying to get that inside line is denied.
Both teams with only 2 blockers on track, but as the whistle goes, Level Up has come out from the Mannequin Beast, so it will be the Beasts with the blocker advantage on track, but still very teeny packs.
Yeah, this is it. So it's interesting to decide to call it there, because you could argue for keeping it going and trying to clear your blockers out of the box, because now we've got Skate Pliskin up to jam. He's going to have 3 blockers to go up against. And then I believe that is Goofy, yes, who has got just 2 blockers to get past, hops around the outside line and gets through Knievel and Fenno.
But actually, Jammer's deciding to take it on between themselves, and it's Goofy who comes out of that.
Yeah.
Better placed. That was wonderful. Goofy now in that scoring pass, but with only 2 Inhuman League blockers up front.
Yeah, Goofy giving the indication to run to his teammates.
But at the end of that jam, it was... You see, I nearly jinxed it, because I nearly said, oh, the penalty box is empty. But no, the Inhuman League picking up a blocker penalty just at the end of that jam, so it's the Beast that will start with the advantage.
No, beware of the announcer curse.
It's a real thing.
Ooh, spooky. We have got Gaviscon and Duracell, our corner shop special, up jamming against each other. Duracell has taken lead.
And that was an incredible piece of toe stop work at a diagonal. I didn't know that was like physics. I thought physics applied.
And we've got a beautiful little apex jump there by Duracell.
Duracell is breaking all the laws of physics.
Yeah.
I think we're about to see.
Yeah, and that is a replay of that apex jump.
Yeah, beautiful. But what's that done for the scores? That is just having a look, and it is 5 points for the Mannequin Beasts. Nothing in that last jam. So in the first 4.5 minutes of this jam, Mannequin Beasts extending their lead again. So 126 to the Inhuman League's 53. So that's put about an extra 10 points difference between the two.
So we've got Hoof and Derby Name up against each other. Hoof sprinting around that inside line, neck on neck with Derby Name.
So I think the Mannequin Beasts have changed their jammer rotation.
So it is Derby Name who is lead, but Hoof is up in front. The pack sprinting to keep those jammers away.
So I think there's some... Oh, you can see there, the Mannequin Beasts hoping that they're going to get... They were playing that, thinking that they could get Derby Name through, but Derby picked up the cut track.
Yeah.
So this will now be a 2-minute jam.
See, I could see Hoof kind of spinning around and attempting a call-off, so I think there was some confusion over which one of them got lead as well.
But the Mannequin Beasts were running it, and it looked as though that was a good move.
Yes.
But unfortunately, it was a cut penalty.
So that is 4 points picked up by Hoof in this power jam. We're going to run it for a full 2 minutes. So now we're looking at Inhuman League going in on the offense to get Hoof out, but that is a hit out by Human Fly that sees Hoof going back, knocking into Derby Name as he comes back on track, but he's just bouncing off those hits.
That was a true ballerina pirouette.
It was.
It was beautiful.
Don't skip leg day.
Core day. Don't skip core day.
So Hoof pushing that wall forward from the back. Derby Name trying to do the same, but that is a penalty. Oh,
it's a back block penalty. Oh no, that's another penalty. There were 2 penalties issued at the same time there. So Bruce Wayne going for the first, and it's the Inhuman League with the back block.
Yep.
And there's just been a forearms for the Inhuman League as well. So
and Derby Name is also going for a sit down in the box. So we are going to be starting the next jam with a power jam.
Now, I don't want to coach any of the teams or be a bench manager, but if I was a bench manager now, I would be calling a timeout and calming things down.
Yeah.
Because you think the number of penalties we've had in the last 7 minutes from both teams.
It's absolute chaos. Like, it's an official timeout. The officials agree with you, even if the bench managers don't.
I think they're just checking that they've caught all of those penalties.
Yeah.
Because so much went on in that jam. So I think even, I think a timeout was needed, and they provided.
Yeah, a massive shout out to all the officials who are working this weekend, because keeping track of that nonsense.
It's been 0 minutes since shenanigans. But we are back underway. The official timeout has come to an end.
We've got Skate Pliskin ready for a run up on the jam line. Mannequin Beast going back to have a sit down on that jammer. Just 2 blockers on track for Inhuman League. They're going on the offense now to clear that inside line. Very successful. Skate Pliskin happy about that, taking the lead.
And this is what the Inhuman League have been able to do this half. So although the Beasts have had 4 out of 5 leads, Till have put on 13 points. So they're able to exploit when they can, even if they don't have lead.
unfortunately, the Beasts have all put on 17 points this half. But
Pliskin with a spin round at the front, picking up the 4 points. Derby Name out of the penalty box, having some trouble against Princess Punch, riding that inside line, denied by Dorney. So it's just that reform back in front, just Fenno now for Derby Name to get past.
But it's Fenno picking up a forearms penalty and Gigantor picking up a penalty at the end of that jam. So we're going to end up, we're going to start the next jam with 2 Inhuman League blockers in.
But Skate Pliskin's got to be happy about that scoreline. 7 points picked up to 0 of Mannequins.
Well, according to Loud and Queer stats, that means the Inhuman League have now put on more points this half than the Mannequin Beasts have.
Ooh, that's an interesting stat there. Thank you, Loud and Queer. Oh, was that dork stat?
Yes, I do
Okay.
maths in my head because I'm weird.
Okay, that is magic as far as I'm concerned. Another thing that is magic is Duracell skating as he gets lead jammer. Gaviscon jamming up against him. Duracell making short work of that 4-point pass.
Yeah, I think the Inhuman League there were not ready for Duracell to come round and did not provide any opposition. And again, the offense from the Beasts allowed that second scoring pass with just a jump.
Yeah.
I mean, it is just beautiful.
I feel like at that point it's just unnecessary. Like you've got your own team on the inside line. We're replaying it now. You've got your own team there. You could have just asked them politely to move and they would have. You don't need to do it, babes.
But he looks so stylish.
Well, that is true. That is true.
And again, with that inside line, the Mannequin Beasts own that, and they're not letting the Inhuman League anywhere near it.
Yeah. So there's been a star pass over to Fenno, who is fighting up against at the front.
And you know, Fenno did call that, did force that call off, so it was good timing. But the Beasts put on 20 points in that jam.
Yep.
Biggest scoring jam this game, I suspect. Yep, Loud and Queer confirms. Well, I think they're just checking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I am that much of a nerd. I was right. And that's extended the lead out. They're at 153 playing 67, and we've got Hoof and Goofy on the jam line.
So Goofy pushing out at the very front there. Just Princess Punch to face, and he does, getting that lead jammer.
But the Beasts ending up with a blocker in the box.
So the star pass has gone over to Princess Punch, mere inches away from being clear the initial pass, but recycled all the way back. So starting that fight all over again.
From turn 2,
Yes.
almost back to the jam line.
Yeah.
That was a massive recycle. But Goofy goes, yeah, you do that. I'm just going to keep doing laps, scoring the points.
Princess Punch taking the inside line for the initial pass for the Inhuman League. A jump round the outside line, and that is Goofy clear with 4 points.
So 8 points in that jam. It is now almost 100 points. There's 94 points between the two teams. And we have 18 and a half minutes left in this game. A reminder that in this game, whoever wins goes into the playoff for 5th place. Whoever loses gets an early bath and can actually have some beers tonight.
Yep. I don't know which one I'd want more, to be honest.
I think after the kind of games they've had today, I don't think the teams do either.
Also, that is a hit out from Skate Pliskin, who is trying to get Johnny B. Rude to go all the way back. But Johnny B. Rude just looked at Skate Pliskin like, nah.
Little head tilt going, no,
I'm not playing your games.
But Skate did get Johnny B. Rude caught back up in the pack and has only just got out. So there's half a track between them.
So Skate Pliskin has got lead now on first scoring pass on that outside line, but a big hit from Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah. Oh, that was a beautiful hit from Crash Bandicoot. Wasn't very big, but
No.
it used physics and momentum to take somebody much bigger than themselves right off track without having to use all that force. It was... As somebody who loves the blocking, I'm all about the blockers. That was like, oh, that was so clever.
Yes. I think this is it. We put a lot of focus on the big hits,
Yeah.
but it doesn't always need to be that, because if you conserve your energy, then you've got more to hit with for the rest of the game. Duracell taking lead for the Mannequin Beast.
Oh, that's like not happened before.
What's not happened?
Duracell getting lead.
Oh no, unheard of. Gaviscon up at the front, trying to get past those last two blockers, pushing them forward. Gaviscon on the scoring pass, narrowly escaping Princess Punch on the inside line to get the points.
So it's a full pack of, there's only 3 in Human League blockers, and Duracell makes light work of them, but Gaviscon uses that interruption in the pack to break out.
Yeah. A big hit from the Spaniards to clear that line.
It was interesting to see what the Mannequin Beasts were doing there in the pack, in that they were, it didn't look like they were doing anything, but where they were meant that the Inhuman League couldn't form a wall.
Yes, exactly, and sometimes that's all you need to do. A team timeout has been called.
And it's by the Inhuman League, which, you know, you'd expect because they were catching up and now the momentum shift. So it's a chance for us to talk about Bundle of Love, one of our sponsors at MEC this weekend. So they provide the joy of shopping for your children's clothes, made cost and environment friendly, from newborn baby to teenager sizes, and with new items added regularly. They have a great choice of used clothing. They take the masses of perfectly wearable clothes that are normally thrown away and provide them back to you at a fraction of the cost compared to brand new. So, you know, go and check them out for re-wearable, reusable, relovable clothes at bundleofloved.co.uk. So that's Bundle of Love. No, loved. I was right first time.
Bundle of Loved.
Yeah. So what's changed about the Inhuman League's blocking this half? And we can look at that at the next jam. Oh, no, we're in an official timeout. So we can talk about it now.
Yeah, why not? Treat yourself.
I think what I've seen about the Inhuman League's blocking in this jam is that it is they are trying to form a wall more of the time.
Yes.
But the Beasts are still, you know, and were able to hold back the Mannequin Beast jammer better, apart from Duracell.
Yeah.
Because, you know, nobody can hold back Duracell at the moment. But I think it's... And so they were getting the momentum, but I think also the jammers had stepped up a bit. So I think it was a bit of both.
Yeah.
And then now we're in the situation where the Beasts have got the momentum back. And I think it was, when you look at that last jam, where the Beasts were just in the right position that stopped the Inhuman League forming a wall. The Human League need to go back to where they were 5 jams ago to sort of stop that happening.
I don't know if you noticed while you were discussing blocking tactics, but Inhuman League just had 2 jammers on the jam line. And literally Derby Name just went up to them and went, "Stop that nonsense." And then they went, "Oh, you." And Skate Pliskin went and skated away.
That's so cute. That's so cute.
So Skate Pliskin has kindly stepped aside to let Hoof take the star for Inhuman League, skating up against Goofy.
And we see Derby Name there as a blocker for the Mannequin Beast. So they're changing up the jammer rotation again. Unless Derby Blocker is so fit that they can jam and block.
I wouldn't put it past them at this stage.
Yeah.
Goofy taking the lead for the Mannequin Beasts.
Yep.
And sprinting around that outside line. Meanwhile, Hoof just passed the star over to Fenno. Beautiful spin around the outside line. Sees Goofy get the 4 points and call up the jam.
That was a combination of a dip to the outside and a spin.
Yeah, fancy.
How can you do that? Because of like momentum and centrifugal force and these things.
Oh, don't make it physics. It just looks fancy.
It does.
Don't confuse me with science.
Yeah. So. Oh, they're just having a quick official timeout to check on some of the penalties. So good chance to talk about how the other thing that's changed in the last few jams is how quickly and how often the Inhuman League have been passing the star.
Yes.
And how the Beasts are not able to shut those down quick enough to avoid the Inhuman League picking up points, because they're now creeping up on 70 points. The Mannequin Beasts are on 184. But, if you're the Mannequin Beasts and you really want to make sure that you've got everything locked down with 15 minutes to go, these are the little things that you want to make sure you're getting right.
And one thing they haven't got locked down is Skate Pliskin, who's just taken lead for the Inhuman League.
But Johnny B. Rude jamming for the Mannequin Beast is out of the pack.
Oh, a beautiful bit of offense by Dorney to clear that inside line and see Skate Pliskin get a quick 4 points.
That's one of the first really good bits of offense we've seen from the Inhuman League. So, we can see they're trying to change things up.
Yes.
And trying to sort of catch up with the Beast. But we've got 14 minutes, 22 seconds to go, and they are 110 points between the two teams. That's a lot.
It's a challenge. Let's just say that. It is a challenge, but I am here for it. And we have got Gaviscon. No, we've not got Gaviscon. We've got Hoof, and we've got Duracell up to that challenge. Duracell on the inside line, narrowly keeping upright. And now we see that offense for the Inhuman League sweeping in to try and get Hoof through.
But the offense has to stop as Duracell gets back into the pack and just skates through the wall. And I think there, because the Inhuman League were coming into the back of the Mannequin Beast wall, they didn't stick together. They just tried to go around it. And you can't do that with Duracell. He was out.
That is Hoof up at the front, but picks up a cut penalty. So we have got a power jam in favor of the Mannequin Beast with Duracell as their jammer. Not something Inhuman League want to see.
No. Duracell has been 100% impressive in these two games today.
He's fully charged and ready to go.
I can just say that I was said that they were a person to watch at this tournament in Metcalfe.
You just taking the bragging rights for your Metcalfe Bear.
Yeah, just a little bit of glory. But as you said, it was a power jam to the Mannequin Beast with Duracell doing the laps, picking up 12 points in that jam. And we will be with a power start to the Beasts.
Yeah, so Hoof standing in the box, so it hasn't got long left. And we've got that pivot line start as well. So interesting to see if the Inhuman League stay strong or if they try and run away to keep away from Goofy.
And again, the offense, just look where Cutty Shark was. Didn't need to do any blocking, was just in the right position to stop the offense.
Yeah. So Hoof is now out of the penalty box, pushed forward, and that's the initial pass done pretty quickly for Inhuman League.
But Goofy sees the danger, calls the jam.
Hey! Just nail the landing, and it looks deliberate. Well done, Hoof.
So we're having a quick replay, I think, to that.
Hey! Oh, pure joy.
That's called styling it out.
Yeah, that is the definition.
So 3 points for the Beast, taking them to 199.
Johnny B. Rude and Skate Pliskin on the jam line. Johnny B. Rude pushing forward at the front. Trying to take that gap from Fenno. A bit of offense by Mr. Odin.
And again, great timed, great positioned offense. Gets Johnny B. Rude through. Johnny, in the first game, not gets through for lead, but not a regular jammer in the first game or the first half of the second game. But now they're really sort of starting to put Johnny, because you can see why, picking up lead, getting through. 4 points. Oh, we just had a whistle, so it is a timeout called by the Inhuman League. So it is a chance to talk about Sloth Comics, who I went to go and have a look at. With the most wonderful, colourful range of comic books. So they publish fantasy, adventure and comedy comics for all, but they've come here with their first ever illustrated book, The Basics of Roller Derby. We made this to help people get to grips with the basics of the sport and be able to understand the sport their family, friends and loved one plays. Because we've all had so is there a ball?
So what is roller derby?
Is it like that TV film, with James Caan? Rollerball.
I just whatever they guess, I just say yes. I don't care. Like, is it all on fire? Yes.
So-
yes, it is.
So if you get those questions, get basics to roller derby at www.slothcomics.co.uk, and I can testify they are very lovely people too.
So it looks like we're about to get back on track with Duracell and Hoof on the jam line. Rolling back onto those jammers. Duracell taking that inside line.
I'm just enjoying watching Duracell.
Yeah. I feel like I need to spend a lot of time dissecting his jamming to figure out how on earth he is performing this witchcraft.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely breaks the laws of physics.
Yep. Oh, and a gorgeous bit of offense there to clear the inside line by Mannequin's pivot.
You have to feel for the Inhuman League when you've got a jammer of Duracell's quality and you've got offense timed that perfectly.
Yes.
It's just heartbreaking to be on track against them. Duracell's only had 2 jams where he has not been lead the whole game.
That's insane.
So
odds.
that's like a 95% lead percentage?
Yeah.
Something nuts like that.
I will leave the maths to you.
I will leave them to Loud and Queer, who's now looking at that because they also want to know. But it is a phenomenal lead percentage. But Hoof is out and right behind Duracell, so it'll be interesting to see how many points Duracell goes for in this jam.
See,
all of them. He went for all of them.
With the packs running away and Mannequin having their pivot in the penalty box, I assumed Duracell would just keep going to try and get that pivot out of the box, but not quite long enough to do that.
Well, I think the challenge was Hoof has got good success at getting through the pack.
Yes.
So the danger was if they ran the jam, Hoof would also get out. So it's, do you want 4 points or do you want your pivot out?
Yeah, but we've seen it a lot where when Mannequin are down skaters, Inhuman League have much more success getting through, as proved here by Skate Pliskin getting lead because there's only 3 blockers on track. Yeah. Personally, I would take letting them get a couple more points and making sure I've got all the skaters I need.
Yeah, you were absolutely proved right. And this is why I don't bench coach.
So Skate Pliskin hit out on the inside line and is scoring pass. It is Goofy up at the front, one-on-one with Blocky and Dorney, but manages to get out of the initial pass. So Skate Pliskin trying to spin around those last few blockers and calling off the jam, but picking up those 4 points before he does.
Fun fact for basically me, because I want to show off. Blocky was one of the first teams I ever scrimmed against.
Oh, wow.
So
but what team was Blocky with at that stage? Because I feel like Blocky skated for the world at some point.
It was Oxford before they went to SWAT. So
wow.
I was with a team that no longer exists called the Cardiff Roller Collective.
Oh, don't talk to me about skating for teams that no longer exist. I feel like I'm an entrepreneur at this point.
So that was 11 years ago. So we're underway again with Johnny B. Rude for the Mannequin Beast up against Gaviscon. Johnny B. Rude out for lead, second lead in a row for Johnny B. Rude.
Meanwhile, Gaviscon at the back looking to slow down Johnny B. Rude, hitting him out, taking him back.
And Johnny again just goes no.
Johnny is literally, like, you can't see it on the screen, but he's just like, big sigh, just like, what are we doing, babes? What is the point?
But Gaviscon, very cleverly, by not giving in, forced Johnny to call the jam. Because Johnny was just like, I'm not taking this anymore. And we have another timeout called by an official review being called by the Inhuman League. Probably around that, if I had to guess.
Oh, and there's dogs. Oh. Oh, it's a good day.
It's been such a good day here at MEC for somebody who loves dogs as much as I do. Apparently they're called Flossie and Watson, or Sherlock.
I know there's a corgi that's Sherlock,
but they're just good dogs. Good
Yeah,
doggies.
good-
doggies. Yeah. So
I was going to talk about roller derby, but more important things, there are dogs.
But we will also talk about Martinez Sportswear. M Sportswear are one of the sponsors for MEC 2022. They're built to survive the game, style, comfort and durability. Full service, custom sublimated sports apparel company, specialising in roller sports and extreme sports. And also providing a prize for our MVPs from the tournament. So at the end of tomorrow, there will be an MVP team, and there will be an MVP blocker and jammer and MVP overall. And they will be getting an Martinez Sportswear custom top to recognise their achievements.
I didn't know that. I would have brought my states with me.
I would not be winning an MVP.
I mean, I'm not going to win, but I'd give it a good go.
But I think we've all seen today the value of good sportswear, the amount of teammates that hold on to each other.
Oh yeah, like if you're using just a shirt to propel yourself forward, needs to be strong.
Also, a big shout out to the Mannequin Beast for having lovely new uniforms, which, as somebody who's seen them, they had shirts that previously had many different shades of purple, and that was a bit confusing.
Oh yes, I remember that, and it was kind of a bit black, a bit purple, a bit of this, a bit of that.
But now they're a beautiful bright shade of purple, which makes it much easier to see, and they look very stylish. So yeah, we see you, Mannequin Beast, we like. But the official review has come to an end.
As soon as we have feedback on that official review, we will give you the goss.
But we're getting underway again.
So until then, we have got Hoof fighting on the inside line, but Duracell running that outside to pick up lead. Slayzum going in for a bit of offense on the inside line. Hoof pushing those last couple of blockers forward. Cutty Shark going to reform that wall on the front, and Hoof hit out on the outside line.
Duracell picking up lead again. That is now 13 out of 20 leads for the Mannequin Beasts. One leaderless jam, and only 5 for the Inhuman League. And I think that's where you can see this expansion of the gap between the two in the last 10 minutes. A lot of that has to come down to Duracell.
So we've got Hoof just pushing relentlessly forward at the back of that pack. Duracell hopping round the tiniest of gaps there to get another 4 points. So Fenno is now back out of the penalty box, so there is an opportunity to pass if Hoof so chooses, but he is currently being recycled back by Cutty Shark.
So we have what the official review was about.
Okay.
So the Inhuman League wanted an official review, wanted a penalty assessed because the Mannequin Beast jammer tried to call off the jam while not on the track. That was the old rule set.
Ah.
So the official review was lost.
Honestly, this is one of those moments where I wonder if an official review was genuinely called because they wanted a timeout. And it is a longer timeout if you talk nonsense compared to if you just ask nicely for a timeout.
That is an incredibly good point. I remember one of them that I once heard was, how long is 5 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I've reviewed that a skater's shirt colour was too white. Like, please discuss, officials.
Very clever move then by the Inhuman League. And Skate Pliskin getting through lead jammer. But Goofy is also out and chasing down the pack.
So Skate Pliskin with a bit of a apex hop there, picking up 3 points and calling off the jam.
So that's taken the Inhuman League to 36 points this half, but the Mannequin Beast with 134. And if you think about the first 6 jams this half, the the Inhuman League scored more points.
Yes.
So this is now showing how the Mannequin Beast in the last 15 minutes have just taken this game and And I think if you look at probably the number of times that they've put Johnny B. Reid and Duracell on as jammers who are getting through and doing the multiple passes, you can see where that gap is getting bigger.
Yeah. This is it. Duracell especially pulling in an overtime shift today.
Yeah.
Gaviscon taking lead for the Inhuman League. Johnny B. Rude up at the front, knocked down, but is back up. Being chased down by Dorney, but not quite out. Gaviscon with just one blocker to face up at the front. Now, is Gaviscon going to let it go? Oh,
again, just look at
that offense.
I know, number 2 there for the Mannequin Beast.
Yeah.
Didn't hit anyone, didn't touch anyone. Just moved back to be in a position to block the other person from being able to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Don't need to hit anyone.
No.
You just be in the way.
Yeah, it was Iway was in the way. Dad jokes here all weekend. Yeah. And this is what I've loved watching in this game, is the Mannequin Beast's offense is just, it's not even like officially offense. They're just in the way at the wrong time.
But this is it. It's effortless.
Yes.
And I think that's the thing to take away, is it doesn't have to be big and brutal and scary. It just needs to work.
And it's definitely worked in this game. Duracell getting out for lead up against Skate Plissken, who is still in the pack.
So Skate Plissken has got Star in hand, but doing a bit of blocking to help hold back Duracell. Seen as Inhuman League have a lot of blockers in their penalty box. Just enough to kind of slow him down a little bit.
But it didn't really work.
It worked for a few seconds. And then doing that psych out Star pass to Dorney, but Skate Plissken does still have the Star.
And you can see Skate Plissken there on the inside line trying to stay in, just quite couldn't.
Yeah.
And we're just having a replay here of Duracell.
That weave round and that footwork. So Duracell now round for another scoring pass. Skate Plissken looking for that Star pass. Dorney taking it. And that is Star pass complete with the initial pass.
And that's Duracell hit out to the inside, forcing that call off as Dorney approaches the back. And Dorney's like, why? I wanted the point.
I was so close.
But I think that was also the first time that we've seen in a number of scoring passes where Duracell was genuinely hit out to the, hit out.
Yeah.
Because his agility has meant that he's been able to juke around the blockers of the Inhuman League, but this time they got it right.
Yeah.
And it gave Dorney chance to catch up, and then that forced the call off, and it just saves the points. They still score, but not as many.
So Hoof is pushing that wall forward, taking him on is Goofy. Goofy with only 2 blockers to get past. But I believe, I'm trying to tell from which ref is pointing which one is lead, but it is Mannequin Beast who have got lead. So bit of jammer offense here as Goofy is trying to hold back Hoof, going back into that wall. They're both just looking at the refs like, what are we doing? Oh, and a big hit from Romaniac, who's having none of that nonsense from Goofy. You stop holding back my jammer. That's a mean thing to do. You go sit down.
So that is just looking at the points, seeing what that's done to the scores. So it's 87 at the moment to the Inhuman League, 259 to the Mannequin Beasts. Duracell has scored 98 points in this half.
What? Oh, okay.
And 55 in the first half. So that takes them to about 160. So that's it's more than half. It's 2/3 of the Mannequin Beasts score has come from Duracell.
I think they need to buy him a drink or something, because he is putting in the work today.
Yeah. But the other one who's really been impressive this half is Johnny B. Rude.
Yeah.
Who, hasn't been in regular jammer rotation, but is also managing to put the points up. And I think it's, with this game, with the Inhuman League, Mannequin Beasts have done well when they put flexible, agile jammers up.
This is it, because I know Inhuman League blockers, they can take a hit. They know how to deal with a hard hitter. but trying to keep hold of those flexible jammers is something that's much more of a challenge.
I think it's also that because the offense from the Mannequin Beast splits up the Inhuman League walls, and because there's been so many blockers in the bin, it is much easier to get an agile jammer who can weave around than one who has to punch through.
Very full penalty box. Mannequin Beast with 2 of their blockers sat down. Johnny Baroon making impact with that wall, calling off the jam. I believe just basically waiting for that clock to run all the way down so that there can't be any more jams. I have done enough.
So 11 points in that last jam takes the Mannequin Beast to 270, and the Inhuman League on 87. That's the unofficial score at the moment. So we said at the start of this game that we thought that this would be quite a close game.
Yeah.
Okay, we were wrong.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Mannequin Beast proved us wrong.
That's the confirmed final score now. So the Mannequin Beasts will go into the game for the 5th place playoff tomorrow. The Inhuman League, who came in ranked last, came in ranked 8th, have not played like they were ranked 8th.
Oh, absolutely not.
And gave us that absolutely cracking game, but they're now done for the tournament. And who will play the Mannequin Beast tomorrow will be coming up in the next game, which is going to be... I'm just having a quick check, it's going to be Pan Am Squad versus Southern Discomfort. If it's anywhere as fun as this game.
Yes.
But I think the things that the Inhuman League can take away is learning to deal with that offense.
Yes.
That was the killer.
Yes. This is the thing. I think Inhuman League have built so much, especially over the pandemic. They are a completely different team than they were in the before times, and you have seen them grow and get stronger and stronger and stronger. And all they can do from this experience is build.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just watching the teams go around and congratulate each other. We're just looking for a few people. We will be going to the sports bar shortly, but it gives us a few more minutes to talk about that. I had so much fun watching that game because, again, we've seen incredible jammer skills from a range of people in the game today.
Yes, and very different jammer styles as well, different things to kind of pick up on. And this is what I really like about having these things filmed, because I don't know about you, but I am going to go home, watch these games back and dissect it and try and figure out how on earth everyone's doing what they're doing.
Brom is in our background trying to put us off, but that's not going to stop me. I'm the same. I go back and watch games, and I think anybody who wants to learn about strategy and tactics needs to do that. From this, look at that offense, the timing, and the fact that it wasn't a hit. I mean, MRDA games, everybody says it's a big smash, sort of smash and grab thing. This wasn't.
It doesn't need to be.
It was absolutely beautiful that just by positional blocking is not something you expect in an MRDA game. And it was devastating against the Inhuman League because they weren't expecting it.
Yeah.
They were expecting big hits. And also those little hits that we saw, like the one we saw on the outside.
Yeah.
It's just the right timing and the right timing, the right momentum. The offense was, and the defense, it was just beautiful. And I think, but the Inhuman League have got a lot to take away from this as well in this game. I thought that, again, incredible jammer skill.
Absolutely.
Hoof did a shift.
Hoof not stopping.
Yes, but at the same time, when the Inhuman League wall was able to get together, it was solid.
Yes.
And I think it's, so it's there. They just need to be able to get together quicker. And I think that will have a real impact on how they can hold back these jammers.
And this is it. I feel like Inhuman League absolutely have come into this year feeling like they've got something to prove. And that's what they are showing. We saw it in Five Nations. We're seeing it this weekend, that they are going in going, yeah, okay, everyone's coming in expecting me to lose. So let's give them a show.
Yeah. Right, and we have got some, victims, I believe is the phrase for interviews.
Yes, absolutely.
So we are going to hand you over to the sports bar and straight to Sausage, who is going to talk to Skate Pliskin.
hello. Oh, that's on. Hi, I'm Bad Sausage. I'm live having a great weekend at MEC. I am here with Skate Plissken himself from the Inhuman League. You've just played the Mannequin Beast. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I'm ready to go again. I love playing Mannequin. They're such a great team. Definitely want to keep an eye out for. And skating with Till, it's just so much fun. They're such great guys. It's a great game. I really enjoyed that. Thank you.
I was going to say, how did obviously you've played Mannequin Beast before, but that was at LRT, right? And now you're with the Inhuman League. How's any sort of differences? I mean, it seems like you've had a great time. So
they have stepped up their skating game. I was talking to one of the Till guys. I can't remember who. Jamnesia. There's just an element to European roller derby that's a bit spicy. It's just, there's something in it that's just a bit different from English roller derby, and I love it. It's so good. And you see it in the French teams as well. It's so good.
Oh yeah, any excuse to get out of the country, to be honest, and that's what we're after. So we need to take MEC elsewhere. Although we love the Dome, can we pick up the Dome and put it somewhere else next year, maybe as a treat? I don't know. So yeah, how was it like been preparing for MEC this side of 2020?
It was different for me. I've not been skating for 3 years, and I came back after playing the Louisa Rider, which I loved as well. And then I went, you know what, I'm in for this. And I spent 6 months just training, losing weight, getting fit again. And it was hard. It was real hard. But Till have worked so hard and they've been so good. Practicing, we've had loads of attendance. And it's just genuinely fun. So I'm glad that it's a good team to be part of.
Oh, that sounds lovely, doesn't it? Right, I will let you rest and recuperate or go to the pub, whatever it is you're up to. Have a good one. Who have we got next? I'm going to use my summoning powers. Everybody, manifest. We're manifesting. It's Johnny of the Mannequin Beast. Hiya. How was that for you?
It was interesting. The beginning was good, and then we had a lot of penalties, and then it was good again.
Excellent. So you're a recent transfer into the Mannequin Beast this year. So was it this year or last year? Just before, wasn't it? The before times?
Yeah, I did 2 games before.
2 games before. So fairly recent on the Mannequin Beast roster. How's that going for you?
Quite well. I'm getting to pivot a lot, so I do a bit of both, jamming and blocking. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's like everybody is roughly on the same level, so that makes it a lot more interesting than with my previous team, where there was a large difference in the team level-wise, and yeah, it's just really nice to play on this level with them.
Oh, look, I mean, look, you look lovely in purple, so, you know. How's it been like? Obviously, you've done a few games and stuff with the Beast already, but sort of post, like, lockdowns and the ghost of 2020 haunts us forever. Preparation for MEC, how has it felt? How's it gone this time round?
So we had some good preparations and how do you call that? Like a gameplay book and with stuff like that. And 3 weeks ago we had a triple header in France, in Tours, against the Bandits, Borderland Bandits, and against Les Tracas from Tours. We lost both games, but so watch out for French roller derby. It's coming for you.
Oh yes, watch out for the French. Oh God! Right, I will let you rest and recuperate. We are going to go to some messages of something. Been lovely to see you, and we will see you tomorrow as well. I don't know. I don't have.
The winner of this game.
You playing against one? We'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, be playing Pan Am or SDRD. So yeah, well, have a nice evening, Johnny. We will see you soon. We'll just throw back to some lovely short messages from someone. Have a nice time, everyone. Bye.
Is it on now? Hi, welcome to the Men's European Cup here in Newcastle. The first time we're back in 3 years here at the lovely Walker Dome. I am here, talking of lovelies, with the lovely Beatrix. I am Brom, and just to get us started, we're going to take you through the next sort of 10-ish minutes, take a bit of a look back at what we've just watched, but also looking ahead to the last game of today. And maybe we can even talk about some other stuff that we've enjoyed today. So, B, first of all, talk us through what did you observe in what we've just seen?
Well, so this was the Mannequin Beasts game against the Bandits, and really interesting because both teams have played. I'll take this for you. Both teams have already played today, right? And so we saw the Bandits play this morning against, that was Southern Discomfort, was it? Sorry, New World Order. I'm sorry. I do know. I was here and I actually announced that game, Brom. Yeah. Yeah, right now. Yeah. Earlier today, Brom, who did they play? Yeah, okay, great. Well, both teams played earlier today, and obviously both of them lost, and that's why we got where we are. And it was really interesting for me because I think the Bandits, a little bit of a disparate team. You know, they've kind of come together from all sorts of other teams. They've decided to try something out, and talking with some of the players throughout the weekend so far, it's been, you know, I didn't know whether I was done with Derby, but actually this has given me a new opportunity. So my expectation was that they're all very skilled players. How are they going to play together? I'd seen the game earlier today with the Bandits. It was interesting that they were able to be quite fluid and pull those strategies together. And, you know, if you're not training as a team regularly, it can be really tricky. So I thought they were a very strong, powerful-looking team this morning. Conversely, the Mannequin Beasts, you know, quite well formed. They've been together some time. They've obviously, like with all teams, there's that rebuilding period that's happening, and it's quite significant in some teams and perhaps less significant in others, but I think every league is experiencing that. With the Mannequin Beasts, they've had juniors that have aged up, so Duracell. Yeah, absolutely, as a jammer. So we saw them play earlier today. And again, perhaps the team they were playing was a little bit out of their league. They were able to put a good performance in the first half, but in the second half we really saw that kind of run away from them. So I didn't know what to expect going into this game, is the long and short of it. However, I think what we saw was a really dig deep performance from Mannequin Beasts. They were able to really rely on the depth of that roster, which, by the way, isn't complete. They haven't brought all of their jammer rotation with them this weekend. And I guess work on strategies. I believe they played the Bandits only a few weeks ago.
23rd of October.
Yeah. So, you know, they're already familiar with the kind of strategies that they're going to be employing, the same way Bandits are familiar with Mannequin Beasts. But all in all, they put in a really solid performance at this last game, and just really exciting. Lots of, you know, a lot of beautiful blocking happening, but then equally some of the jamming. And Duracell, definitely a jammer of note for the team. Johnny being a consistently great player as well, but having to really lean into that rotation that they brought with them meant that the players were playing double duty a lot of the time, jamming and then blocking or double blocking. So yeah, really exciting.
Yeah, and actually I have to confess, I stood here less than 2 hours ago and I went, I think this is going to be a close to call game. Yeah. And that's because, well, that was partly based on what I'd seen this morning, but also they both played a game, and I couldn't have been more wrong in many ways. And so, hands up, well done, Mannequin Beasts. And you're absolutely right. Seeing Duracell as an aged-up JRDA player, that's been wonderful. I think an observation I made, particularly with Duracell, and we saw it more in the first game of today than we did in the second, but he's not great at hiding when he's tired. He's a really physical player. You can see it in his face and his body. And there was a moment towards the end of the first period in the first game of today where you could just see this limpness almost take over. Like, I am tired. And there was, but also we saw some really nice kind of recycling earlier. I mean, we were joking. You know, one of the Mannequin Beasts jammers was taken off and being recycled all the way back by the opposing jammer, and he was already by the bench. He just went, no, I'm in control of this jam. I'll call it off. Yeah. So, looking ahead then, last game of the day, as he turns the page, SDRD Pan Am. Now this is, for me, a really difficult game to call because a lot of what you've just said of the first two teams is the same true things for these. We've got a Pan Am team which, as Comic was sharing with us earlier, they don't have full roster with them here this weekend. They've borrowed a couple of players from others coming into this tournament, other teams coming into this tournament. SDRD, we've got a team that is completely unrecognisable from 3 years ago. You know, some of the challenges that they faced internally led to some of those players playing now on opposing teams. They've transferred out. We've got former SDRD players with Tide and Fear, with NWA. You know, they've spread out all over the country, which has made for a really interesting tournament, seeing those players now play with other teammates, other blockers, other walls. What do you make of what we're about to see?
Well, firstly, I'm really excited to see Pan Am again because they've literally just played Tide and Fear in today's tournament. And whilst Tide and Fear took the win by over 100 points, I think, there was some absolutely beautiful work from the Pan Am team, and really, again, seeing some of that smart situational jamming. So one of the things that I've observed today across the day is jammers really not allowing themselves to be squeezed into those high tariff moves and taking the time to actually see, what the impact of their next move might be. So whether that's they've jumped the apex and they're a bit concerned that they might end up pulling a track cut, and just staying on their knees and calling the jam off from there or whatever. And definitely saw that in the Tide and Fear game. So I'm really excited to see what they bring to this dynamic. As you said, Southern Discomfort, unrecognisable. SDRD, unrecognisable. And so it's almost like a brand new team's coming into the mix. We can't go off rankings from 2019 at all. And we can't go off past glories. So it's going to be a really, I think, what a great way to end a Saturday of Men's European Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple of things, especially if they're both obviously played this morning, there's a couple of things if I was on the bench, I'd be asking the team to watch out for. For Pan Am in particular, that's the jammers not losing their leads when they get them. Because as we saw, I know that's always quite an important one, but what we did see earlier from Pan Am is they did a really good job of picking up a complement of leads throughout the game, but when they did, they were losing it pretty quickly through mainly forearms and cuts. And I think we could have almost seen a different outcome to the game, actually, because it really let them down. They gave away many, many points. And I was saying to Comic earlier as well, we're seeing a lot more jams being run out. So 2019 Derby, if your opposing team is about to start scoring points, instant call-offs. Points differentials mattered. We saw a lot of concentration on the rankings. That was important because, you've got the teams playing here this weekend, but you've got the whole Derbyverse, and you're trying to pin yourself off against teams in the States, and so those differentials really mattered. Here they don't, so we're seeing some longer jams.
Yeah, which is great. Absolutely great. I want to see roller derby being played in a jam. Give me all of your full potential in that 2-minute jam, please.
And then, is there anything for us, if you were on the coach, if you were sitting on the bench, SDRD, based on what you see, is there any feedback that you'd be thinking? A couple of things to watch out for that could be built on from what you saw earlier?
I think just it's exactly what you've just said. So it's really always going to be about penalty management because that does massively impact the game. And to your point about Pan Am, every single player on their roster that was playing in the Tide and Fear game had a penalty against their name. So even if it was just one, every single player had a penalty. So that tells you how much they're going for it, absolutely. But also that, penalties impact games. And the winner and loser can often be decided on, how many people you got on the track, right? So I think for SDRD, it's really going to be about making sure that they're either taking advantage of those power jams if Pan Am giving them up, or also just really, I would say just work. Look, am I going to teach roller derby players how to play roller derby? Absolutely not. So I'm not going to give you advice as a bench coach at this time. But what I would say is we're seeing this weekend that the penalties are really hitting hard. And I think a lot of that is to do with the fact that we are kind of we're starting to play old school roller derby, so we're seeing goating happening, which has a massive impact. If you've got a blocker in the penalty box and you're able to go that opposing team, it's brilliant, and you're going to do some really great stuff. And we are seeing longer run jams, so that's where penalty management does come into it again.
And we see larger packs, more drawn out packs quite a lot throughout as well. So we're seeing this, like you said, this sort of hybrid mix of some very old derby. But I mean, we say old. There's players on the field today that haven't been around long enough to know what old that even means.
Classic derby then.
Classic derby, yeah. Maybe we're showing our age a bit there.
Maybe you are. I don't know, Brom. I wouldn't think about that.
So, in terms of this is the last game of today, we've got about 8 minutes to derby. Couple of things to probably mention. Firstly, a massive thank you to Tyne and Fear for hosting this tournament. They've been absolute wonderful hosts. We're well fed, well watered, and this stream especially, they've taken some real time. Those of you that have been joining us all day so far will notice that there's a second camera up and running out on turn 2 now, so you've got better coverage completely for free, but obviously it costs money to put these things on, equipment required, upkeep. So if you've got the means, if you've got the ability to be able to make a small donation, there's a QR code that comes up when the ads roll. If you've got the ability to, please do consider going to helping make Derby as accessible as this weekend. Consistently, I've seen a couple of hundred people tuning in.
I mean, I think if we can all find £1, £2, just a £5, and it would make a huge difference, not just to this tournament moving forward, but also just, supporting our local roller derby leagues again, because the pandemic has meant that a lot of leagues have to rebuild in so many different ways. And if you're able to benefit from watching this stream, maybe you're watching it as a team, maybe you're getting ideas about plays or strategies that you're working on or really want to try, then that's got to be worth a £5 of your money.
So we've got the last game of the day to come, about 5 or 6 minutes time. We're going to see Southern Discomfort Roller Derby take on Pan Am live from Newcastle here at the wonderful Walker Dome for the Men's European Cup. Straight after that, we're going to have Dork Mistress and Bear take a look back at the games of the day. So stick around for that wrap up. And then that'll sadly be it of day one of MEC 2022, but we'll be back nice, bright and early tomorrow morning. I think you're going to be here very early.
Yep, first game starts at 9 a.m, so you can tune into Sports Desk, I guess, about 8:45, and there'll be somebody here talking about something.
Something, depending on the state of wares, we cannot comment. So all that's left to say is grab yourself a refreshment, stretch your legs. If you've been sat down all day, get that blood circulating, and we'll be back with you very shortly. And about 5 minutes until the next game.
So, folks, we've just discovered, we do apologise, that the mics have not been turned on. So we've been talking for a whole good 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and you've not heard a single darn thing. So we'll run through what we've covered already in just a few moments. We are into our second jam. This is Pan Am Squad against Southern Discomfort Roller Derby. And we have our second lead jammer of the game. That is Sully skating for Southern Discomfort in the black, Pan Am Squad in the yellow. I am Snoogans and I'm here with the wonderful Comic Relief.
Thank you, Snoogans. So, no star pass for Pan Am Squad, but they didn't even have time to get, out of the pack, and the jam is already over. Everything is going so fast.
Yeah, so 2 very quick hit it and quit it jams on display from the 2 teams. Obviously, 1 lead apiece. Southern Discomfort managing to pick up 5 points in that jam, so they have a narrow lead, 5 points to 4. We'll give you a rundown of those rosters in between this jam and the next, because you wouldn't have heard it when we did it at the start of the game.
So Lapif is jamming for Pan Am Squad, and that's a lead for Pan Am Squad. Everything is going so fast, like.
Yeah, it's especially when we take into account that both of these teams have already played today. It's really interesting to see that they've still got so much left in the tank. So, give you a quick rundown of Southern Discomfort Roll Derby All-Stars. We have 1 Ferris, 125 Rick Rolled, 14 Samdroid, 18 Ferguson, 3 Sully, 303 Crush, 33 Tag, 5 Esbit, 56 Dixie, 6283 Spectral, 7 Bank, 76 Grim, 888 Bullet, 89 Lawhuffer, Mercy, and 900 Giggity.
Well, when you manage to say all that in 25 seconds.
Thank you very much. It's like I've said it very, very, very recently, and it's there in my mind.
So jam is on, jam 4 already, and it's only been 3 minutes? It's not even 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like we're going to see a lot of jams, at least in the first quarter of this game, as both of these teams come out with a lot of pace, looking to really get stuck in and trying to make that big impression to begin with. Dixie picking up lead jammer for Southern Discomfort in this jam right now. Dixie having some mixed results in SDRD's previous game today. Did manage a couple of leads, but by and large didn't manage to bag those leads against the opposition. But here...
And it's the first penalty of this game. Hugo Fretz, 909, jamming for Pan Am Squad, is reporting to the box.
Yeah, so this is a power jam for SDRD, and Dixie is freezing Hugo Fett into the box.
Yeah, because he cut, he went in front of 2 of his team players, so this is a big no-no.
Yeah, you can cut 1 of your own team, 2 or more, no.
And if you're not sure, just get around and,
Exactly. If ever you are uncertain, recycle yourself.
And it's too bad because Hugo Fett is a good jammer, but in the previous game against the Inhuman League, I think, he managed to take lead 4 times and lose the lead 4 times.
Yeah.
So this is so bad. Penalties can really impact a game.
Yeah, we're seeing it a lot this weekend. Just how big of an impact penalties are having for all of these teams. Sully is managed to take advantage of that power jam start for SDRD. He has picked up lead, and he's currently coming up on his 2nd scoring pass. Sully having a great weekend so far, with taking some air miles there and calling the jam from the floor.
We've seen a lot of barrel rolls, and that's very entertaining.
There's been some real interesting gymnastics almost. Just gonna take another look at that.
Thank you so
Beautiful.
much for thank you so much, producing team, for having us play with buttons and have replays and.
Yeah, we've got Exterminate as our producer on this game, and she's keeping us entertained. So thank you very much for that.
Wonderful.
Looks like we've got Thomas Secours jamming for Pan Am and Scar for Southern Discomfort. Thomas is lead.
So maybe most of you don't know, but Pan Am squad was hit really hard during COVID. So they previously had like two teams, A team and B team. And after COVID, they only had one A team. And they lost some other players during the summer. So today, they are playing with a few of the players are coming from other teams. So it's kind of amazing that they managed to score, to play that well and, score that many points, considering that they have not been playing together. It's probably the first time that some of them are playing together.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can see up on the Bundle of Love jam line our jammers beginning. That's Ferris, but picking up lead jammer, that is going to be number 46.
It's Rouge.
Rouge.
Without the Moulin.
Without the Moulin.
Yeah, no Moulin, but just the Rouge.
Do you want to give a rundown of who we've got skating for Pan Am?
I'm not sure I'm gonna be as efficient as you were in 25 seconds. Maybe I'll wait for the next team timeout or official review or official timeout. We've had plenty of those anyway.
Hugo Fett and Ferguson are your jammers as we move into this next jam, brought to you by M Sportwear.
And it is another power jam. Ferguson reporting to the box for a high block, if I saw correctly. And a fair advantage for Pan Am squad, because two of Southern Discomfort blockers are also in the box.
Clockwise block penalty sees Pan Am's pivot heading to the box. So both teams currently with a blocker seated, so just a 6 blocker pack on track. Ferguson looking for that inside line, but is taken to the infield.
And another 4 points for Pan Am squad.
That jam being called. And Pan Am maintaining that lead with a 12-point jam. However, Southern Discomfort picking up another 4 points. So we're actually only looking at a 6-point differential.
Yes, but I think Hugo Fred was waiting for their pivot to get out of the box. It's everything is strategic in roller derby.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we've seen quite a bit today, actually, from various teams and at various points. Jammers trying to run the jam to try and empty the penalty box because it's been pretty busy.
Thank you to our lovely officials for, running everything smoothly.
My goodness, they've been doing sterling work. Lapif is your lead jammer coming round on a scoring pass now. Dixie still stuck right at the back of that tripod wall from Pan Am. Looks like they're trying to pass to their pivot Giggity, and I think that pass is indeed completed.
It seems like it was legal. As another blocker from Sodisco is reporting to the box. I'm pretty interested in the penalty count.
I'd be quite interested to know how many of our skaters are taking part in pounds for penalties for GB Juniors this weekend.
Ooh. So, a team timeout was asked by Pan Am squad, and so it's the perfect time for me to tell you about who's playing tonight.
Go for it.
So we've got 1984 Unique, 21 Owly,
2-2 Thomas Sacreur, 2-5 Nova, 4-2-0-0 Avoc, 4-6 Rouge, 6-6 Lapif, 6-8 Willy, 7-0-2 Galopin, 8 Bad Mojo, 8-6 Wallink, and 9-0-9 Hugo Fret with a French accent.
Hugo Fret.
I think your accent is lovely.
Thank you very much.
Very good accent. Well, I told you already, but everyone needs to know it.
I appreciate it. Years of practice. And this team timeout brought to you by our official partner of Team USA Roller Derby and figure skating, Martinez Sportswear.
And we're back.
Thank you, Umar, for the comment on my mustache. I'm taking part in Movember this year, trying to raise funds for men's mental health and physical health charities. So I'm drawing on a different mustache every day. And of course, that means having a mustache while I'm here at MEC.
Another lead for Pan Am squad. Thomas Sacreur making a massacre on the track.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll try to tell you about all the puns if I can.
I appreciate that. Scar managing to get through the pack on that 4-point pass for SDID.
So Disco's walls are pretty solid when they're not in the box.
Yes, yes, this is true.
And you can feel that, you know, it's late and they've already been playing one game today because penalties, you know, keep coming up and coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's the pack penalties, and it's the same sorts of penalties, and to an extent you can tell that some people are tired, which is fair enough. And it's understandable. Speaking to some of my friends while I was sat in the audience watching the last two games, and one of them's here spectating, and he was like, I am tired, and I've just been sat here watching Roll Derby. It's like, no matter what you're doing at a tournament, it is a tiring experience. Enjoyable, but it's tiring. That was some nice things. I caught it. I caught a bit of it. It looked like Sully kind of slipped round. We'll take another look at that. As he came round turn 1 and 2. Oh, wouldn't have, no points.
No points, but elegant, like 10 out of 10.
Style points.
For the entertainment.
Yeah.
Because we're here for that, right? The entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't translate to points on the board, but, you know.
It's points in our hearts, anyway.
Yeah, bragging rights. And really, that's what we're all here for, right?
Yes.
Right? There's a secret special menu trophy that nobody knows about.
What? There are scores being kept and
later.
everything?
I'll tell you about it later.
Okay. I didn't know. I was, I saw some light and I decided to come over and, I have no idea what I'm doing right now.
Pan Am squad in the last jam or two have managed to stretch out that lead. It was briefly just about 6 to 8 point differential. We're now on 41 plays 26. We're about halfway through this first half, just over 16 and a half minutes. How many more times can I say half? You know, when you say a word
half,
so much, it kind of loses all meaning. As I say, it's been a long day.
It has. And there's another day tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
It's going to be very exciting.
Wheelie is our lead jammer right now, coming up on a scoring pass. Oh, that was very nice. There has been some absolutely phenomenal footwork, and we can just take another look at Wheelie as he comes round the outside.
It was Lapif. Willie is a blocker.
Oh, my mistake.
Yeah, they've got similar numbers. And you know, I know them, so it's easier for me.
That's fair. We appreciate your knowledge and expertise.
I'm trying.
And succeeding, my dear.
Well, I usually know them, you know, by numbers and not really by name.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
Thomas Secours and Scar are your jammers in this next jam, Jam 14 of the
and there's a
game
multiplayer
so far.
somewhere. Oh,
Yeah.
Southern Discomfort.
I was going to say, you heard that whistle too, right? Sam Droid. That will make things potentially a little bit easier for Thomas Secours.
And a pack. Oh, well, the score is even because there's a pack penalty on Panam's side, so.
And Scar coming out as your foremost jammer picks up lead.
So it's the 4th lead for Southern Discomfort in 14 jams.
Points on the board for both teams. The differential shrinking once again, just 17 points separate them now.
13. No, 17. Sorry. My brain just froze.
No, I was fully prepared to go with you because my maths knowledge is poor at best.
Well, it's better than mine, so, you know. You're probably more awake also.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'll just drink my coffee and shut up.
Meanwhile, Sully is racing like he stole it, picking up lead jammer, scoring points.
And look at that mustache, vibrant.
I tell you what, there are some mighty fine mustaches on display this weekend. I did ask while calling in house earlier today, Misha and I did ask if Sully's mustache was a Movember special. He confirmed that it is not. That's just now his look. He is a mustache guy.
Aren't you a little bit jealous?
A little bit.
We hate him a little bit.
Little bit.
Just because of the mustache.
Yeah, but I fully respect it. I was getting vibes of Ted Lasso.
I'm not sure it's a good thing, but
I feel it is. I feel it's very positive, especially the sports personship that was on display.
Yeah.
Particularly in that game against Mannequin.
So something's happening on track, and we're rambling. And now the score is only 1 point difference.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got caught on a Ted Lasso thing, and I just kind of lost my thread. I apologise, folks. But right now, I believe we're going to see ourselves a lead change.
Yes, we do.
Hot down.
This is why we say nothing is ever settled. Like, a game can change in a moment.
And we just had 2 lead changes right there, as Pan Am picked up a 4-point pass, followed by Southern Discomfort. Sully calling that jam. There was still a few seconds before it reached its natural conclusion.
But 1 more point for Pan Am squad, so there's only 1 point difference at the moment.
52,
Amazing.
52 Pan Am, 53 Southern Discomfort. 11 minutes 56, and this is an official timeout
for Pan Am squad. Yeah, it's too much for us. We need to rest, to.
Yeah, this is. If you were having a chill evening, maybe you're waiting for some takeaway. Maybe you've already had your dinner. I don't know what you're doing on a Saturday evening while you're watching the roller derby. But if you were settling down with the cat, the dog, the kids, now is probably the time to sit up and start paying attention, because this just got really interesting.
It got intense. 23 points in just, it's almost half of their points.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Southern Discomfort just placed themselves right back in the middle of this. And this official timeout brought to you by Martinez Sportswear, a full-service custom sublimated sports apparel company specializing in roller derby and extreme sports. Supported sports disciplines include speed skating, hockey, roller derby, cycling, BMX, triathlon, and more. Invest in yourself and buy from martinezsportswear.com.
And we're back in play. Hugo Fred's jamming for Panam Squad. And he's out. We might have another, very quick jam. Securing the points. Another lead change. Now Panam Squad is leading by 1 point, 54 to 53.
What I miss?
Panam Squad scoring 2 points.
Ooh, lead change.
Yes. But still, you know, you can feel the vibes of roller derby, like the people being here because they love the sports, because right after that, both jammers from both teams just like checked on the jam line. And
yeah, there's been a lot of like high fives, handshakes, all of that nice stuff. And the atmosphere in the dome as well has been really nice, like from the audience. There's been some nice audience participation, some affectionate heckling, I think is how I'll refer to it. And there's been some really nice cheering, especially in the last game. Lots of nice cheering for Inhuman League.
Yes.
Lots of hoofs for the old Hoof, the jammer, who's just an absolute powerhouse.
This is really what I missed in roller derby. Not like the actual sport, but the friendship, friendly competition, and exactly what I was gonna say.
Yeah. So Panam managing to maintain that lead in that last jam. But however, Ferguson picking up lead. Jammer in this one over Thomas Secours, who's still trying to find his way out of the pack. Ferguson really digging into the pack as he comes round on that scoring pass. And we have had a star pass. However...
A cut.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Galopin is going to the box as the jammer. That's a power jam for Southern Discomfort.
And points on the board for Ferguson have already switched that lead back in favour. Just see if he picked up anything as he got taken off on the outside of turn 2 there.
He decided to secure everything and...
Yeah, get a lockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 11 points picked up in that jam brings us to 64, place 57. So, like, still a tiny, tiny margin. Just under 9 minutes remaining this first half. But what a way to close out day 1 of MEC 2022.
Yes.
We've seen some incredible roller derby on display here, and it's really been so wonderful to see that all of these teams have really been putting in the time and the effort over the last few months and plus since we've been getting back to training and everything.
Yeah, because it's been a year, maybe a little bit over a year.
Yeah.
That everybody has come back. It's really really amazing what they have managed to do.
Absolutely. So Sully is your lead jammer at the moment.
I was going to say the penalty box is empty, but you know,
it is not.
I don't even have the time to say it now, and the curse happens, and someone gets in the box.
Galopin is out of the box, but we have had a star pass.
Yeah, Lapif is jamming now for Panam Squad.
Sully takes a skip and a hop over the apex, doesn't manage to bag any points, but calls the jam, maintaining that points spread.
11 little points.
11.
Yes, oui. Très bien.
Merci.
So we'll continue in French because, you know, Snugin's French is so amazing.
Je ne comprends pas.
Yes, you do.
Non. I was about to say I don't speak English, and then I realised the only way I know how to say that is in Spanish, which came in not so handy when I went to Barcelona for the Men's World Cup. I did kind of drop myself in it when I went to a pharmacist and was like, no hablo inglés. And the guy started talking to me, and I was like, oh, wait, no, damn. No hablo español. No hablo español. And he was like...
But you just did. Like,
see? I was like, I'm so sorry. It was a long-running joke with a friend.
So people are sporting. I don't know where the ball is. I don't understand that sport.
Oh, beautiful control there from Hugo Puff.
Hugo Fretz.
Hugo Fretz, thank you. I was like, as soon as I said it, I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, no. So you have to know that I've been in Derby for 10 years, and I think I met Hugo Fretz right about that time, and he was a minor at the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He and his twin sister were, well, playing, refereeing, NSOing before they used to, you know, before they got legal.
We're just going to take another look at Hugo Fretz getting lead, because that was quite nice. See this beautiful control and footwork, and just there was so little space on that inside line. It just makes me happy.
You see what it does when you have juniors, you know, coming in to play. It's amazing. We were discussing it on the previous game with number 72 Duracell from Mannequin Beasts, also is from Junior Derby.
Right.
And the way that he skates is amazing. Like everything seems effortless and easy.
We've had a number of skaters in the UK, particularly in sort of like WFTDA aligned, who have aged out of juniors in the past couple of years, and they're absolutely incredible. And it's so brilliant to see, especially myself and a couple of other announcers here, Stormageddon and Holly, and I think possibly Coco as well. We've called them for a number of years as juniors, and now we're getting to see them come out as adult skaters, and it's just incredible. In the last jam, what we did miss, Giggity had taken the star, picked up a penalty, so we had a power jam start for Pan Am. However, Pan Am had also picked up 12 points in the last jam. That was...
and that was a cut.
That was...
Oh, is it a double cut?
No, Giggity just got taken off really wide on the outside. We have had a lead change, though. Pan Am 69, Southern Discomfort 68. And that's going to be another lead change.
Until the next one.
On to the next one. Oh, Pan Am managing to sneak in 2 more points at the end of that jam.
They're sneaky, those ones. But we were talking about Junior Roller Derby, and for those of you who still don't know about it, there's going to be a Junior World Cup happening in the south of France in late July this year.
Yes.
Well, this year. Well, this season, but yeah, 2023.
Yeah. And you're going to be there, aren't you, Comic?
I don't know yet. You know, I haven't decided.
I mean, I saw an official announcement today on the Facebook.
Oh, really? Was
yeah.
it probably another personality, you know.
Yeah.
Another comic.
Yeah. But yes, Comic has been confirmed as I saw it was ANSO. Is that assistant?
Yeah, it's assisting head NSO.
So we're very proud of you, Comic. And also one of our fantastic announcers this weekend,
Dork
Mistress,
Mistress,
is tournament head announcer for the Junior World Cup, which is absolutely fantastic. So that kind of gives you a feel for the caliber of commentators that we've got here at this great weekend at MEC.
And the other tournament head NSO that I'm assisting was supposed to be here this weekend, but she's, you know, unfortunately she's sick and she couldn't attend.
Yes.
But we are sending her love and
Yes,
and thoughts.
it's possible she might be watching the stream. Sticks and Stoner, we miss you, we love you, we hope you're doing well. People up and down the country will know Sticks and Stoner. She's been in UK Derby for a number of years, and I'm just going to shout everyone out in the UK Derby here.
She was supposed to be tournament head, and I saw the Men's World Cup.
Yes, yeah, for 2020. And also Mem Poisel, who's here officiating this weekend, is games tournament oversight for the Junior World Cup as well.
You were supposed to be here, all of us, except from the tournament head ref.
Yeah.
Who's in Canada, so we understand.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
So stuff has been happening.
Yeah,
all
sorry,
over.
apologies. We have this thing where we get excited about our friends doing awesome things, and we have to kind of gush.
But there are so many lead changes. We cannot we cannot say that every 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
You see what's happening.
Yeah.
You see the points being
you can listen
taken
to us,
and everything.
You can listen to us hyping up our friends while watching the amazing Derby. Pan Am squad currently in the lead, 75-72. We've got a minute and a half left.
On the period clock.
Yes, on the period clock. Thank you. I looked at them briefly for a moment.
It's on the jump clock, but period is like less than 2 minutes anyway.
And we've currently got some fast jammers. Hugo Fett going in butt first, as I'm going to go hashtag butt first, as some people may remember from, I believe it was 2017 Cymraeg Clash.
Ooh, yes, I remember that.
Hashtag butt first. I believe that was first coined by Julius Leeser.
Who's here as the GTO?
Who's here as the GTO this
We're
weekend.
name dropping now.
Yeah. I mean, but yeah, that was and that was the weekend we had Bucket God as well. So many good times.
We have to create new memories now.
Yeah. So we did have Ferguson out as your foremost jammer, but he's picked up a cut track penalty. So Rouge is your sole jammer on track, but he's still trying to work his way out of the pack. And Spectral has just thrown a massive shoulder and is taking him right back round to turn 4. It's great to see Spectral Aberration back on track as well. Not seen him play for a number of years.
And Rouge is not taking any, how do you say? Sorry.
No prisoners.
Yeah.
Taking no prisoners.
Because the period clock was already...
It had expired.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I'm trying to mime things, and Snoogings is,
I'm picking up what you're putting
down.
down.
You're translating my sign, so thank you so much for that.
No problem.
But
that's half time.
That's half time. 0 points on the last jam because, securing everything, but only 4 little points.
Yeah, half-time score, 76 Pan Am, 72 Southern Discomfort. What an incredible first half. One of the lowest scoring games that we've seen so far today. At the half-time, neither team has broken the century.
Yeah. Every point counts, every lead, That's amazing.
Yes, absolutely integral. Folks, we're going to take a little break. We're going to be back in around probably about 13 minutes. We're going to come back to you and maybe share some stats with you. I mean,
yes.
You're going to share some stats because
yeah. I'm
you're
gonna
that way inclined.
I'm gonna go see my NSO friends and try to bribe them with candy because that's what we do.
That's what we do. Go and grab a cup of tea, biscuits, feed the dog, do whatever you need to do.
This is so British, like cup of tea and biscuits.
I mean, I don't even drink tea. I don't have a dog. I'm just suggesting things that maybe normal people do. And please join us back here for the conclusion of our final game today at the Saturday of the Men's European Championships 2022.
See you soon.
Hello.
And hello. This time we made sure that our mics were on.
Yes, we did.
Because we learn from our,
We are consummate professionals.
every experience is a learning experience.
Yeah. Every day is a school day. What did you find for us, Comic?
What I found is that Southern Discomfort had a total of 21 penalties against 9 for Panem Squad. So that's a big difference. But, all the other stats, 3 penalties for jammers on each side and same number of star passes. So slightly more leads on Panem Squad's side, but nothing really, stats are even on both sides, except for those, global penalties.
So the blocker penalties that have.
So I don't know. I have no idea. Well, the stats, don't show anything particular.
There's nothing particularly telling, or there's nothing particularly indicative of
the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
Yes. So you'll still have to wait another 30 minutes to know who wins.
So basically, what we're saying is we have stats.
We have
Yeah,
we do.
That's the long and short of it. We have stats.
We have stats. Stats are the best.
Stats for the lads.
Stats or it didn't happen.
Yes. And we're back into the action. Hugofet and Ferguson are your jammers. Ferguson is your lead jammer. Southern Discomfort coming straight into this second half. Keen as mustard, whatever that means.
And we started the period with 1 blocker on each side in the penalty box because we were talking about penalties, so important to say. Oh no!
That's tied. That's a tie game.
Okay, so as an NSO, I've never had an overtime jam. Do you think? Well, do you want to bet, or I don't know, like?
I mean,
not money, but
we've still got 28 minutes and 50 seconds left.
I know. But it's been pretty tight for.
It has
almost half of the first half.
I mean, I have announced.
Don't try to count how many games.
Yeah, no, not how many games. I think I have announced 11 overtime jams in my 10 years of commentating.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not a single one as an NSO in 10 years.
Wow.
And last weekend in Nantes, almost had one.
Oh.
It was like 2 points, difference, and then the other team scored 4 points.
So we had a cut penalty issued to Rouge, followed by a penalty to Ferris. So quick jammer switcheroo, which means this jam's going to run for the full 2 minutes, of which there are 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining.
So yeah, let's see if, the long day and the cold, because it's been pretty warm today for, mid-November.
Yeah, mid-November in the north.
In the north, but not the north from Game of Thrones.
No.
A little bit more warm, but
the real north.
But now that it's dark, it's a little bit colder. So
yeah, I was going to say actually as you were talking, I'm like the temperature's definitely dropped.
Yeah. So let's see if the cold and the whole day and the previous games have an impact on morale and general the general game.
Rouge getting stuck between that 2-wall of Banks and Bullet, being expertly controlled by Spectral, just covering the whole track between the 3 of them. Meanwhile, Ferguson, 1 blocker to pass up the front. Did manage to get round for the full 4. 3 points by mistake. Looked like 4 from the angle, obviously. standing, sitting, looking.
I thought I saw a penalty, but maybe I'm wrong.
Just realised I was looking at the wrong hands. It was 4 points for Southern Discomfort. It was 3 points for Pan Am. So we've still got just the 1 point in it. 88 Southern Discomfort, 87 Pan Am. Thomas Secours and Dixie are your jammers.
Here for your entertainment tonight.
And I'll be honest, if you are not entertained, I'm not sure what we can do for you. Dixie picking up lead jammer and properly racing around to rejoin the pack. We have had a star pass from Pan Am to Galopin.
Yes.
Galopin is being recycled by Giggity and is having trouble trying to make that initial, but is doing a little bit of the fifth blocker action, causing some issues for Dixie.
They're still blocking very strong. Every team has to fight for each point.
Just briefly, I would like to say a very big thank you to one of our stream watchers, stream viewers. Umar has been very, very interactive. We're glad that you're very entertained, Umar. Also, thank you for the wonderful compliment earlier on. You missed it because you were going to look at these stats. Towards the end of the previous half, Umar commented that they felt that we should be on Sky Sports, such is the level of our commentary.
Oh, thank you so much.
Right? I was like, that's got me in the fields there, so thank you very much. So Southern Discomfort have broken the 100 mark, 108 to 91, and straight off the bat, Lapif has picked up a cut penalty, going to take a seat in the box, and rightly so has hustled to the box. One of my big bugbears, I'm not a bench coach or anything, I never have been, I line-up managed for a number of years some time ago. One of my big issues is skaters who dawdle to the box. It's like, your penalty doesn't start until you're sat down. You are only penalising yourself and your team the longer it takes you to get to the box.
Yes.
Especially if you're a jammer.
Especially if you're a jammer. If you're a blocker and you see that the box is full, then it's in your best interest to slow down because you're waiting for one of the seats to, But if you're a jammer, well, still be very,
controlled.
Controlled and conscious. Because I've seen so many injuries on NSOs in the box.
And obviously that can either result in another penalty or potentially an expulsion for destruction of the box. And Lapif had made his way back on track, incurred another cut penalty, so he sat back down. But again, very speedy to get back to the box.
Yes.
And so minimising the amount of time that he's away from the track, even though he has incurred 2 penalties just in this jammer line.
Maybe he wanted to, have a chat with Mina Harker, because even if her name says Mina, she's the best person ever, and she's our penalty box manager, from one of the 2 NSO crews this weekend.
If we're going to go into specific people, Mina Harker, absolutely incredible official.
Yes.
So much experience. She's been in the sport for a long time. I know that she's done a little bit of travelling this year. She's been to some brilliant tournaments. I love seeing her at events. She's always a joy to spend time with, and just her knowledge, her rules knowledge, and as I say, her experience. We're incredibly lucky to have her in the sport.
Yeah, so really good NSO and some of the best people I know.
Yeah. Lapif out of the box and has managed to pick up lead from the box, which is always nice.
It seems that, his time with Mina Harker has done him good.
She's a calming influence.
Yes.
Ferris is out of the pack and has completed his initial pass. So that's 4 on the board.
1 blocker in the box for each team.
Lapeef calling it there.
And 4 more points for... Ooh, 99.
Just S and I were having a conversation at halftime. Well, S Quad and I were having a conversation at halftime about neurodivergencies. And
that's weird. How is it, that you of all people and S of all people were talking about that?
Right? S has just turned around like a squirrel. But yeah, so it's essentially. We'll see what we can do, Emma. Sorry, I just...
Yeah,
the distractibility of the Scoogans.
I didn't say anything because I let you being distracted by the comments, and you were mid-sentence. You were saying that.
Yes, we were talking about neurodivergencies, and I'm going to have to come back to that because I lost the thread. It's doing so well. There's things happening on track. Rouge's lead.
Oh, we've got pew 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 finger guns.
He's back. He's back. That brings me joy. I haven't seen the finger guns from Banks for a long time. Those of you who know, that's a special thing.
Oh, really? I thought it was a bisexual thing.
I mean, that's...
Is it what you're talking about?
It's absolutely a chaotic bisexual
Okay.
thing. But so when...
but not in that context. Okay.
Not as far as I'm aware. So when Banks used to skate with Lancashire Rolling Thunder, he used to do this thing when he got lead or he was jamming. He'd skate past the crowd and it would be kind of a hype thing, and he'd sort of like do the...
Okay.
And it was kind of his thing. Obviously, he's not skated for a while. He's not played, and it's just, and it was just really nice to see that kind of fun element coming out.
So we hope he does it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe you can ask him, if you interview him. I don't know who you're gonna interview, but maybe ask him if it's actually a bisexual thing or if it's cultural appropriation.
Oh my goodness!
Sorry, I'm on
it's
fire.
It's all right. We've devolved into chaos. So that jam has come to an end. It looks like we do possibly have
an injury.
Yeah. So we're just going to take a couple of moments. We've got some fantastic medics here this weekend. Events Medical Saltney.
Yeah. I've seen them already in previous events at MEC.
They're incredible. Michelle and Colin.
Oh, you know them by name.
Yeah.
Wow.
Genuinely, they're some of the best people. So before the pandemic, they had done a bunch of work, obviously, throughout the UK for the roller derby community. And I was at an event they worked near the start of this year, and it was their 500th roller derby event.
Wow.
And they retired from the sport because they had to focus on
other things.
Other work.
Yeah, sure.
Like still medics, but focusing on other avenues. And essentially, they've come back because they missed the community.
Really?
Yeah.
This is so heartwarming to...
Yeah, they're not just medics. Like we're lucky to have any and all medics who work with us at events. So any medics who work at any roller derby events, huge thank you to any of you who are involved.
Because the games would not happen without you.
Exactly, absolutely, and always want to have medics on site, any kind of thing that you're doing. But Shell and Colin are truly part of the community. They know the sport inside and out, and they know the people. So it's so wonderful having them back with us and having them involved. And I've not had a chance to go and see them today, so I'll definitely make a point to go and see them tomorrow
me too.
and have a catch up with them. And that it's not just a case of they make sure the skaters are safe. If you as an official or as a spectator or as a volunteer and anyone at an event, if you need anything, go and see them. We are back into the action, and this next jam, we can see our jammers lining up on the Bundle of Loved jam line, one of our fantastic sponsors. And we've got Hugo Fett and Sully is your lead jammer.
And that's a penalty for Hugo Fett. So it seems there's going to be a power jam for Southern Discomfort. It seems that Snoogin is distracted again.
I was just seeing the messages. Someone called Simon Lambert has said hello to you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said, "Hey, comic," smiley face. Yeah, there you go. She looks really happy.
Yes, I am. I'll have to check all the messages because, my eyesight is not very good and I can't see the computers too far.
And you're right, Mandy. Sully's doing absolutely brilliantly. He's absolutely smashing it, seriously. And thank you, Simon. We're really enjoying ourselves.
And that's another cut for Pan Am's jammer.
So those penalties are really starting to kind of fly thick and fast.
Told you.
And as we can see, that points differential, it's starting to build. We've 40-point spread. I think that's the biggest point spread we've had so far this game.
Yes, I can confirm.
Thank you.
This is... So my little finger told me this period 2 jams with 2 jammer penalties for Pan Am. So
ouch.
Yeah. Thank you so much, little finger. Oh, little finger. No.
No.
Bad.
It's definitely not what we meant.
No. But you said we're up north, so
Yeah,
my brain
yeah.
is. I think my brain is picking on
You've
the
kind of-
innuendos
yeah,
and everything.
You've grabbed a theory and
Yep,
you've run
yep.
with it.
So that's a team timeout for Pan Am squad. I think they need to regroup and
Yeah, just kind of take a moment and sort of dial it down a little.
Because there are so many elements in this sport that could. So we were talking about penalties, but morale also is very important because some teams when the score is very close, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Like they can be focused when there's a big gap, but when the gap is short, they kind of fall over and everything. Yeah. So it's important to, stay centered and
exactly. Use those team timeouts to kind of take a breather, recenter, and remember that it's your game, and not to let the opposition try
get
and,
in your head.
get in your head and try and make you play their game. Something that I've heard sort of like bench coaches for teams that I've been involved with always say remember we're playing our game, not their game.
Yes. And look.
Somebody who's not playing game at all at the moment is Ferris, who's just picked up a cut penalty.
Yes.
And is going to take a seat in the box.
And so that's a power jam and a lead for Hugo Fred. So let's hope that they come back to the score because I want my overtime jam. Please be nice with me. But maybe it's my curse. Everyone has their curse, and maybe it's mine. I'll never work an overtime jam.
Overtime jams are stressful. They're heckin' stressful.
Well, in terms of stress, I've been scorekeeping France against Australia at the last World Cup.
Oh. Oh,
So
yeah, okay.
I know, I know what it is.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
S is like nodding vigorously on my right.
Yep.
Yeah. If you know, you know. Oh, I hear whistles.
Yeah, so Nova got a failure to, or destruction of pack penalty, I believe, was then issued with a misconduct for the length of time it took to exit the track.
There's a forearm. There was a low block.
So basically, if you're playing the penalty bingo, your sheet is probably full by now.
And there's a cut. Well, the box. Oh no, I was gonna say it's full, but oh yeah, it is full. We've got 2 blockers on each side.
Woof. Hugo Fett has managed to put 19 points on the board in that jam against 8 for Sodisco. So he scores 125, plays 156.
That's only 31 points difference.
Thank you. I was
I was seeing your brain trying to.
You would see the hamster
The
with
gear-
the foot stuck
the
in the
gear,
wheel
yes.
that was just spinning. Because that's the point we're at here.
So yeah, only 31 points in how much time is it on the? Yeah, 14 minutes.
14 minutes,
so
yeah.
half.
Yeah, that's considering we've had 24, 26 point jams. That's attainable.
Oh my God! Overtime jam. I'm trying to summon the overtime
Comic
jam.
wants her overtime jam. So
Yeah.
whoever we need to get the message to.
I probably won't have it because the curse, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm enjoying being here and
Having a great weekend at Mac.
yeah, Gangnam Style. Have you heard? I think it's the hit of this. It was the hit of the summer.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know about it, but
I mean, it was that, and I mean you know about New Pussycat, right?
not really.
Damn it, Comic.
and then you're like, oh my God, you were not supposed to say that.
No, I was like, damn it. I was really hoping you'd fall for it. I was like, maybe it's been a long enough day. Yeah, S is right. She just held up a whiteboard. Barry is forcing us to say
Yes.
these things.
We
If we blink several times in quick succession,
SOS.
that's us trying to signal that we need help.
We actually have a
We don't.
a bomb under the.
Oh, no.
Under the.
We're fine. There's no goodness.
Your butt is the bomb.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
why.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're being facetious.
We've got some more
yeah,
finger
we've
gunning.
got some finger guns. Chaos.
So please don't take any more timeouts, or because we're gonna keep rambling. And it's another lead for Panam Squad. They're trying to make the most of the power jam right now.
I refuse to believe it was 2012 when Gangnam Style came out. There's no way it was 10 years ago. Don't do that to me anymore. Ferris back on track, completes that initial pass. Meanwhile, Lapif is scoring. Already 8 points on the board.
As Panam's coach tells him to go on.
Got some offensive jamming in place.
A little jam love. I hear whistles. What's happening?
I saw a high block penalty was assessed, but I'm not sure who it was for.
Yeah, who's going to the penalty box?
I think it was a Pan Am blocker.
Yeah, it's Wheelie, I think. And I've seen him, many times in the box. Yes. Official review. More rambling on our side.
Oh no.
Quick. Find something to say.
This official review is brought to you by M Sportswear.
And that's all.
Get your new skates on at msportswear.com. Invest in yourself.
And in your feet. It's really important.
Yes. We do hope that you have enjoyed this first day at MEC 2022. We have. I mean, I have. I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah, I really have. It's been fun.
S is like, it's been all right.
Yeah, well, boring. No, it's been great, like, being back and seeing all the friends and lovely faces. Well, personally, I hadn't seen for 3 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah. Thanks, COVID.
Yeah. Umar is being very wonderful to us. They've said that it's not rambling, it's inspiring analysis.
No. We'll make little posters with, sunsets.
Yeah. It's only sparkling analysis if it comes from a certain region in France. Otherwise, it's just rambling. But yeah,
So Pan Am Squad is asking for something that happened in the, first.
The initial straightaway.
Yes.
And of course, once we have information about that, we will relay it to you.
Because my main translation is not that good, so I couldn't figure out everything that was asked.
I mean, like, I on a good day I can lip read, but not from this distance.
No.
No.
I can do too, but yeah. Oh, Sven is running.
Our official tournament, Sven.
Okay, so Pan Am was asking for a direction on Black Jammer, but the no call stands.
Super.
Pan Am loses their official review.
Sorry about it, friends. I mean, Pan Am, not you, friends. You've lost nothing. You've actually gained information, so.
Forearm for Bad Mojo. Bad Mojo.
Bad Mojo Jojo.
He usually doesn't get so much in the penalty box, so.
That's fair.
I can say that because I've known him for 10 years.
Yeah,
so.
no, that's totally fair. My brain just going off on a tangent, unsurprisingly. Because you said Bad Mojo, and my brain instantly went Mojo Jojo from Powerpuff Girls. I saw a thing recently which said it was confirmed in apparently the Powerpuff Girls movie, which I don't think I've ever.
Oh wow!
I didn't know was a thing.
There's a movie,
right?
Okay.
Mojo Jojo is the brother and the father of the Powerpuff Girls.
Ew.
Or possibly just the brother. No, he's the brother, and the scientist guy is all of their dads.
Okay, I have. My brain does not compute. I have
Right?
to,
Yeah, monkey
okay.
brains. I don't get it. So yeah, I have to struggle with that information. So now all of you do as well. Yes, Umar was also thinking about Powerpuff Girls. Thank you. At least it's not just my neurodivergent grain matter mush going off on random I mean, it's always that, but.
But now you said Powerpuff, and I want cereal. I don't know why.
Huh.
Is it a name of a? Is it a brand or?
Not that I can think of.
I don't know. Well, weird neurodivergent brain in
Yeah.
action.
Cocoa Puffs?
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just the puff that my brain picks on. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm hungry also.
Yeah. You're certainly having an experience with us.
Into the neurodivergent brain.
Yeah. So we're back into the action. We have Rouge as your lead jammer for Pan Am.
And it's a back block.
For Sully.
Yes.
So this is a power jam as well. 137 plays 164 in favor of Southern Discomfort. So Rouge is going to be looking to try and close that gap.
Because it's only 27 points. Well, I say only, like it's an easy fix. It is not, but
We've had jams of
20
around that size in this game. So, yeah.
It's totally doable.
Yeah. But it looks like Sodisco have managed to achieve the penalty kill they were looking for. Because Sully is out of the box.
You can see everyone is tired.
Oh, yeah.
But they're still going, and this is so beautiful. So Rouge call, but I think a little bit too late. Yeah, 3 points. So it's a null jam.
I mean, Pierre-Eric, what do you mean by too strong? Sully is strong, yes, but too strong, I don't think so. Valid point, but...
Yeah, too strong compared to what?
Compared to the kind of soft drink I have on my desk, yes, absolutely.
We're not saying names because we're not sponsored by the big American Christmas company.
Wow, you just gave that away.
Yeah, I know. Ooh. So Galopin has just skated in front of our desk to go to the audience. Was that an expulsion? Okay, so maybe foul out, maybe expulsion. We don't really know.
It's definitely the strength of the mustache, Mandy. Tom, we're going to see if we can get that officials list for you. We do definitely have the crew list. I will work on that because you're right. We should absolutely be giving our love to the officials. I will grab that for you. Do not worry.
You want to know who's officiating like right now?
Yeah.
So we have Razor. We've got a list. It's too easy. I was squinting so hard to try to see everyone.
Give you a rundown right now because the jam's finished. So we have Velociraptor, MK, McFarlane, Razor, Tara O, Danny Orero, Homo You Didn't, and Mercy Biku as our skating officials. And our non-skating officials are X-Ray Ted, Mina Harker, Dropkick Bruise, Minerva McGonagall, Lola Supernova, Marilyn, Alpen Yeti, Mademoiselle, and
Sorsica.
Thank you very much. Those are our fantastic officials working this particular game. They are Crew X-Ray Raptor. Fantastic name. And yeah, they've been working this game. Thank you for giving us a reminder, Evil, and keeping us to task because we should absolutely be shouting out for our officials.
Yay!
I remember doing it in-house on the game that I worked earlier.
I don't know what happened. A lot of people are laughing around us.
Our house crew are having a moment.
And there's also Pretty Miffed. I think because Sticks and Stoner was sick, maybe. Okay, Brom fell. So
Brom fell over.
Yeah. So yeah, Pretty Miffed is also on the inside as an NSO because probably they had to spare some NSOs from other crews.
Thank you for pointing that out.
No worries. I love my fellow officials. So.
Back on track, we've got Lapif as your lead jammer, and Ferris.
Two blockers from Southern Discomfort in the penalty box.
Ferris still looking for a pass.
And Pan-Am, they're not giving in.
No. They're proving to be quite the immovable force right now. And of course, as I say that, Ferris gets through.
As another blocker from Southern Discomfort goes to the box. So, fair advantage for Pan Am squad.
It's a switch of fortunes to what we saw earlier, where Pan Am were really hemorrhaging blockers, and that's how Southern Discomfort had built up that lead.
Exactly.
And now we're seeing a change of fortunes, and Pan Am are able to close things up considerably. Let's see what that's done to the scores.
So 18-8, no, 19. So that's a 11-point difference for that jam.
So that brings us to 159 to 177.
18-point difference.
Thank you. That's definitely not something that my brain could work at this particular point in time. 7 minutes 20 left of the game.
Will the gods and goddess, bring me my overtime jam? We will know soon enough. And Pan Am squad is, oh no, I was going to say, yeah, they're going strong. Thomas Sacreur, number 22, jamming for Pan Am squad and lead. As number 17 from Southern Discomfort is sitting in the box, so that's a power jam. We told you, every penalty, every point counts. I'm trying to, yeah.
So power jam start for Rouge of Pan Am squad. Completed the initial pass, picking up lead, but straight into the pack and kind of hit that solid Southern Discomfort wall and hit the deck. But kind of explodes out of the pack to pick up a 4-point pass as Sully's ducking and diving, managing to drop the shoulder around the outside and complete his initial pass.
So will Rouge score some more points before calling the jam?
Yes.
Wow, a full 4 points. Oh my God, only 8 points difference. I think my heart is gonna give up, give out.
There's definitely some feelings happening. 8 points difference, just about 5 minutes left on the game clock. And
I'm summoning the overtime jam.
Is that the overtime jam dance?
Maybe the warming up also, because it's getting cold. I can see that the audience is, freezing, but they're still here and they're still cheering.
I appreciate your comments, Cotton Candy Skating. I kind of feel like if betting started happening on roller derby, we'd really lose the thread of things.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm glad that's not a thing.
We don't have any money for anything, so it's
We spent all our money getting here.
Yes, and buying merchandising also.
Yeah.
Guilty.
But yeah, no, you're right, and Maz, you're right. It absolutely takes a village. The amount of people involved in this tournament weekend is astounding. There's so many people running around doing bits and pieces, and just there's so many moving parts. So to anybody who might get a chance to watch this back after the event, if you have been involved in any way, shape or form in making MEC 2022 happen, thank you so much. Everybody involved has truly had a great weekend at MEC.
Because we need to be fed and, hydrated and everything, so we need to be cared for.
Exactly, but meanwhile, back on action, Ferguson is your lead jammer for So Disco. Hugo Fett,
Pack is on the floor. What's happening?
Yeah.
Is there a hand signal for that? You know, like
Everybody hit the floor.
Oh, pew pew. Okay, no, I think this should be a different sign. But we definitely need to call WFTDA and MRDA about the finger gun thing.
Finger guns, yeah.
Could be a really nice hand signal.
Ferguson 12 points up already, stretching that difference out from up to 20 points.
Confirmed.
No such thing, S. No such thing. So S has got a brilliant little whiteboard to help communicate things with us as she's producer. And I just saw her writing too many bisexuals on track. I'm like, no such thing.
Yeah. Confused bisexuals, you know, in the audience would be like, what? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I'm giving a penalty.
Yeah. Just everybody starts reporting to the penalty box.
And it's a team timeout for Southern Discomfort. More rambling for us.
Aren't you in for a treat?
So I'm looking at stats, and it seems that Pan Am squad, yeah, it's kind of even. Okay, so S is giving me the even.
Ooh.
You know, like everything is even. Like number of leads, same. Number of jammer penalties, same.
Yeah, it's all pretty level.
Stop passes, yeah.
And I think really that what the stats is telling us is genuinely reflected in the game and the score.
Yes.
These two teams are incredibly well matched. And I was talking to Coco during the last game. I was saying that I was really interested to see, how this was going to play out, because it's been a really long time since Southern Discomfort and Pan Am played each other. And like you mentioned, Pan Am have had a lot of changes since the pandemic. Southern Discomfort have had a lot of changes for a lot of reasons. So both teams are quite different teams than they would have been last time they played. But what shows is that they're still working to a certain level.
Yes.
Which I think is great, that they've both been able to come back and still have that output.
Yes, exactly. Because it was a big, oh wow.
Oh no!
Power jam for SoDisco.
Thomas Sekur was your foremost jammer getting out of the pack, but he picked up a cut penalty, so he's going to sit down. Ferris is now lead, and he's out for a first scoring pass. Nice two-wall work at the front there.
Bad mojo.
Bad mojo.
Bad mojo.
Depends where you put the emphasis there.
He only has the mojo on his back now. Maybe he decided to be a good boy.
I've changed my ways.
Oh, and he's jamming. So you have to know, mojo usually is a blocker and usually has a pivot cover. And I think every time Pan Am squad plays, he jams, he gets one jam.
So it's just the one jam?
Just the one jam.
And this is that?
It's now. It's happening.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. Go Mojo.
That's a heck of a wall he's up against.
More whistles. Oh, two blockers from Pan Am.
Beautiful stuff.
So, Auli and Thomas Sekur are in the box right now, and there's only less than 1.5 minutes.
We've got to take a look at that apex, because it was beautiful. He's a coming. There we go. It's what you want to see under your Macmas tree.
Yeah, they make it seem so easy.
I mean, call me basic, but I just love an apex jump.
I do too. Even if they land, you know, even if the landing is bad, or it's always entertaining.
Yeah. We've had a couple of bad landing, not like bad as in unsafe.
Yeah, or injuries, or yeah.
But just
not legal, or
a bit messy.
Yeah, messy.
I think we had one from Hoof in the last game where he really managed to style it out, and the crowd cheered. Crowd cheered, skates cheered, everyone was scared. It's fine. We are under official review. Official review used as a timeout. Thank you very much, Es. I was like, that was really quick. But literally, as I was about to say it, Es was like, showed me the T.
But yeah, probably the last jam.
Yes, Griff, just the one jam, actually. Yes, this potentially may be the last jam. 1 minute and 5 on the period clock. And that's Sully picking up lead. However, Lapif is out, and he is skating like he stole it.
Yes.
Do you see them crossovers?
Yeah, I'm pretty jealous. I want to do that too.
We've got some negative pack pace.
Oh, why? What's happening?
Both jammers got recycled.
I think they're bored of skating, you know, onwards, and they were like, okay, let's have some fun and let's skate backwards.
So much action going on.
Too much arm action.
180 to 215.
I told you I wouldn't have my overtime jam.
No.
I wanted it so much.
So just to let you know, folks, because this game has run a little bit longer due to timeouts and timings for the rest of the day, we are a little bit short on time, so we're not going to have any interviews for this game, and we are going to go straight to the wrap-up with Baron Brom. So we will just wait for our official final scores, but our presumptive setup is Pan Am squad taking second place to Southern Discomfort. What an incredible game, Comic.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit bummed that we don't have any interviews, because I really want to, know about that finger gun thing.
I mean,
maybe tomorrow. We still have another day.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And if worse comes to worse, we can go and have a chat with Banks and just do like a Facebook Live.
We will. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if we ask Bear. He
yeah,
loves
absolutely. He loves a bit of Facebook Live. But we're going to throw over to the studio for the wrap up for the day. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you.
So, we're coming back. We're coming back. We're doing the things. Well, we can confirm your official final score: 183 to Pan Am, 220 to Southern Discomfort.
Oh, no, we're not doing it.
No,
you don't want to do damage? No.
So, you are in?
No,
Oh, that was lovely.
been great having you all join us here at MEC, and I'm hoping you have a great weekend from wherever you're watching. So from me, Roller Polar Bear.
And from me, Dork Mistress, see you back here 9 a.m. bright and early.